Book 6. Athenian, and now having made an end of the preliminaries we will proceed to the appointment of magistracies. Clinias, very good. Athenian, in the ordering of a state there are two parts, first, the number of the magistracies, and the mode of establishing them. And, secondly, when they have been established, laws again will have to be provided for each of them, suitable in nature and number. But before electing the magistrates let us stop a little and say a word in season about the election of them. Clinias, what have you got to say? Athenian, this is what I have to say. Everyone can see, that although the work of legislation is a most important matter, yet if a well-ordered city superadd to good laws unsuitable offices, not only will there be no use in having the good laws, not only will they be ridiculous and useless, but the greatest political injury and evil will accrue from them. Clinias, of course. Athenian, then now, my friend, let us observe what will happen in the constitution of our intended state. In the first place, you will acknowledge that those who are duly appointed to magisterial power, and their families, should severally have given satisfactory proof of what they are, from youth upward until the time of election. In the next place, those who are to elect should have been trained in habits of law, and be well educated, that they may have a right judgment, and may be able to select or reject men whom they approve or disapprove, as they are worthy of either. But how can we imagine that those who are brought together for the first time, and are strangers to one another, and also uneducated, will avoid making mistakes in the choice of magistrates? Clinias, impossible. Athenian, the matter is serious, and excuses will not serve the turn. I will tell you, then, what you and I will have to do, since you, as you tell me, with 9 others, have offered to settle the new state on behalf of the people of Crete, and I am to help you by the invention of the present romance. I certainly should not like to leave the tale wandering all over the world without a head. A headless monster is such a hideous thing. Clinias, excellent, stranger. Athenian, yes, and I will be as good as my word. Clinias, let us by all means do as you propose. Athenian, that we will, by the grace of God, if old age will only permit us. Clinias, but God will be gracious. Athenian, yes, and under his guidance let us consider a further point. Clinias, what is it? Athenian, let us remember what a courageously mad and daring creation this our city is. Clinias, what had you in your mind when you said that? Athenian, I had in my mind the free and easy manner in which we are ordaining that the inexperienced colonists shall receive our laws. Now a man need not be very wise, Clinias, in order to see that no one can easily receive laws at their first imposition. But if we could anyhow wait until those who have been imbued with them from childhood, and have been nurtured in them, and become habituated to them, take their part in the public elections of the state. I say, if this could be accomplished, and rightly accomplished by any way or contrivance, then, I think that there would be very little danger, at the end of the time, of a state thus trained not being permanent. Clinias, a reasonable supposition. Athenian, then let us consider if we can find any way out of the difficulty. For I maintain, Clinias, that the Nosians, above all the other Cretans, should not be satisfied with barely discharging their duty to the colony. But they ought to take the utmost pains to establish the offices which are first created by them in the best and surest manner. Above all, this applies to the selection of the guardians of the law, who must be chosen first of all, and with the greatest care. The others are of less importance. Clinias, what method can we devise of electing them? Athenian, this will be the method, sons of the Cretans, I shall say to them, inasmuch as the Nosians have precedence over the other states, they should, in common with those who join this settlement, choose a body of 37 in all. 19 of them being taken from the settlers, and the remainder from the citizens of Gnosis. Of these latter the Nosians shall make a present to your colony, and you yourself shall be one of the 18, and shall become a citizen of the new state. And if you and they cannot be persuaded to go, the Nosians may fairly use a little violence in order to make you. Clinias, but why, stranger, do not you and Megillus take a part in our new city? Athenian, oh, Clinias, Athens is proud, and Sparta too, and they are both a long way off. But you and likewise the other colonists are conveniently situated as you describe. I have been speaking of the way in which the new citizens may be best managed under present circumstances, but in after ages, if the city continues to exist, let the election be on this wise. All who are horse or foot soldiers, or have seen military service at the proper ages when they were severally fitted for it, shall share in the election of magistrates. And the election shall be held in whatever temple the state deems most venerable, and everyone shall carry his vote to the altar of the god, writing down on a tablet the name of the person for whom he votes, and his father's name, and his tribe, and ward. And at the side he shall write his own name in like manner. Anyone who pleases may take away any tablet which he does not think properly filled up, and exhibit it in the agora for a period of not less than 30 days. The tablets which are judged to be first, to the number of 300, shall be shown by the magistrates to the whole city, and the citizens shall in like manner select from these the candidates whom they prefer. And this second selection, to the number of 100, shall be again exhibited to the citizens. In the third, let anyone who pleases select whom he pleases out of the 100, walking through the parts of victims, and let them choose for magistrates and proclaim the 37 who have the greatest number of votes. But who, Clinias and Megillus, will order for us in the colony all this matter of the magistrates, and the scrutinies of them? If we reflect, we shall see that cities which are in process of construction like ours must have some such persons, who cannot possibly be elected before there are any magistrates. And yet they must be elected in some way, and they are not to be inferior men, but the best possible. For as the proverb says, a good beginning is half the business. And, to have begun well, is praised by all, and in my opinion is a great deal more than half the business, and has never been praised by anyone enough. Clinias, that is very true. Athenian, then let us recognize the difficulty, and make clear to our own minds how the beginning is to be accomplished. There is only one proposal which I have to offer, and that is one which, under our circumstances, is both necessary and expedient. Clinias, what is it? Athenian, I maintain that this colony of ours has a father and mother, who are no other than the colonizing state. Well, I know that many colonies have been, and will be, at enmity with their parents. But in early days the child, as in a family, loves and is beloved. Even if there come a time later when the tie is broken, still, while he is in want of education, he naturally loves his parents and is beloved by them, and flies to his relatives for protection. And finds in them his only natural allies in time of need. And this parental feeling already exists in the Nosians, as is shown by their care of the new city, and there is a similar feeling on the part of the young city towards Gnosis. And I repeat what I was saying, for there is no harm in repeating a good thing, that the Nosians should take a common interest in all these matters, and choose, as far as they can, the eldest and best of the colonists. To the number of not less than 100. And let there be another 100 of the Nosians themselves. These, I say, on their arrival, should have a joint care that the magistrates should be appointed according to law, and that when they are appointed they should undergo a scrutiny. When this has been effected, the Nosians shall return home, and the new city do the best she can for her own preservation and happiness. I would have the 37 now, and in all future time, chosen to fulfill the following duties. Let them, in the first place, be the guardians of the law. And, secondly, of the registers in which each one registers before the magistrate the amount of his property, excepting 4 minae which are allowed to citizens of the first class, 3 allowed to the second, 2 to the third, and a single mina to the fourth. And if anyone, despising the laws for the sake of gain, be found to possess anything more which has not been registered, let all that he has in excess be confiscated. And let him be liable to a suit which shall be the reverse of honorable or fortunate. And let anyone who will, indict him on the charge of loving base gains, and proceed against him before the guardians of the law. And if he be cast, let him lose his share of the public possessions, and when there is any public distribution, let him have nothing but his original lot. And let him be written down a condemned man as long as he lives, in some place in which anyone who pleases can read about his offences. The guardian of the law shall not hold office longer than 20 years, and shall not be less than 50 years of age when he is elected, or if he is elected when he is 60 years of age, he shall hold office for 10 years only. And upon the same principle, he must not imagine that he will be permitted to hold such an important office as that of guardian of the laws after he is 70 years of age, if he lives so long. These are the 3 first ordinances about the guardians of the law. As the work of legislation progresses, each law in turn will assign to them their further duties. And now we may proceed in order to speak of the election of other officers. For generals have to be elected, and these again must have their ministers, commanders, and colonels of horse, and commanders of brigades of foot, who would be more rightly called by their popular name of brigadiers. The guardians of the law shall propose as generals men who are natives of the city, and a selection from the candidates proposed shall be made by those who are or have been of the age for military service. And if one who is not proposed is thought by somebody to be better than one who is, let him name whom he prefers in the place of whom, and make oath that he is better, and propose him. And whichever of them is approved by vote shall be admitted to the final selection. And the 3 who have the greatest number of votes shall be appointed generals, and superintendents of military affairs, after previously undergoing a scrutiny, like the guardians of the law. And let the generals thus elected propose 12 brigadiers, 1 for each tribe, and there shall be a right of counterproposal as in the case of the generals, and the voting and decision shall take place in the same way. Until the prytanes and council are elected, the guardians of the law shall convene the assembly in some holy spot which is suitable to the purpose, placing the hoplites by themselves, and the cavalry by themselves. And in a 3rd division all the rest of the army. All are to vote for the generals, and for the colonels of horse, but the brigadiers are to be voted for only by those who carry shields, i.e. the hoplites. Let the body of cavalry choose phylarchs for the generals. But captains of light troops, or archers, or any other division of the army, shall be appointed by the generals for themselves. There only remains the appointment of officers of cavalry. These shall be proposed by the same persons who proposed the generals. And the election and the counterproposal of other candidates shall be arranged in the same way as in the case of the generals, and let the cavalry vote and the infantry look on at the election. The 2 who have the greatest number of votes shall be the leaders of all the horse. Disputes about the voting may be raised once or twice, but if the dispute be raised a 3rd time, the officers who preside at the several elections shall decide. The council shall consist of 30 by 12 members, 360 will be a convenient number for subdivision. If we divide the whole number into 4 parts of 90 each, we get 90 councillors for each class. First, all the citizens shall select candidates from the first class, they shall be compelled to vote, and, if they do not, shall be duly fined. When the candidates have been selected, someone shall mark them down. This shall be the business of the first day. And on the following day, candidates shall be selected from the second class in the same manner and under the same conditions as on the previous day. And on the 3rd day a selection shall be made from the 3rd class, at which everyone may, if he likes, vote, and the 3 first classes shall be compelled to vote. But the 4th and lowest class shall be under no compulsion, and any member of this class who does not vote shall not be punished. On the 4th day candidates shall be selected from the 4th and smallest class. They shall be selected by all, but he who is of the 4th class shall suffer no penalty, nor he who is of the 3rd, if he be not willing to vote, but he who is of the 1st or 2nd class, if he does not vote shall be punished. He who is of the 2nd class shall pay a fine of triple the amount which was exacted at first, and he who is of the 1st class quadruple. On the 5th day the rulers shall bring out the names noted down, for all the citizens to see, and every man shall choose out of them, under pain, if he do not, of suffering the first penalty. And when they have chosen 180 out of each of the classes, they shall choose 1/2 of them by lot, who shall undergo a scrutiny. These are to form the council for the year. The mode of election which has been described is in a mean between monarchy and democracy, and such a mean the state ought always to observe. For servants and masters never can be friends, nor good and bad, merely because they are declared to have equal privileges. For to unequals equals become unequal, if they are not harmonized by measure. And both by reason of equality, and by reason of inequality, cities are filled with seditions. The old saying, that equality makes friendship, is happy and also true, but there is obscurity and confusion as to what sort of equality is meant. For there are two equalities which are called by the same name, but are in reality in many ways almost the opposite of one another. One of them may be introduced without difficulty, by any state or any legislator in the distribution of honors. This is the rule of measure, weight, and number, which regulates and apportions them. But there is another equality, of a better and higher kind, which is not so easily recognized. This is the judgment of Zeus. Among men it avails but little, that little, however, is the source of the greatest good to individuals and states. For it gives to the greater more, and to the inferior less, and in proportion to the nature of each, and, above all, greater honor always to the greater virtue, and to the less. And to either in proportion to their respective measure of virtue and education. And this is justice, and is ever the true principle of states, at which we ought to aim, and according to this rule order the new city which is now being founded, and any other city which may be hereafter founded. To this the legislator should look, not to the interests of tyrants one or more, or to the power of the people, but to justice always, which, as I was saying, is the distribution of natural equality among unequals in each case. But there are times at which every state is compelled to use the words, just, equal, in a secondary sense, in the hope of escaping in some degree from factions. For equity and indulgence are infractions of the perfect and strict rule of justice. And this is the reason why we are obliged to use the equality of the lot, in order to avoid the discontent of the people. And so we invoke God and fortune in our prayers, and beg that they themselves will direct the lot with a view to supreme justice. And therefore, although we are compelled to use both equalities, we should use that into which the element of chance enters as seldom as possible. Thus, O my friends, and for the reasons given, should a state act which would endure and be saved. But as a ship sailing on the sea has to be watched night and day, in like manner a city also is sailing on a sea of politics, and is liable to all sorts of insidious assaults. And therefore from morning to night, and from night to morning, rulers must join hands with rulers, and watchers with watchers, receiving and giving up their trust in a perpetual succession. Now a multitude can never fulfill a duty of this sort with anything like energy. Moreover, the greater number of the senators will have to be left during the greater part of the year to order their concerns at their own homes. They will therefore have to be arranged in 12 portions, answering to the 12 months, and furnish guardians of the state, each portion for a single month. Their business is to be at hand and receive any foreigner or citizen who comes to them, whether to give information, or to put one of those questions, to which, when asked by other cities, a city should give an answer, and to which, if she asked them herself, she should receive an answer. Or again, when there is a likelihood of internal commotions, which are always liable to happen in some form or other, they will, if they can, prevent their occurring. Or if they have already occurred, will lose no time in making them known to the city, and healing the evil. Wherefore, also, this which is the presiding body of the state ought always to have the control of their assemblies, and of the dissolutions of them, ordinary as well as extraordinary. All this is to be ordered by the 12th part of the council, which is always to keep watch together with the other officers of the state during one portion of the year, and to rest during the remaining 11 portions. Thus will the city be fairly ordered. And now, who is to have the superintendence of the country, and what shall be the arrangement? Seeing that the whole city and the entire country have been both of them divided into 12 portions, ought there not to be appointed superintendents of the streets of the city, and of the houses, and buildings, and harbors, and the agora, and fountains, and sacred domains, and temples, and the like? Clinias, to be sure there ought. Athenian, let us assume, then, that there ought to be servants of the temples, and priests and priestesses. There must also be superintendents of roads and buildings, who will have a care of men, that they may do no harm, and also of beasts, both within the enclosure and in the suburbs. 3 kinds of officers will thus have to be appointed, in order that the city may be suitably provided according to her needs. Those who have the care of the city shall be called wardens of the city. And those who have the care of the agora shall be called wardens of the agora, and those who have the care of the temple shall be called priests. Those who hold hereditary offices as priests or priestesses, shall not be disturbed. But if there be few or none such, as is probable at the foundation of a new city, priests and priestesses shall be appointed to be servants of the gods who have no servants. Some of our officers shall be elected, and others appointed by lot, those who are of the people and those who are not of the people mingling in a friendly manner in every place and city, that the state may be as far as possible of one mind. The officers of the temple shall be appointed by lot, in this way their election will be committed to God, that he may do what is agreeable to him. And he who obtains a lot shall undergo a scrutiny, first, as to whether he is sound of body and of legitimate birth. And in the second place, in order to show that he is of a perfectly pure family, not stained with homicide or any similar impiety in his own person, and also that his father and mother have led a similar unstained life. Now the laws about all divine things should be brought from Delphi, and interpreters appointed, under whose direction they should be used. The tenure of the priesthood should always be for a year and no longer. And he who will duly execute the sacred office, according to the laws of religion, must be not less than 60 years of age. The laws shall be the same about priestesses. As for the interpreters, they shall be appointed thus: let the 12 tribes be distributed into groups of 4, and let each group select 4, one out of each tribe within the group, 3 times. And let the 3 who have the greatest number of votes, out of the 12 appointed by each group, after undergoing a scrutiny, 9 in all, be sent to Delphi, in order that the god may return one out of each triad. Their age shall be the same as that of the priests, and the scrutiny of them shall be conducted in the same manner. Let them be interpreters for life, and when anyone dies let the 4 tribes select another from the tribe of the deceased. Moreover, besides priests and interpreters, there must be treasurers, who will take charge of the property of the several temples, and of the sacred domains, and shall have authority over the produce and the letting of them. And 3 of them shall be chosen from the highest classes for the greater temples, and 2 for the lesser, and 1 for the least of all. The manner of their election and the scrutiny of them shall be the same as that of the generals. This shall be the order of the temples. Let everything have a guard as far as possible. Let the defense of the city be committed to the generals, and taxiarchs, and hipparchs, and phylarchs, and prytanes, and the wardens of the city, and of the agora, when the election of them has been completed. The defense of the country shall be provided for as follows: the entire land has been already distributed into 12 as nearly as possible equal parts. And let the tribe allotted to a division provide annually for it 5 wardens of the country and commanders of the watch. And let each body of 5 have the power of selecting 12 others out of the youth of their own tribe. These shall be not less than 25 years of age, and not more than 30. And let there be allotted to them severally every month the various districts, in order that they may all acquire knowledge and experience of the whole country. The term of service for commanders and for watchers shall continue during 2 years. After having had their stations allotted to them, they will go from place to place in regular order, making their round from left to right as their commanders direct them. When I speak of going to the right, I mean that they are to go to the east. And at the commencement of the 2nd year, in order that as many as possible of the guards may not only get a knowledge of the country at any one season of the year, but may also have experience of the manner in which different places are affected at different seasons of the year, their then commanders shall lead them again towards the left, from place to place in succession, until they have completed the 2nd year. In the 3rd year other wardens of the country shall be chosen and commanders of the watch, 5 for each division, who are to be the superintendents of the bands of 12. While on service at each station, their attention shall be directed to the following points. In the first place, they shall see that the country is well protected against enemies. They shall trench and dig wherever this is required, and, as far as they can, they shall by fortifications keep off the evil disposed, in order to prevent them from doing any harm to the country or the property. They shall use the beasts of burden and the laborers whom they find on the spot. These will be their instruments whom they will superintend, taking them, as far as possible, at the times when they are not engaged in their regular business. They shall make every part of the country inaccessible to enemies, and as accessible as possible to friends, there shall be ways for man and beasts of burden and for cattle, and they shall take care to have them always as smooth as they can. And shall provide against the rains doing harm instead of good to the land, when they come down from the mountains into the hollow dells. And shall keep in the overflow by the help of works and ditches, in order that the valleys, receiving and drinking up the rain from heaven, and providing fountains and streams in the fields and regions which lie underneath, may furnish even to the dry places plenty of good water. The fountains of water, whether of rivers or of springs, shall be ornamented with plantations and buildings for beauty, and let them bring together the streams in subterraneous channels, and make all things plenteous. And if there be a sacred grove or dedicated precinct in the neighborhood, they shall conduct the water to the actual temples of the gods, and so beautify them at all seasons of the year. Everywhere in such places the youth shall make gymnasia for themselves, and warm baths for the aged, placing by them abundance of dry wood, for the benefit of those laboring under disease. There the weary frame of the rustic, worn with toil, will receive a kindly welcome, far better than he would at the hands of a not overwise doctor. The building of these and the like works will be useful and ornamental, they will provide a pleasing amusement, but they will be a serious employment too. For the 60 wardens will have to guard their several divisions, not only with a view to enemies, but also with an eye to professing friends. When a quarrel arises among neighbors or citizens, and anyone whether slave or freeman wrongs another, let the 5 wardens decide small matters on their own authority. But where the charge against another relates to greater matters, the 17 composed of the 5s and 12s, shall determine any charges which one man brings against another, not involving more than 3 minae. Every judge and magistrate shall be liable to give an account of his conduct in office, except those who, like kings, have the final decision. Moreover, as regards the aforesaid wardens of the country, if they do any wrong to those of whom they have the care, whether by imposing upon them unequal tasks, or by taking the produce of the soil or implements of husbandry without their consent. Also if they receive anything in the way of a bribe, or decide suits unjustly, or if they yield to the influences of flattery, let them be publicly dishonored. And in regard to any other wrong which they do to the inhabitants of the country, if the question be of a mina, let them submit to the decision of the villagers in the neighborhood. But in suits of greater amount, or in case of lesser, if they refuse to submit, trusting that their monthly removal into another part of the country will enable them to escape, in such cases the injured party may bring his suit in the common court. And if he obtain a verdict he may exact from the defendant, who refused to submit, a double penalty. The wardens and the overseers of the country, while on their 2 years' service, shall have common meals at their several stations, and shall all live together. And he who is absent from the common meal, or sleeps out, if only for 1 day or night, unless by order of his commanders, or by reason of absolute necessity, if the 5 denounce him and inscribe his name in the agora as not having kept his guard, let him be deemed to have betrayed the city, as far as lay in his power, and let him be disgraced and beaten with impunity by anyone who meets him and is willing to punish him. If any of the commanders is guilty of such an irregularity, the whole company of 60 shall see to it, and he who is cognizant of the offense, and does not bring the offender to trial, shall be amenable to the same laws as the younger offender himself, and shall pay a heavier fine, and be incapable of ever commanding the young. The guardians of the law are to be careful inspectors of these matters, and shall either prevent or punish offenders. Every man should remember the universal rule, that he who is not a good servant will not be a good master. A man should pride himself more upon serving well than upon commanding well, first upon serving the laws, which is also the service of the gods, in the second place, upon having served ancient and honorable men in the days of his youth. Furthermore, during the 2 years in which anyone is a warden of the country, his daily food ought to be of a simple and humble kind. When the 12 have been chosen, let them and the 5 meet together, and determine that they will be their own servants, and, like servants, will not have other slaves and servants for their own use. Neither will they use those of the villagers and husbandmen for their private advantage, but for the public service only. And in general they should make up their minds to live independently by themselves, servants of each other and of themselves. Further, at all seasons of the year, summer and winter alike, let them be under arms and survey minutely the whole country. Thus they will at once keep guard, and at the same time acquire a perfect knowledge of every locality. There can be no more important kind of information than the exact knowledge of a man's own country. And for this as well as for more general reasons of pleasure and advantage, hunting with dogs and other kinds of sports should be pursued by the young. The service to whom this is committed may be called the secret police or wardens of the country. The name does not much signify, but everyone who has the safety of the state at heart will use his utmost diligence in this service. After the wardens of the country, we have to speak of the election of wardens of the agora and of the city. The wardens of the country were 60 in number, and the wardens of the city will be 3, and will divide the 12 parts of the city into 3. Like the former, they shall have care of the ways, and of the different high roads which lead out of the country into the city, and of the buildings, that they may be all made according to law. Also of the waters, which the guardians of the supply preserve and convey to them, care being taken that they may reach the fountains pure and abundant, and be both an ornament and a benefit to the city. These also should be men of influence, and at leisure to take care of the public interest. Let every man propose as warden of the city anyone whom he likes out of the highest class, and when the vote has been given on them, and the number is reduced to the 6 who have the greatest number of votes, let the electing officers choose by lot 3 out of the 6, and when they have undergone a scrutiny let them hold office according to the laws laid down for them. Next, let the wardens of the agora be elected in like manner, out of the first and second class, 5 in number, 10 are to be first elected, and out of the 10 5 are to be chosen by lot. As in the election of the wardens of the city, these when they have undergone a scrutiny are to be declared magistrates. Everyone shall vote for everyone, and he who will not vote, if he be informed against before the magistrates, shall be fined 50 drachmae, and shall also be deemed a bad citizen. Let anyone who likes go to the assembly and to the general council. It shall be compulsory to go on citizens of the first and second class, and they shall pay a fine of 10 drachmae if they be found not answering to their names at the assembly. But the third and fourth class shall be under no compulsion, and shall be let off without a fine, unless the magistrates have commanded all to be present, in consequence of some urgent necessity. The wardens of the agora shall observe the order appointed by law for the agora, and shall have the charge of the temples and fountains which are in the agora. And they shall see that no one injures anything, and punish him who does, with stripes and bonds, if he be a slave or stranger. But if he be a citizen who misbehaves in this way, they shall have the power themselves of inflicting a fine upon him to the amount of 100 drachmae, or with the consent of the wardens of the city up to double that amount. And let the wardens of the city have a similar power of imposing punishments and fines in their own department, and let them impose fines by their own department. And let them impose fines by their own authority, up to a mina, or up to 2 minae with the consent of the wardens of the agora. In the next place, it will be proper to appoint directors of music and gymnastic, 2 kinds of each, of the one kind the business will be education, of the other, the superintendence of contests. In speaking of education, the law means to speak of those who have the care of order and instruction in gymnasia and schools, and of the going to school, and of school buildings for boys and girls. And in speaking of contests, the law refers to the judges of gymnastics and of music. These again are divided into 2 classes, the one having to do with music, the other with gymnastics. And the same who judge of the gymnastic contests of men, shall judge of horses. But in music there shall be one set of judges of solo singing, and of imitation, I mean of rhapsodists, players on the harp, the flute and the like, and another who shall judge of choral song. First of all, we must choose directors for the choruses of boys, and men, and maidens, whom they shall follow in the amusement of the dance, and for our other musical arrangements. One director will be enough for the choruses, and he should be not less than 40 years of age. One director will also be enough to introduce the solo singers, and to give judgment on the competitors, and he ought not to be less than 30 years of age. The director and manager of the choruses shall be elected after the following manner: let any persons who commonly take an interest in such matters go to the meeting, and be fined if they do not go. The guardians of the law shall judge of their fault, but those who have no interest shall not be compelled. The elector shall propose as director someone who understands music, and he in the scrutiny may be challenged on the one part by those who say he has no skill, and defended on the other hand by those who say that he has. 10 are to be elected by vote, and he of the 10 who is chosen by lot shall undergo a scrutiny, and lead the choruses for a year according to law. And in like manner the competitor who wins the lot shall be leader of the solo and concert music for that year, and he who is thus elected shall deliver the award to the judges. In the next place, we have to choose judges in the contests of horses and of men. These shall be selected from the third and also from the second class of citizens, and 3 first classes shall be compelled to go to the election, but the lowest may stay away with impunity. And let there be 3 elected by lot out of the 20 who have been chosen previously, and they must also have the vote and approval of the examiners. But if anyone is rejected in the scrutiny at any ballot or decision, others shall be chosen in the same manner, and undergo a similar scrutiny. There remains the minister of the education of youth, male and female. He too will rule according to law. One such minister will be sufficient, and he must be 50 years old, and have children lawfully begotten, both boys and girls by preference, at any rate, one or the other. He who is elected, and he who is the elector, should consider that of all the great offices of state this is the greatest. For the first shoot of any plant, if it makes a good start towards the attainment of its natural excellence, has the greatest effect on its maturity, and this is not only true of plants, but of animals wild and tame, and also of men. Man, as we say, is a tame or civilized animal, nevertheless, he requires proper instruction and a fortunate nature, and then of all animals he becomes the most divine and most civilized. 19 But if he be insufficiently or ill-educated he is the most savage of earthly creatures. Wherefore the legislator ought not to allow the education of children to become a secondary or accidental matter. In the first place, he who would be rightly provident about them, should begin by taking care that he is elected, who of all the citizens is in every way best, him the legislator shall do his utmost to appoint guardian and superintendent. To this end all the magistrates, with the exception of the council and prytanes, shall go to the temple of Apollo, and elect by ballot him of the guardians of the law whom they severally think will be the best superintendent of education. And he who has the greatest number of votes, after he has undergone a scrutiny at the hands of all the magistrates who have been his electors, with the exception of the guardians of the law, shall hold office for 5 years. And in the 6th year let another be chosen in like manner to fill his office. If anyone dies while he is holding a public office, and more than 30 days before his term of office expires, let those whose business it is elect another to the office in the same manner as before. And if anyone who is entrusted with orphans dies, let the relations both on the father's and mother's side, who are residing at home, including cousins, appoint another guardian within 10 days, or be fined a drachma a day for neglect to do so. A city which has no regular courts of law ceases to be a city, and again, if a judge is silent and says no more in preliminary proceedings than the litigants, as is the case in arbitrations, he will never be able to decide justly. Wherefore a multitude of judges will not easily judge well, nor a few if they are bad. The point in dispute between the parties should be made clear, and time, and deliberation, and repeated examination, greatly tend to clear up doubts. For this reason, he who goes to law with another, should go first of all to his neighbors and friends who know best the questions at issue. And if he be unable to obtain from them a satisfactory decision, let him have recourse to another court. And if the 2 courts cannot settle the matter, let a third put an end to the suit. Now the establishment of courts of justice may be regarded as a choice of magistrates, for every magistrate must also be a judge of some things. And the judge, though he be not a magistrate, yet in certain respects is a very important magistrate on the day on which he is determining a suit. Regarding then the judges also as magistrates, let us say who are fit to be judges, and of what they are to be judges, and how many of them are to judge in each suit. Let that be the supreme tribunal which the litigants appoint in common for themselves, choosing certain persons by agreement. And let there be 2 other tribunals, one for private causes, when a citizen accuses another of wronging him and wishes to get a decision. The other for public causes, in which some citizen is of opinion that the public has been wronged by an individual, and is willing to vindicate the common interests. And we must not forget to mention how the judges are to be qualified, and who they are to be. In the first place, let there be a tribunal open to all private persons who are trying causes one against another for the third time, and let this be composed as follows: all the officers of state, as well annual as those holding office for a longer period, when the new year is about to commence, in the month following after the summer solstice, on the last day but one of the year, shall meet in some temple, and calling God to witness, shall dedicate one judge from every magistracy to be their firstfruits, choosing in each office him who seems to them to be the best, and whom they deem likely to decide the causes of his fellow citizens during the ensuing year in the best and holiest manner. And when the election is completed, a scrutiny shall be held in the presence of the electors themselves, and if any one be rejected another shall be chosen in the same manner. Those who have undergone the scrutiny shall judge the causes of those who have declined the inferior courts, and shall give their vote openly. The councillors and other magistrates who have elected them shall be required to be hearers and spectators of the causes, and anyone else may be present who pleases. If one man charges another with having intentionally decided wrong, let him go to the guardians of the law and lay his accusation before them, and he who is found guilty in such a case shall pay damages to the injured party equal to half the injury. But if he shall appear to deserve a greater penalty, the judges shall determine what additional punishment he shall suffer, and how much more he ought to pay to the public treasury, and to the party who brought the suit. In the judgment of offences against the state, the people ought to participate, for when anyone wrongs the state all are wronged, and may reasonably complain if they are not allowed to share in the decision. Such causes ought to originate with the people, and they ought also to have the final decision of them, but the trial of them shall take place before 3 of the highest magistrates, upon whom the plaintiff and the defendant shall agree. And if they are not able to come to an agreement themselves, the council shall choose one of the 2 proposed. And in private suits, too, as far as is possible, all should have a share. For he who has no share in the administration of justice, is apt to imagine that he has no share in the state at all. And for this reason there shall be a court of law in every tribe, and the judges shall be chosen by lot. They shall give their decisions at once, and shall be inaccessible to entreaties. The final judgment shall rest with that court which, as we maintain, has been established in the most incorruptible form of which human things admit. This shall be the court established for those who are unable to get rid of their suits either in the courts of neighbors or of the tribes. Thus much of the courts of law, which, as I was saying, cannot be precisely defined either as being or not being offices, a superficial sketch has been given of them, in which some things have been told and others omitted. For the right place of an exact statement of the laws respecting suits, under their several heads, will be at the end of the body of legislation. Let us then expect them at the end. Hitherto our legislation has been chiefly occupied with the appointment of offices. Perfect unity and exactness, extending to the whole and every particular of political administration, cannot be attained to the full, until the discussion shall have a beginning, middle, and end, and is complete in every part. At present we have reached the election of magistrates, and this may be regarded as a sufficient termination of what preceded. And now there need no longer be any delay or hesitation in beginning the work of legislation. Clinias, I like what you have said, stranger, and I particularly like your manner of tacking on the beginning of your new discourse to the end of the former one. Athenian, thus far, then, the old men's rational pastime has gone off well. Clinias, you mean, I suppose, their serious and noble pursuit. Athenian, perhaps, but I should like to know whether you and I are agreed about a certain thing. Clinias, about what thing? Athenian, you know the endless labor which painters expend upon their pictures. They are always putting in or taking out colors, or whatever be the term which artists employ. They seem as if they would never cease touching up their works, which are always being made brighter and more beautiful. Clinias, I know something of these matters from report, although I have never had any great acquaintance with the art. Athenian, no matter. We may make use of the illustration notwithstanding. Suppose that someone had a mind to paint a figure in the most beautiful manner. In the hope that his work instead of losing would always improve as time went on, do you not see that being immortal, unless he leaves someone to succeed him who will correct the flaws which time may introduce, and be able to add what is left imperfect through the defect of the artist, and who will further brighten up and improve the picture, all his great labor will last but a short time. Clinias, true. Athenian, and is not the aim of the legislator similar? First, he desires that his laws should be written down with all possible exactness. In the second place, as time goes on and he has made an actual trial of his decrees, will he not find omissions? Do you imagine that there ever was a legislator so foolish as not to know that many things are necessarily omitted, which someone coming after him must correct, if the constitution and the order of government is not to deteriorate, but to improve in the state which he has established? Clinias, assuredly, that is the sort of thing which everyone would desire. Athenian, and if anyone possesses any means of accomplishing this by word or deed, or has any way great or small by which he can teach a person to understand how he can maintain and amend the laws, he should finish what he has to say, and not leave the work incomplete. Clinias, by all means. Athenian, and is not this what you and I have to do at the present moment? Clinias, what have we to do? Athenian, as we are about to legislate and have chosen our guardians of the law, and are ourselves in the evening of life, and they as compared with us are young men, we ought not only to legislate for them, but to endeavor to make them not only guardians of the law but legislators themselves, as far as this is possible. Clinias, certainly, if we can. Athenian, at any rate, we must do our best. Clinias, of course. Athenian, we will say to them, O friends and saviors of our laws, in laying down any law, there are many particulars which we shall omit, and this cannot be helped. At the same time, we will do our utmost to describe what is important, and will give an outline which you shall fill up. And I will explain on what principle you are to act. Megillus and Clinias and I have often spoken to one another touching these matters, and we are of opinion that we have spoken well. And we hope that you will be of the same mind with us, and become our disciples, and keep in view the things which in our united opinion the legislator and guardian of the law ought to keep in view. There was one main point about which we were agreed, that a man's whole energies throughout life should be devoted to the acquisition of the virtue proper to a man, whether this was to be gained by study, or habit, or some mode of acquisition, or desire, or opinion, or knowledge, and this applies equally to men and women, old and young. The aim of all should always be such as I have described. Anything which may be an impediment, the good man ought to show that he utterly disregards. And if at last necessity plainly compels him to be an outlaw from his native land, rather than bow his neck to the yoke of slavery and be ruled by inferiors, and he has to fly, an exile he must be and endure all such trials, rather than accept another form of government, which is likely to make men worse. These are our original principles. And do you now, fixing your eyes upon the standard of what a man and a citizen ought or ought not to be, praise and blame the laws, blame those which have not this power of making the citizen better, but embrace those which have, and with gladness receive and live in them, bidding a long farewell to other institutions which aim at goods, as they are termed, of a different kind. Let us proceed to another class of laws, beginning with their foundation in religion. And we must first return to the number 5040, the entire number had, and has, a great many convenient divisions, and the number of the tribes which was a 12th part of the whole, being correctly formed by 21 by 20, 5040 divided by 21 by 20, i.e. 5040 divided by 420 is equal to 12, also has them. And not only is the whole number divisible by 12, but also the number of each tribe is divisible by 12. Now every portion should be regarded by us as a sacred gift of heaven, corresponding to the months and to the revolution of the universe. Every city has a guiding and sacred principle given by nature, but in some the division or distribution has been more right than in others, and has been more sacred and fortunate. In our opinion, nothing can be more right than the selection of the number 5040, which may be divided by all numbers from 1 to 12 with the single exception of 11, and that admits of a very easy correction. For if, turning to the dividend, 5040, we deduct 2 families, the defect in the division is cured. And the truth of this may be easily proved when we have leisure. But for the present, trusting to the mere assertion of this principle, let us divide the state. And assigning to each portion some god or son of a god, let us give them altars and sacred rites, and at the altars let us hold assemblies for sacrifice twice in the month, 12 assemblies for the tribes, and 12 for the city, according to their divisions. The first in honor of the gods and divine things, and the second to promote friendship and better acquaintance, as the phrase is, and every sort of good fellowship with one another. For people must be acquainted with those into whose families and whom they marry and with those to whom they give in marriage. In such matters, as far as possible, a man should deem it all important to avoid a mistake, and with this serious purpose let games be instituted in which youths and maidens shall dance together, seeing one another and being seen naked. At a proper age, and on a suitable occasion, not transgressing the rules of modesty. The directors of choruses will be the superintendents and regulators of these games, and they, together with the guardians of the law, will legislate in any matters which we have omitted. For, as we said, where there are numerous and minute details, the legislator must leave out something. And the annual officers who have experience, and know what is wanted, must make arrangements and improvements year by year, until such enactments and provisions are sufficiently determined. A 10 years' experience of sacrifices and dances, if extending to all particulars, will be quite sufficient. And if the legislator be alive they shall communicate with him, but if he be dead then the several officers shall refer the omissions which come under their notice to the guardians of the law, and correct them, until all is perfect. And from that time there shall be no more change, and they shall establish and use the new laws with the others which the legislator originally gave them, and of which they are never, if they can help, to change aught. Or, if some necessity overtakes them, the magistrates must be called into council, and the whole people, and they must go to all the oracles of the gods. And if they are all agreed, in that case they may make the change, but if they are not agreed, by no manner of means, and anyone who dissents shall prevail, as the law ordains. Whenever anyone over 25 years of age, having seen and been seen by others, believes himself to have found a marriage connection which is to his mind, and suitable for the procreation of children, let him marry if he be still under the age of 35 years. But let him first hear how he ought to seek after what is suitable and appropriate. For, as Clinias says, every law should have a suitable prelude. Clinias, you recollect at the right moment, stranger, and do not miss the opportunity which the argument affords of saying a word in season. Athenian, I thank you. We will say to him who is born of good parents, O my son, you ought to make such a marriage as wise men would approve. Now they would advise you neither to avoid a poor marriage, nor specially to desire a rich one. But if other things are equal, always to honor inferiors, and with them to form connections, this will be for the benefit of the city and of the families which are united. For the equable and symmetrical tends infinitely more to virtue than the unmixed. And he who is conscious of being too headstrong, and carried away more than is fitting in all his actions, ought to desire to become the relation of orderly parents. And he who is of the opposite temper ought to seek the opposite alliance. Let there be one word concerning all marriages, every man shall follow, not after the marriage which is most pleasing to himself, but after that which is most beneficial to the state. For somehow everyone is by nature prone to that which is likest to himself, and in this way the whole city becomes unequal in property and in disposition, and hence there arise in most states the very results which we least desire to happen. Now, to add to the law an express provision, not only that the rich man shall not marry into the rich family, nor the powerful into the family of the powerful, but that the slower natures shall be compelled to enter into marriage with the quicker. And the quicker with the slower, may awaken anger as well as laughter in the minds of many. For there is a difficulty in perceiving that the city ought to be well mingled like a cup, in which the maddening wine is hot and fiery, but when chastened by a sober god, receives a fair associate and becomes an excellent and temperate drink. Yet in marriage no one is able to see that the same result occurs. Wherefore also the law must let alone such matters, but we should try to charm the spirits of men into believing the equability of their children's disposition to be of more importance than equality in excessive fortune when they marry. And him who is too desirous of making a rich marriage we should endeavor to turn aside by reproaches, not, however, by any compulsion of written law. Let this then be our exhortation concerning marriage, and let us remember what was said before, that a man should cling to immortality, and leave behind him children's children to be the servants of God in his place forever. All this and much more may be truly said by way of prelude about the duty of marriage. But if a man will not listen, and remains unsocial and alien among his fellow citizens, and is still unmarried at 35 years of age, let him pay a yearly fine. He who of the highest class shall pay a fine of 100 drachmae, and he who is of the second class a fine of 70 drachmae, the third class shall pay 60 drachmae, and the fourth 30 drachmae, and let the money be sacred to hear. He who does not pay the fine annually shall owe 10 times the sum, which the treasurer of the goddess shall exact, and if he fails in doing so, let him be answerable and give an account of the money at his audit. He who refuses to marry shall be thus punished in money, and also be deprived of all honor which the younger show to the elder. Let no young man voluntarily obey him, and, if he attempt to punish anyone, let everyone come to the rescue and defend the injured person, and he who is present and does not come to the rescue shall be pronounced by the law to be a coward and a bad citizen. Of the marriage portion I have already spoken, and again I say for the instruction 20 of poor men that he who neither gives nor receives a dowry on account of poverty, has a compensation. For the citizens of our state are provided with the necessaries of life, and wives will be less likely to be insolent, and husbands to be mean and subservient to them on account of property. And he who obeys this law will do a noble action. But he who will not obey, and gives or receives more than 50 drachmae as the price of the marriage garments if he be of the lowest, or more than a mina, or a mina and a half, if he be of the third or second classes, or 2 minae if he be of the highest class, shall owe to the public treasury a similar sum, and that which is given or received shall be sacred to Here and Zeus. And let the treasurers of these gods exact the money, as was said before about the unmarried, that the treasurers of Here were to exact the money, or pay the fine themselves. The betrothal by a father shall be valid in the first degree, that by a grandfather in the second degree, and in the third degree, betrothal by brothers who have the same father. But if there are none of these alive, the betrothal by a mother shall be valid in like manner. In cases of unexampled fatality, the next of kin and the guardians shall have authority. What are to be the rites before marriages, or any other sacred acts, relating either to future, present, or past marriages, shall be referred to the interpreters, and he who follows their advice may be satisfied. Touching the marriage festival, they shall assemble not more than 5 male and 5 female friends of both families, and a like number of members of the family of either sex, and no man shall spend more than his means will allow. He who is of the richest class may spend a mina, he who is of the second, half a mina, and in the same proportion as the census of each decreases, all men shall praise him who is obedient to the law. But he who is disobedient shall be punished by the guardians of the law as a man wanting in true taste, and uninstructed in the laws of bridal song. Drunkenness is always improper, except at the festivals of the god who gave wine. And peculiarly dangerous, when a man is engaged in the business of marriage. At such a crisis of their lives a bride and bridegroom ought to have all their wits about them, they ought to take care that their offspring may be born of reasonable beings, for on what day or night heaven will give them increase, who can say? Moreover, they ought not to be getting children when their bodies are dissipated by intoxication, but their offspring should be compact and solid, quiet and compounded properly. Whereas the drunkard is all abroad in all his actions, and beside himself both in body and soul. Wherefore, also, the drunken man is bad and unsteady in sowing the seed of increase, and is likely to beget offspring who will be unstable and untrustworthy, and cannot be expected to walk straight either in body or mind. Hence during the whole year and all his life long, and especially while he is begetting children, he ought to take care and not intentionally do what is injurious to health, or what involves insolence and wrong. For he cannot help leaving the impression of himself on the souls and bodies of his offspring, and he begets children in every way inferior. And especially on the day and night of marriage should a man abstain from such things. For the beginning, which is also a God dwelling in man, preserves all things, if it meet with proper respect from each individual. He who marries is further to consider, that one of the two houses in the lot is the nest and nursery of his young, and there he is to marry and make a home for himself and bring up his children, going away from his father and mother. For in friendships there must be some degree of desire, in order to cement and bind together diversities of character. But excessive intercourse not having the desire which is created by time, insensibly dissolves friendships from a feeling of satiety. Wherefore a man and his wife shall leave to his and her father and mother their own dwelling places, and themselves go as to a colony and dwell there, and visit and be visited by their parents. And they shall beget and bring up children, handing on the torch of life from one generation to another, and worshipping the gods according to law forever. In the next place, we have to consider what sort of property will be most convenient. There is no difficulty either in understanding or acquiring most kinds of property, but there is great difficulty in what relates to slaves. And the reason is, that we speak about them in a way which is right and which is not right. For what we say about our slaves is consistent and also inconsistent with our practice about them. Megillus, I do not understand, stranger, what you mean. Athenian, I am not surprised, Megillus, for the state of the Helots among the Lacedaemonians is of all Hellenic forms of slavery the most controverted and disputed about, some approving and some condemning it. There is less dispute about the slavery which exists among the Heracletes, who have subjugated the Mariandynians, and about the Thessalian Penesti. Looking at these and the like examples, what ought we to do concerning property in slaves? I made a remark, in passing, which naturally elicited a question about my meaning from you. It was this: we know that all would agree that we should have the best and most attached slaves whom we can get. For many a man has found his slaves better in every way than brethren or sons, and many times they have saved the lives and property of their masters and their whole house. Such tales are well known. Megillus, to be sure. Athenian, but may we not also say that the soul of the slave is utterly corrupt, and that no man of sense ought to trust them? And the wisest of our poets, speaking of Zeus, says, "Farseeing Zeus takes away half the understanding of men whom the day of slavery subdues." Different persons have got these two different notions of slaves in their minds. Some of them utterly distrust their servants, and, as if they were wild beasts, chastise them with goads and whips, and make their souls 3 times. Or rather many times, as slavish as they were before. And others do just the opposite. Megillus, true. Clinias, then what are we to do in our own country, stranger, seeing that there are such differences in the treatment of slaves by their owners? Athenian, well, Clinias, there can be no doubt that man is a troublesome animal, and therefore he is not very manageable, nor likely to become so, when you attempt to introduce the necessary division of slave, and freeman, and master. Clinias, that is obvious. Athenian, he is a troublesome piece of goods, as has been often shown by the frequent revolts of the Messenians, and the great mischiefs which happen in states having many slaves who speak the same language. And the numerous robberies and lawless life of the Italian banditti, as they are called. A man who considers all this is fairly at a loss. 2 remedies alone remain to us: not to have the slaves of the same country, nor if possible, speaking the same language. In this way they will more easily be held in subjection. Secondly, we should tend them carefully, not only out of regard to them, but yet more out of respect to ourselves. And the right treatment of slaves is to behave properly to them, and to do to them, if possible, even more justice than to those who are our equals. For he who naturally and genuinely reverences justice, and hates injustice, is discovered in his dealings with any class of men to whom he can easily be unjust. And he who in regard to the natures and actions of his slaves is undefiled by impiety and injustice, will best sow the seeds of virtue in them. And this may be truly said of every master, and tyrant, and of every other having authority in relation to his inferiors. Slaves ought to be punished as they deserve, and not admonished as if they were freemen, which will only make them conceited. The language used to a servant ought always to be that of a command, and we ought not to jest with them, whether they are males or females. This is a foolish way which many people have of setting up their slaves, and making the life of servitude more disagreeable both for them and for their masters. Clinias, true. Athenian, now that each of the citizens is provided, as far as possible, with a sufficient number of suitable slaves who can help him in what he has to do, we may next proceed to describe their dwellings. Clinias, very good. Athenian, the city being new and hitherto uninhabited, care ought to be taken of all the buildings, and the manner of building each of them, and also of the temples and walls. These, Clinias, were matters which properly came before the marriages. But, as we are only talking, there is no objection to changing the order. If, however, our plan of legislation is ever to take effect, then the house shall precede the marriage if God so will, and afterwards we will come to the regulations about marriage. But at present we are only describing these matters in a general outline. Clinias, quite true. Athenian, the temples are to be placed all round the agora, and the whole city built on the heights in a circle, for the sake of defense and for the sake of purity. Near the temples are to be placed buildings for the magistrates and the courts of law. In these plaintiff and defendant will receive their due, and the places will be regarded as most holy. Partly because they have to do with holy things, and partly because they are the dwelling places of holy gods, and in them will be held the courts in which cases of homicide and other trials of capital offences may fitly take place. As to the walls, Megillus, I agree with Sparta in thinking that they should be allowed to sleep in the earth, and that we should not attempt to disinter them. There is a poetical saying, which is finely expressed, that walls ought to be of steel and iron, and not of earth. Besides, how ridiculous of us to be sending out our young men annually into the country to dig and to trench, and to keep off the enemy by fortifications, under the idea that they are not to be allowed to set foot in our territory, and then that we should surround ourselves with a wall, which, in the first place, is by no means conducive to the health of cities, and is also apt to produce a certain effeminacy in the minds of the inhabitants. Inviting men to run thither instead of repelling their enemies, and leading them to imagine that their safety is due not to their keeping guard day and night, but that when they are protected by walls and gates, then they may sleep in safety. As if they were not meant to labor, and did not know that true repose comes from labor, and that disgraceful indolence and a careless temper of mind is only the renewal of trouble. But if men must have walls, the private houses ought to be so arranged from the first that the whole city may be one wall, having all the houses capable of defense by reason of their uniformity and equality towards the streets. The form of the city being that of a single dwelling will have an agreeable aspect, and being easily guarded will be infinitely better for security. Until the original building is completed, these should be the principal objects of the inhabitants. And the wardens of the city should superintend the work, and should impose a fine on him who is negligent. And in all that relates to the city they should have a care of cleanliness, and not allow a private person to encroach upon any public property either by buildings or excavations. Further, they ought to take care that the rains from heaven flow off easily, and of any other matters which may have to be administered either within or without the city. The guardians of the law shall pass any further enactments which their experience may show to be necessary, and supply any other points in which the law may be deficient. And now that these matters, and the buildings about the agora, and the gymnasia, and places of instruction, and theatres, are all ready and waiting for scholars and spectators, let us proceed to the subjects which follow marriage in the order of legislation. Clinias, by all means. Athenian, assuming that marriages exist already, Clinias, the mode of life during the year after marriage, before children are born, will follow next in order. In what way bride and bridegroom ought to live in a city which is to be superior to other cities, is a matter not at all easy for us to determine. There have been many difficulties already, but this will be the greatest of them, and the most disagreeable to the many. Still I cannot but say what appears to me to be right and true, Clinias. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, He who imagines that he can give laws for the public conduct of states, while he leaves the private life of citizens wholly to take care of itself. Who thinks that individuals may pass the day as they please, and that there is no necessity of order in all things. He, I say, who gives up the control of their private lives, and supposes that they will conform to law in their common and public life, is making a great mistake. Why have I made this remark? Why, because I am going to enact that the bridegrooms should live at the common tables, just as they did before marriage. This was a singularity when first enacted by the legislator in your parts of the world, Megillus and Clinias, as I should suppose, on the occasion of some war or other similar danger, which caused the passing of the law. And which would be likely to occur in thinly peopled places, and in times of pressure. But when men had once tried and been accustomed to a common table, experience showed that the institution greatly conduced to security, and in some such manner the custom of having common tables arose among you. Clinias, likely enough. Athenian, I said that there may have been singularity and danger in imposing such a custom at first, but that now there is not the same difficulty. There is, however, another institution which is the natural sequel to this, and would be excellent, if it existed anywhere, but at present it does not. The institution of which I am about to speak is not easily described or executed. And would be like the legislator, combing wool into the fire, as people say, or performing any other impossible and useless feat. Clinias, what is the cause, stranger, of this extreme hesitation? Athenian, you shall hear without any fruitless loss of time. That which has law and order in a state is the cause of every good, but that which is disordered or ill-ordered is often the ruin of that which is well-ordered. And at this point the argument is now waiting. For with you, Clinias and Megillus, the common tables of men are, as I said, a heaven-born and admirable institution, but you are mistaken in leaving the women unregulated by law. They have no similar institution of public tables in the light of day. And just that part of the human race which is by nature prone to secrecy and stealth on account of their weakness, I mean the female sex, has been left without regulation by the legislator, which is a great mistake. And, in consequence of this neglect, many things have grown lax among you, which might have been far better, if they had been only regulated by law. For the neglect of regulations about women may not only be regarded as a neglect of half the entire matter 21 but in proportion as woman's nature is inferior to that of men in capacity for virtue. In that degree the consequence of such neglect is more than twice as important. The careful consideration of this matter, and the arranging and ordering on a common principle of all our institutions relating both to men and women, greatly conduces to the happiness of the state. But at present, such is the unfortunate condition of mankind, that no man of sense will even venture to speak of common tables in places and cities in which they have never been established at all. And how can anyone avoid being utterly ridiculous, who attempts to compel women to show in public how much they eat and drink? There is nothing at which the sex is more likely to take offense. For women are accustomed to creep into dark places, and when dragged out into the light they will exert their utmost powers of resistance, and be far too much for the legislator. And therefore, as I said before, in most places they will not endure to have the truth spoken without raising a tremendous outcry, but in this state perhaps they may. And if we may assume that our whole discussion about the state has not been mere idle talk, I should like to prove to you, if you will consent to listen, that this institution is good and proper, but if you had rather not, I will refrain. Clinias, there is nothing which we should both of us like better, stranger, than to hear what you have to say. Athenian, very good. And you must not be surprised if I go back a little, for we have plenty of leisure, and there is nothing to prevent us from considering in every point of view the subject of law. Clinias, true. Athenian, then let us return once more to what we were saying at first. Every man should understand that the human race either had no beginning at all, and will never have an end, but always will be and has been. Or that it began an immense while ago. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, well, and have there not been constitutions and destructions of states, and all sorts of pursuits both orderly and disorderly, and diverse desires of meats and drinks always, and in all the world? And all sorts of changes of the seasons in which animals may be expected to have undergone innumerable transformations of themselves. Clinias, no doubt. Athenian, and may we not suppose that vines appeared, which had previously no existence, and also olives, and the gifts of Demeter and her daughter, of which one Triptolemus was the minister, and that, before these existed, animals took to devouring each other as they do still. Clinias, true. Athenian, again, the practice of men sacrificing one another still exists among many nations. While, on the other hand, we hear of other human beings who did not even venture to taste 22 the flesh of a cow and had no animal sacrifices, but only cakes and fruits dipped in honey, and similar pure offerings, but no flesh of animals. From these they abstained under the idea that they ought not to eat them, and might not stain the altars of the gods with blood. For in those days men are said to have lived a sort of Orphic life, having the use of all lifeless things, but abstaining from all living things. Clinias, such has been the constant tradition, and is very likely true. Athenian, someone might say to us, what is the drift of all this? Clinias, a very pertinent question, stranger. Athenian, and therefore I will endeavor, Clinias, if I can, to draw the natural inference. Clinias, proceed. Athenian, I see that among men all things depend upon three wants and desires, of which the end is virtue, if they are rightly led by them, or the opposite if wrongly. Now these are eating and drinking, which begin at birth. Every animal has a natural desire for them, and is violently excited, and rebels against him who says that he must not satisfy all his pleasures and appetites, and get rid of all the corresponding pains. And the third and greatest and sharpest want and desire breaks out last, and is the fire of sexual lust, which kindles in men every species of wantonness and madness. And these three disorders we must endeavor to master by the three great principles of fear and law and right reason, turning them away from that which is called pleasantest to the best, using the muses and the gods who preside over contests to extinguish their increase and influx. But to return, after marriage let us speak of the birth of children, and after their birth of their nurture and education. In the course of discussion the several laws will be perfected, and we shall at last arrive at the common tables. Whether such associations are to be confined to men, or extended to women also, we shall see better when we approach and take a nearer view of them, and we may then determine what previous institutions are required and will have to precede them. As I said before, we shall see them more in detail, and shall be better able to lay down the laws which are proper or suited to them. Clinias, very true. Athenian, let us keep in mind the words which have now been spoken, for hereafter there may be need of them. Clinias, what do you bid us keep in mind? Athenian, that which we comprehended under the three words, first, eating, secondly, drinking, thirdly, the excitement of love. Clinias, we shall be sure to remember, stranger. Athenian, very good. Then let us now proceed to marriage, and teach persons in what way they shall beget children, threatening them, if they disobey, with the terrors of the law. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, the bride and bridegroom should consider that they are to produce for the state the best and fairest specimens of children which they can. Now all men who are associated in any action always succeed, and they attend and give their mind to what they are doing, but when they do not give their mind or have no mind, they fail. Wherefore let the bridegroom give his mind to the bride and to the begetting of children, and the bride in like manner give her mind to the bridegroom, and particularly at the time when their children are not yet born. And let the women whom we have chosen be the overseers of such matters, and let them in whatever number, large or small, and at whatever time the magistrates may command, assemble every day in the temple of Aletheia during a third part of the day. And being there assembled, let them inform one another of anyone whom they see, whether man or woman, of those who are begetting children, disregarding the ordinances given at the time when the nuptial sacrifices and ceremonies were performed. Let the begetting of children and the supervision of those who are begetting them continue 10 years and no longer, during the time when marriage is fruitful. But if any continue without children up to this time, let them take counsel with their kindred and with the women holding the office of overseer and be divorced for their mutual benefit. If, however, any dispute arises about what is proper and for the interest of either party, they shall choose 10 of the guardians of the law and abide by their permission and appointment. The women who preside over these matters shall enter into the houses of the young, and partly by admonitions and partly by threats make them give over their folly and error. If they persist, let the women go and tell the guardians of the law. And the guardians shall prevent them. But if they too cannot prevent them, they shall bring the matter before the people, and let them write up their names and make oath that they cannot reform such and such an one. And let him who is thus written up, if he cannot in a court of law convict those who have inscribed his name, be deprived of the privileges of a citizen in the following respects: let him not go to weddings nor to the thanksgivings after the birth of children. And if he go, let anyone who pleases strike him with impunity. And let the same regulations hold about women: let not a woman be allowed to appear abroad, or receive honor, or go to nuptial and birthday festivals, if she in like manner be written up as acting disorderly and cannot obtain a verdict. And if, when they themselves have done begetting children according to the law, a man or woman have connection with another man or woman who are still begetting children, let the same penalties be inflicted upon them as upon those who are still having a family. And when the time for procreation has passed, let the man or woman who refrains in such matters be held in esteem, and let those who do not refrain be held in the contrary of esteem, that is to say, disesteem. Now, if the greater part of mankind behave modestly, the enactments of law may be left to slumber, but, if they are disorderly, the enactments having been passed, let them be carried into execution. To every man the first year is the beginning of life, and the time of birth ought to be written down in the temples of their fathers as the beginning of existence to every child, whether boy or girl. Let every phratria have inscribed on a whited wall the names of the successive archons by whom the years are reckoned. And near to them let the living members of the phratria be inscribed, and when they depart life let them be erased. The limit of marriageable ages for a woman shall be from 16 to 20 years at the longest, for a man, from 30 to 35 years, and let a woman hold office at 40, and a man at 30 years. Let a man go out to war from 20 to 60 years, and for a woman, if there appear any need to make use of her in military service, let the time of service be after she shall have brought forth children up to 50 years of age. And let regard be had to what is possible and suitable to each. Book 7. Athenian. And now, assuming children of both sexes to have been born, it will be proper for us to consider, in the next place, their nurture and education. This cannot be left altogether unnoticed, and yet may be thought a subject fitted rather for precept and admonition than for law. In private life there are many little things, not always apparent, arising out of the pleasures and pains and desires of individuals, which run counter to the intention of the legislator, and make the characters of the citizens various and dissimilar. This is an evil in states. For by reason of their smallness and frequent occurrence, there would be an unseemliness and want of propriety in making them penal by law. And if made penal, they are the destruction of the written law, because mankind get the habit of frequently transgressing the law in small matters. The result is that you cannot legislate about them, and still less can you be silent. I speak somewhat darkly, but I shall endeavor also to bring my wares into the light of day, for I acknowledge that at present there is a want of clearness in what I am saying. Clinias. Very true. Athenian. Am I not right in maintaining that a good education is that which tends most to the improvement of mind and body? Clinias. Undoubtedly. Athenian. And nothing can be plainer than that the fairest bodies are those which grow up from infancy in the best and straightest manner? Clinias. Certainly. Athenian. And do we not further observe that the first shoot of every living thing is by far the greatest and fullest? Many will even contend that a man at 25 does not reach twice the height which he attained at 5. Clinias. True. Athenian. Well, and is not rapid growth without proper and abundant exercise the source endless evils in the body? Clinias. Yes. Athenian. And the body should have the most exercise when it receives most nourishment? Clinias. But, stranger, are we to impose this great amount of exercise upon newly born infants? Athenian. Nay, rather on the bodies of infants still unborn. Clinias, what do you mean, my good sir? In the process of gestation? Athenian, exactly. I am not at all surprised that you have never heard of this very peculiar sort of gymnastic applied to such little creatures, which, although strange, I will endeavor to explain to you. Clinias, by all means. Athenian, the practice is more easy for us to understand than for you, by reason of certain amusements which are carried to excess by us at Athens. Not only boys, but often older persons, are in the habit of keeping quails and cocks, which they train to fight one another. And they are far from thinking that the contests in which they stir them up to fight with one another are sufficient exercise. For, in addition to this, they carry them about tucked beneath their armpits, holding the smaller birds in their hands, the larger under their arms, and go for a walk of a great many miles for the sake of health, that is to say, not their own health, but the health of the birds. Whereby they prove to any intelligent person, that all bodies are benefited by shakings and movements, when they are moved without weariness, whether the motion proceeds from themselves, or is caused by a swing, or at sea, or on horseback, or by other bodies in whatever way moving, and that thus gaining the mastery over food and drink, they are able to impart beauty and health and strength. But admitting all this, what follows? Shall we make a ridiculous law that the pregnant woman shall walk about and fashion the embryo within as we fashion wax before it hardens, and after birth swathe the infant for 2 years? Suppose that we compel nurses, under penalty of a legal fine, to be always carrying the children somewhere or other, either to the temples, or into the country, or to their relations' houses, until they are well able to stand. And to take care that their limbs are not distorted by leaning on them when they are too young, they should continue to carry them until the infant has completed its 3rd year. The nurses should be strong, and there should be more than one of them. Shall these be our rules, and shall we impose a penalty for the neglect of them? No, no, the penalty of which we were speaking will fall upon our own heads more than enough. Clinias, what penalty? Athenian, ridicule, and the difficulty of getting the feminine and servant-like dispositions of the nurses to comply. Clinias, then why was there any need to speak of the matter at all? Athenian, the reason is, that masters and freemen in states, when they hear of it, are very likely to arrive at a true conviction that without due regulation of private life in cities, stability in the laying down of laws is hardly to be expected. And he who makes this reflection may himself adopt the laws just now mentioned, and, adopting them, may order his house and state well and be happy. Clinias, likely enough. Athenian, and therefore let us proceed with our legislation until we have determined the exercises which are suited to the souls of young children, in the same manner in which we have begun to go through the rules relating to their bodies. Clinias, by all means. Athenian, let us assume, then, as a first principle in relation both to the body and soul of very young creatures, that nursing and moving about by day and night is good for them all, and that the younger they are, the more they will need it. Infants should live, if that were possible, as if they were always rocking at sea. This is the lesson which we may gather from the experience of nurses, and likewise from the use of the remedy of motion in the rites of the Carabants. For when mothers want their restless children to go to sleep they do not employ rest, but, on the contrary, motion, rocking them in their arms, nor do they give them silence, but they sing to them and lap them in sweet strains. And the Bakshik women are cured of their frenzy in the same manner by the use of the dance and of music. Clinias, well, stranger, and what is the reason of this? Athenian, the reason is obvious. Clinias, what? Athenian, the affection both of the Bacchantes and of the children is an emotion of fear, which springs out of an evil habit of the soul. And when someone applies external agitation to affections of this sort, the motion coming from without gets the better of the terrible and violent internal one, and produces a peace and calm in the soul. And quiets the restless palpitation of the heart, which is a thing much to be desired, sending the children to sleep, and making the Bacchantes, although they remain awake, to dance to the pipe with the help of the gods to whom they offer acceptable sacrifices, and producing in them a sound mind, which takes the place of their frenzy. And, to express what I mean in a word, there is a good deal to be said in favor of this treatment. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, but if fear has such a power, we ought to infer from these facts, that every soul which from youth upward has been familiar with fears, will be made more liable to fear. And everyone will allow that this is the way to form a habit of cowardice and not of courage. Clinias, no doubt. Athenian, and, on the other hand, the habit of overcoming, from our youth upwards, the fears and terrors which beset us, may be said to be an exercise of courage. Clinias, true. Athenian, and we may say that the use of exercise and motion in the earliest years of life greatly contributes to create a part of virtue in the soul. Clinias, quite true. Athenian, further, a cheerful temper, or the reverse, may be regarded as having much to do with high spirit on the one hand, or with cowardice on the other. Clinias, to be sure. Athenian, then now we must endeavor to show how and to what extent we may, if we please, without difficulty implant either character in the young. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, there is a common opinion, that luxury makes the disposition of youth discontented and irascible and vehemently excited by trifles. That on the other hand excessive and savage servitude makes men mean and abject, and haters of their kind, and therefore makes them undesirable associates. Clinias, but how must the state educate those who do not as yet understand the language of the country, and are therefore incapable of appreciating any sort of instruction? Athenian, I will tell you how. Every animal that is born is wont to utter some cry, and this is especially the case with man, and he is also affected with the inclination to weep more than any other animal. Clinias, quite true. Athenian, do not nurses, when they want to know what an infant desires, judge by these signs? When anything is brought to the infant and he is silent, then he is supposed to be pleased, but, when he weeps and cries out, then he is not pleased. For tears and cries are the inauspicious signs by which children show what they love and hate. Now the time which is thus spent is no less than 3 years, and is a very considerable portion of life to be passed ill or well. Clinias, true. Athenian, does not the discontented and ungracious nature appear to you to be full of lamentations and sorrows more than a good man ought to be? Clinias, certainly. Athenian, well, but if during these 3 years every possible care were taken that our nursling should have as little of sorrow and fear, and in general of pain as was possible, might we not expect an early childhood to make his soul more gentle and cheerful? Clinias, to be sure, stranger, more especially if we could procure him a variety of pleasures. Athenian, there I can no longer agree. Clinias, you amaze me. To bring him up in such a way would be his utter ruin. For the beginning is always the most critical part of education. Let us see whether I am right. Clinias, proceed. Athenian, the point about which you and I differ is of great importance, and I hope that you, Megillus, will help to decide between us. For I maintain that the true life should neither seek for pleasures, nor, on the other hand, entirely avoid pains, but should embrace the middle state, which I just spoke of as gentle and benign. And is a state which we by some divine presage and inspiration rightly ascribe to God. Now, I say, he among men, too, who would be divine ought to pursue after this mean habit, he should not rush headlong into pleasures, for he will not be free from pains. Nor should we allow anyone, young or old, male or female, to be thus given any more than ourselves, and least of all the newly born infant, for in infancy more than at any other time the character is ingrained by habit. Nay, more, if I were not afraid of appearing to be ridiculous, I would say that a woman during her year of pregnancy should of all women be most carefully tended, and kept from violent or excessive pleasures and pains. And should at that time cultivate gentleness and benevolence and kindness. Clinias, you need not ask Megillus, stranger, which of us has most truly spoken, for I myself agree that all men ought to avoid the life of unmingled pain or pleasure, and pursue always a middle course. And having spoken well, may I add that you have been well answered? Athenian, very good, Clinias, and now let us all three consider a further point. Clinias, what is it? Athenian, That all the matters which we are now describing are commonly called by the general name of unwritten customs, and what are termed the laws of our ancestors are all of similar nature. And the reflection which lately arose in our minds, that we can neither call these things laws, nor yet leave them unmentioned, is justified. For they are the bonds of the whole state, and come in between the written laws which are or are hereafter to be laid down. They are just ancestral customs of great antiquity, which, if they are rightly ordered and made habitual, shield and preserve the previously existing written law. But if they depart from right and fall into disorder, then they are like the props of builders which slip away out of their place and cause a universal ruin, one part drags another down. And the fair superstructure falls because the old foundations are undermined. Reflecting upon this, Clinias, you ought to bind together the new state in every possible way, omitting nothing, whether great or small, of what are called laws or manners or pursuits, for by these means a city is bound together. And all these things are only lasting when they depend upon one another. And, therefore, we must not wonder if we find that many apparently trifling customs or usages come pouring in and lengthening out our laws. Clinias, very true, we are disposed to agree with you. Athenian, up to the age of 3 years, whether of boy or girl, if a person strictly carries out our previous regulations and makes them a principal aim, he will do much for the advantage of the young creatures. But at 3, 4, 5, and even 6 years the childish nature will require sports. Now is the time to get rid of self-will in him, punishing him, but not so as to disgrace him. We were saying about slaves, that we ought neither to add insult to punishment so as to anger them, nor yet to leave them unpunished lest they become self-willed, and a like rule is to be observed in the case of the freeborn. Children at that age have certain natural modes of amusement which they find out for themselves when they meet. And all the children who are between the ages of 3 and 6 ought to meet at the temples of the villages, the several families of a village uniting on one spot. The nurses are to see that the children behave properly and orderly, they themselves and all their companies are to be under the control of 12 matrons, one for each company, who are annually selected to inspect them from the women previously mentioned, i.e., the women who have authority over marriage, whom the guardians of the law appoint. These matrons shall be chosen by the women who have authority over marriage, one out of each tribe, all are to be of the same age. And let each of them, as soon as she is appointed, hold office and go to the temples every day, punishing all offenders, male or female, who are slaves or strangers, by the help of some of the public slaves. But if any citizen disputes the punishment, let her bring him before the wardens of the city, or, if there be no dispute, let her punish him herself. After the age of 6 years the time has arrived for the separation of the sexes, let boys live with boys, and girls in like manner with girls. Now they must begin to learn, the boys going to teachers of horsemanship and the use of the bow, the javelin, and sling, and the girls too, if they do not object, at any rate until they know how to manage these weapons. And especially how to handle heavy arms. For I may note, that the practice which now prevails is almost universally misunderstood. Clinias, in what respect? Athenian, in that the right and left hand are supposed to be by nature differently suited for our various uses of them. Whereas no difference is found in the use of the feet and the lower limbs, but in the use of the hands we are, as it were, maimed by the folly of nurses and mothers. For although our several limbs are by nature balanced, we create a difference in them by bad habit. In some cases this is of no consequence, as, for example, when we hold the lyre in the left hand, and the plectrum in the right, but it is downright folly to make the same distinction in other cases. The custom of the Scythians proves our error. For they not only hold the bow from them with the left hand and draw the arrow to them with their right, but use either hand for both purposes. And there are many similar examples in charioteering and other things, from which we may learn that those who make the left side weaker than the right act contrary to nature. In the case of the plectrum, which is of horn only, and similar instruments, as I was saying, it is of no consequence, but makes a great difference, and may be of very great importance to the warrior who has to use iron weapons, bows and javelins, and the like. Above all, when in heavy armor, he has to fight against heavy armor. And there is a very great difference between one who has learnt and one who has not, and between one who has been trained in gymnastic exercises and one who has not been. For as he who is perfectly skilled in the pancratium or boxing or wrestling, is not unable to fight from his left side, and does not limp and draggle in confusion when his opponent makes him change his position, so in heavy-armed fighting. And in all other things, if I am not mistaken, the like holds, he who has these double powers of attack and defense ought not in any case to leave them either unused or untrained, if he can help. And if a person had the nature of Georion or Briareus, he ought to be able with his 100 hands to throw 100 darts. Now, the magistrates, male and female, should see to all these things, the women superintending the nursing and amusements of the children, and the men superintending their education, that all of them, boys and girls alike, may be sound hand and foot, and may not, if they can help, spoil the gifts of nature by bad habits. Education has two branches, one of gymnastic, which is concerned with the body, and the other of music, which is designed for the improvement of the soul. And gymnastic has also two branches, dancing and wrestling. And one sort of dancing imitates musical recitation, and aims at preserving dignity and freedom, the other aims at producing health, agility, and beauty in the limbs and parts of the body, giving the proper flexion and extension to each of them. A harmonious motion being diffused everywhere, and forming a suitable accompaniment to the dance. As regards wrestling, the tricks which Antaeus and Circean devised in their systems out of a vain spirit of competition, or the tricks of boxing which Hippias or Amycus invented, are useless and unsuitable for war, and do not deserve to have much said about them. But the art of wrestling erect and keeping free the neck and hands and sides, working with energy and constancy, with a composed strength, for the sake of health, these are always useful, and are not to be neglected, but to be enjoined alike on masters and scholars, when we reach that part of legislation. And we will desire the one to give their instructions freely, and the others to receive them thankfully. Nor, again, must we omit suitable imitations of war in our choruses. Here in Crete you have the armed dances of the Cuorides, and the Lacedaemonians have those of the Dioscuri. And our Virgin Lady, delighting in the amusement of the dance, thought it not fit to amuse herself with empty hands. She must be clothed in a complete suit of armor, and in this attire go through the dance. And youths and maidens should in every respect imitate her, esteeming highly the favor of the goddess, both with a view to the necessities of war, and to festive occasions. It will be right also for the boys, until such time as they go out to war, to make processions and supplications to all the gods in goodly array, armed and on horseback, in dances and marches, fast or slow, offering up prayers to the gods and to the sons of gods. And also engaging in contests and preludes of contests, if at all, with these objects. For these sorts of exercises, and no others, are useful both in peace and war, and are beneficial alike to states and to private houses. But other labors and sports and exercises of the body are unworthy of freemen, O Megillus and Clinias. I have now completely described the kind of gymnastic which I said at first ought to be described. If you know of any better, will you communicate your thoughts? Clinias, it is not easy, stranger, to put aside these principles of gymnastic and wrestling and to enunciate better ones. Athenian, now we must say what has yet to be said about the gifts of the Muses and of Apollo. Before, we fancied that we had said all, and that gymnastic alone remained. But now we see clearly what points have been omitted, and should be first proclaimed. Of these, then, let us proceed to speak. Clinias, by all means. Athenian, let me tell you once more, although you have heard me say the same before, that caution must be always exercised, both by the speaker and by the hearer, about anything that is very singular and unusual. For my tale is one which many a man would be afraid to tell, and yet I have a confidence which makes me go on. Clinias, what have you to say, stranger? Athenian, I say that in states generally no one has observed that the plays of childhood have a great deal to do with the permanence or want of permanence in legislation. For when plays are ordered with a view to children having the same plays, and amusing themselves after the same manner, and finding delight in the same playthings, the more solemn institutions of the state are allowed to remain undisturbed. Whereas if sports are disturbed, and innovations are made in them, and they constantly change, and the young never speak of their having the same likings, or the same established notions of good and bad taste, either in the bearing of their bodies or in their dress, but he who devises something new and out of the way in figures and colors and the like is held in special honor, we may truly say that no greater evil can happen in a state. For he who changes the sports is secretly changing the manners of the young, and making the old to be dishonored among them and the new to be honored. And I affirm that there is nothing which is a greater injury to all states than saying or thinking thus. Will you hear me tell how great I deem the evil to be? Clinias, you mean the evil of blaming antiquity in states? Athenian, exactly. Clinias, if you are speaking of that, you will find in us hearers who are disposed to receive what you say not unfavorably but most favorably. Athenian, I should expect so. Clinias, proceed. Athenian, well, then, let us give all the greater heed to one another's words. The argument affirms that any change whatever except from evil is the most dangerous of all things. This is true in the case of the seasons and of the winds, in the management of our bodies and the habits of our minds, true of all things except, as I said before, of the bad. He who looks at the constitution of individuals accustomed to eat any sort of meat, or drink any drink, or to do any work which they can get, may see that they are at first disordered by them, but afterwards, as time goes on, their bodies grow adapted to them, and they learn to know and like variety, and have good health and enjoyment of life. And if ever afterwards they are confined again to a superior diet, at first they are troubled with disorders, and with difficulty become habituated to their new food. A similar principle we may imagine to hold good about the minds of men and the natures of their souls. For when they have been brought up in certain laws, which by some divine providence have remained unchanged during long ages, so that no one has any memory or tradition of their ever having been otherwise than they are, then everyone is afraid and ashamed to change that which is established. The legislator must somehow find a way of implanting this reverence for antiquity, and I would propose the following way. People are apt to fancy, as I was saying before, that when the plays of children are altered they are merely plays, not seeing that the most serious and detrimental consequences arise out of the change. And they readily comply with the child's wishes instead of deterring him, not considering that these children who make innovations in their games, when they grow up to be men, will be different from the last generation of children, and, being different, will desire a different sort of life, and under the influence of this desire will want other institutions and laws. And no one of them reflects that there will follow what I just now called the greatest of evils to states. Changes in bodily fashions are no such serious evils, but frequent changes in the praise and censure of manners are the greatest of evils, and require the utmost provision. Clinias, to be sure. Athenian, and now do we still hold to our former assertion, that rhythms and music in general are imitations of good and evil characters in men? What say you? Clinias, that is the only doctrine which we can admit. Athenian, must we not, then, try in every possible way to prevent our youth from even desiring to imitate new modes either in dance or song? Nor must anyone be allowed to offer them varieties of pleasures. Clinias, most true. Athenian, can any of us imagine a better mode of effecting this object than that of the Egyptians? Clinias, what is their method? Athenian, to consecrate every sort of dance or melody. First we should ordain festivals, calculating for the year what they ought to be, and at what time, and in honor of what gods, sons of gods, and heroes they ought to be celebrated. And, in the next place, what hymns ought to be sung at the several sacrifices, and with what dances the particular festival is to be honored. This has to be arranged at first by certain persons, and, when arranged, the whole assembly of the citizens are to offer sacrifices and libations to the Fates and all the other gods, and to consecrate the several odes to gods and heroes, and if anyone offers any other hymns or dances to any one of the gods, the priests and priestesses, acting in concert with the guardians of the law, shall, with the sanction of religion and the law, exclude him, and he who is excluded, if he do not submit, shall be liable all his life long to have a suit of impiety brought against him by anyone who likes. Clinias, very good. Athenian, in the consideration of this subject, let us remember what is due to ourselves. Clinias, to what are you referring? Athenian, I mean that any young man, and much more any old one, when he sees or hears anything strange or unaccustomed, does not at once run to embrace the paradox, but he stands considering, like a person who is at a place where three paths meet, and does not very well know his way. He may be alone or he may be walking with others, and he will say to himself and them, which is the way? And will not move forward until he is satisfied that he is going right. And this is what we must do in the present instance. A strange discussion on the subject of law has arisen, which requires the utmost consideration, and we should not at our age be too ready to speak about such great matters, or be confident that we can say anything certain all in a moment. Clinias, most true. Athenian, then we will allow time for reflection, and decide when we have given the subject sufficient consideration. But that we may not be hindered from completing the natural arrangement of our laws, let us proceed to the conclusion of them in due order. For very possibly, if God will, the exposition of them, when completed, may throw light on our present perplexity. Clinias, excellent, stranger, let us do as you propose. Athenian, let us then affirm the paradox that strains of music are our laws, numu omicron iota, and this latter being the name which the ancients gave to lyric songs, they probably would not have very much objected to our proposed application of the word. Someone, either asleep or awake, must have had a dreamy suspicion of their nature. And let our decree be as follows: no one in singing or dancing shall offend against public and consecrated models, and the general fashion among the youth, any more than he would offend against any other law. And he who observes this law shall be blameless, but he who is disobedient, as I was saying, shall be punished by the guardians of the laws, and by the priests and priestesses. Suppose that we imagine this to be our law. Clinias, very good. Athenian, can anyone who makes such laws escape ridicule? Let us see. I think that our only safety will be in first framing certain models for composers. One of these models shall be as follows: if when a sacrifice is going on, and the victims are being burnt according to law, if, I say, anyone who may be a son or brother, standing by another at the altar and over the victims, horribly blasphemes, will not his words inspire despondency and evil omens and forebodings in the mind of his father and of his other kinsmen? Clinias, of course. Athenian, and this is just what takes place in almost all our cities. A magistrate offers a public sacrifice, and there come in not one but many choruses, who take up a position a little way from the altar, and from time to time pour forth all sorts of horrible blasphemies on the sacred rites, exciting the souls of the audience with words and rhythms and melodies most sorrowful to hear. And he who at the moment when the city is offering sacrifice makes the citizens weep most, carries away the palm of victory. Now, ought we not to forbid such strains as these? And if ever our citizens must hear such lamentations, then on some unblessed and inauspicious day let there be choruses of foreign and hired minstrels, like those hirelings who accompany the departed at funerals with barbarous Carian chants. That is the sort of thing which will be appropriate if we have such strains at all, and let the apparel of the singers be, not circlets and ornaments of gold, but the reverse. Enough of all this. I will simply ask once more whether we shall lay down as one of our principles of song. Clinias, what? Athenian, that we should avoid every word of evil omen. Let that kind of song which is of good omen be heard everywhere and always in our state. I need hardly ask again, but shall assume that you agree with me. Clinias, by all means, that law is approved by the suffrages of us all. Athenian, but what shall be our next musical law or type? Ought not prayers to be offered up to the gods when we sacrifice? Clinias, certainly. Athenian, and our third law, if I am not mistaken, will be to the effect that our poets, understanding prayers to be requests which we make to the gods, will take especial heed that they do not by mistake ask for evil instead of good. To make such a prayer would surely be too ridiculous. Clinias, very true. Athenian, were we not a little while ago quite convinced that no silver or golden Plutist should dwell in our state? Clinias, to be sure. Athenian, and what has it been the object of our argument to show? Did we not imply that the poets are not always quite capable of knowing what is good or evil? And if one of them utters a mistaken prayer in song or words, he will make our citizens pray for the opposite of what is good in matters of the highest import, than which, as I was saying, there can be few greater mistakes. Shall we then propose as one of our laws and models relating to the Muses? Clinias, what? Will you explain the law more precisely? Athenian, shall we make a law that the poet shall compose nothing contrary to the ideas of the lawful, or just, or beautiful, or good, which are allowed in the state? Nor shall he be permitted to communicate his compositions to any private individuals, until he shall have shown them to the appointed judges and the guardians of the law, and they are satisfied with them. As to the persons whom we appoint to be our legislators about music and as to the director of education, these have been already indicated. Once more then, as I have asked more than once, shall this be our third law, and type, and model, what do you say? Clinias, let it be so, by all means. Athenian, then it will be proper to have hymns and praises of the gods, intermingled with prayers, and after the gods' prayers and praises should be offered in like manner to demigods and heroes, suitable to their several characters. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, in the next place there will be no objection to a law, that citizens who are departed and have done good and energetic deeds, either with their souls or with their bodies, and have been obedient to the laws, should receive eulogies. This will be very fitting. Clinias, quite true. Athenian, but to honor with hymns and panegyrics those who are still alive is not safe. A man should run his course, and make a fair ending, and then we will praise him. And let praise be given equally to women as well as men who have been distinguished in virtue. The order of songs and dances shall be as follows. There are many ancient musical compositions and dances which are excellent, and from these the newly founded city may freely select what is proper and suitable. And they shall choose judges of not less than 50 years of age, who shall make the selection, and any of the old poems which they deem sufficient they shall include. Any that are deficient or altogether unsuitable, they shall either utterly throw aside, or examine and amend, taking into their counsel poets and musicians, and making use of their poetical genius. But explaining to them the wishes of the legislator in order that they may regulate dancing, music, and all choral strains, according to the mind of the judges. And not allowing them to indulge, except in some few matters, their individual pleasures and fancies. Now the irregular strain of music is always made 10,000 times better by attaining to law and order, and rejecting the honeyed muse, not however that we mean wholly to exclude pleasure, which is the characteristic of all music. And if a man be brought up from childhood to the age of discretion and maturity in the use of the orderly and severe music, when he hears the opposite he detests it, and calls it illiberal. But if trained in the sweet and vulgar music, he deems the severer kind cold and displeasing. So that, as I was saying before, while he who hears them gains no more pleasure from the one than from the other, the one has the advantage of making those who are trained in it better men, whereas the other makes them worse. Clinias, very true. Athenian, again, we must distinguish and determine on some general principle what songs are suitable to women, and what to men, and must assign to them their proper melodies and rhythms. It is shocking for a whole harmony to be inharmonical, or for a rhythm to be unrhythmical, and this will happen when the melody is inappropriate to them. And therefore the legislator must assign to these also their forms. Now both sexes have melodies and rhythms which of necessity belong to them, and those of women are clearly enough indicated by their natural difference. The grand, and that which tends to courage, may be fairly called manly. But that which inclines to moderation and temperance, may be declared both in law and in ordinary speech to be the more womanly quality. This, then, will be the general order of them. Let us now speak of the manner of teaching and imparting them, and the persons to whom, and the time when, they are severally to be imparted. As the shipwright first lays down the lines of the keel, and thus, as it were, draws the ship in outline, so do I seek to distinguish the patterns of life, and lay down their keels according to the nature of different men's souls. Seeking truly to consider by what means, and in what ways, we may go through the voyage of life best. Now human affairs are hardly worth considering in earnest, and yet we must be in earnest about them, a sad necessity constrains us. And having got thus far, there will be a fitness in our completing the matter, if we can only find some suitable method of doing so. But what do I mean? Someone may ask this very question, and quite rightly, too. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, I say that about serious matters a man should be serious, and about a matter which is not serious he should not be serious. And that God is the natural and worthy object of our most serious and blessed endeavors, for man, as I said before, is made to be the plaything of God, and this, truly considered, is the best of him. Wherefore also every man and woman should walk seriously, and pass life in the noblest of pastimes, and be of another mind from what they are at present. Clinias, in what respect? Athenian, at present they think that their serious pursuits should be for the sake of their sports, for they deem war a serious pursuit, which must be managed well for the sake of peace. But the truth is, that there neither is, nor has been, nor ever will be, either amusement or instruction in any degree worth speaking of in war, which is nevertheless deemed by us to be the most serious of our pursuits. And therefore, as we say, every one of us should live the life of peace as long and as well as he can. And what is the right way of living? Are we to live in sports always? If so, in what kind of sports? We ought to live sacrificing, and singing, and dancing, and then a man will be able to propitiate the gods, and to defend himself against his enemies and conquer them in battle. The type of song or dance by which he will propitiate them has been described, and the paths along which he is to proceed have been cut for him. He will go forward in the spirit of the poet. 23. Telemachus, some things thou wilt thyself find in thy heart, but other things God will suggest, for I deem that thou wast not born or brought up without the will of the gods. And this ought to be the view of our alumni. They ought to think that what has been said is enough for them, and that any other things their genius and God will suggest to them, he will tell them to whom, and when, and to what God severally they are to sacrifice and perform dances. And how they may propitiate the deities, and live according to the appointment of nature. Being for the most part puppets, but having some little share of reality. Megillus, you have a low opinion of mankind, stranger. Athenian, nay, Megillus, be not amazed, but forgive me, I was comparing them with the gods. And under that feeling I spoke. Let us grant, if you wish, that the human race is not to be despised, but is worthy of some consideration. Next follow the buildings for gymnasia and schools open to all. These are to be in 3 places in the midst of the city. And outside the city and in the surrounding country, also in 3 places, there shall be schools for horse exercise, and large grounds arranged with a view to archery and the throwing of missiles, at which young men may learn and practice. Of these mention has already been made, and if the mention be not sufficiently explicit, let us speak further of them and embody them in laws. In these several schools let there be dwellings for teachers, who shall be brought from foreign parts by pay, and let them teach those who attend the schools the art of war and the art of music. And the children shall come not only if their parents please, but if they do not please. There shall be compulsory education, as the saying is, of all and sundry, as far as this is possible, and the pupils shall be regarded as belonging to the state rather than to their parents. My law would apply to females as well as males. They shall both go through the same exercises. I assert without fear of contradiction that gymnastic and horsemanship are as suitable to women as to men. Of the truth of this I am persuaded from ancient tradition, and at the present day there are said to be countless myriads of women in the neighborhood of the Black Sea, called Sauromatides, who not only ride on horseback like men, but have enjoined upon them the use of bows and other weapons equally with the men. And I further affirm, that if these things are possible, nothing can be more absurd than the practice which prevails in our own country, of men and women not following the same pursuits with all their strength and with one mind, for thus the state, instead of being a whole, is reduced to a half, but has the same imposts to pay and the same toils to undergo. And what can be a greater mistake for any legislator to make than this? Clinias, very true, yet much of what has been asserted by us, stranger, is contrary to the custom of states. Still, in saying that the discourse should be allowed to proceed, and that when the discussion is completed, we should choose what seems best, you spoke very properly, and I now feel compunction for what I have said. Tell me, then, what you would next wish to say. Athenian, I should wish to say, Clinias, as I said before, that if the possibility of these things were not sufficiently proven in fact, then there might be an objection to the argument, but the fact being as I have said. He who rejects the law must find some other ground of objection. And, failing this, our exhortation will still hold good, nor will anyone deny that women ought to share as far as possible in education and in other ways with men. For consider. If women do not share in their whole life with men, then they must have some other order of life. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, and what arrangement of life to be found anywhere is preferable to this community which we are now assigning to them? Shall we prefer that which is adopted by the Thracians and many other races who use their women to till the ground and to be shepherds of their herds and flocks, and to minister to them like slaves? Or shall we do as we and people in our part of the world do, getting together, as the phrase is, all our goods and chattels into one dwelling, we entrust them to our women, who are the stewards of them, and who also preside over the shuttles and the whole art of spinning? Or shall we take a middle course, as in Lacedaemon, Megillus, letting the girls share in gymnastic and music, while the grown-up women, no longer employed in spinning wool, are hard at work weaving the web of life? Which will be no cheap or mean employment, and in the duty of serving and taking care of the household and bringing up the children, in which they will observe a sort of mean, not participating in the toils of war. And if there were any necessity that they should fight for their city and families, unlike the Amazons, they would be unable to take part in archery or any other skilled use of missiles, nor could they, after the example of the goddess, carry shield or spear, or stand up nobly for their country when it was being destroyed, and strike terror into their enemies, if only because they were seen in regular order. Living as they do, they would never dare at all to imitate the Sauromatides, who, when compared with ordinary women, would appear to be like men. Let him who will, praise your legislators, but I must say what I think. The legislator ought to be whole and perfect, and not half a man only. He ought not to let the female sex live softly and waste money and have no order of life, while he takes the utmost care of the male sex, and leaves half of life only blessed with happiness, when he might have made the whole state happy. Megillus, what shall we do, Clinias? Shall we allow a stranger to run down Sparta in this fashion? Clinias, yes, for as we have given him liberty of speech we must let him go on until we have perfected the work of legislation. Megillus, very true. Athenian, then now I may proceed? Clinias, by all means. Athenian, what will be the manner of life among men who may be supposed to have their food and clothing provided for them in moderation, and who have entrusted the practice of the arts to others, and whose husbandry committed to slaves paying a part of the produce, brings them a return sufficient for men living temperately? Who, moreover, have common tables in which the men are placed apart, and near them are the common tables of their families, of their daughters and mothers, which day by day, the officers, male and female, are to inspect, they shall see to the behavior of the company, and so dismiss them. After which the presiding magistrate and his attendants shall honor with libations those gods to whom that day and night are dedicated, and then go home? To men whose lives are thus ordered, is there no work remaining to be done which is necessary and fitting, but shall each one of them live fattening like a beast? Such a life is neither just nor honorable, nor can he who lives it fail of meeting his due. And the due reward of the idle fatted beast is that he should be torn in pieces by some other valiant beast whose fatness is worn down by brave deeds and toil. These regulations, if we duly consider them, will never be exactly carried into execution under present circumstances, nor as long as women and children and houses and all other things are the private property of individuals. But if we can attain the second best form of polity, we shall be very well off. And to men living under this second polity there remains a work to be accomplished which is far from being small or insignificant, but is the greatest of all works, and ordained by the appointment of righteous law. For the life which may be truly said to be concerned with the virtue of body and soul is twice, or more than twice, as full of toil and trouble as the pursuit after Pythian and Olympic victories, which debars a man from every employment of life. For there ought to be no bywork interfering with the greater work of providing the necessary exercise and nourishment for the body, and instruction and education for the soul. Night and day are not long enough for the accomplishment of their perfection and consummation. And therefore to this end all freemen ought to arrange the way in which they will spend their time during the whole course of the day, from morning till evening and from evening till the morning of the next sunrise. There may seem to be some impropriety in the legislator determining minutely the numberless details of the management of the house, including such particulars as the duty of wakefulness in those who are to be perpetual watchmen of the whole city. For that any citizen should continue during the whole of any night in sleep, instead of being seen by all his servants, always the first to awake and get up, this, whether the regulation is to be called a law or only a practice, should be deemed base and unworthy of a freeman. Also that the mistress of the house should be awakened by her handmaidens instead of herself first awakening them, is what the slaves, male and female, and the serving boys, and, if that were possible, everybody and everything in the house should regard as base. If they rise early, they may all of them do much of their public and of their household business, as magistrates in the city, and masters and mistresses in their private houses, before the sun is up. Much sleep is not required by nature either for our souls or bodies, or for the actions which they perform. For no one who is asleep is good for anything, any more than if he were dead. But he of us who has the most regard for life and reason keeps awake as long as he can, reserving only so much time for sleep as is expedient for health, and much sleep is not required, if the habit of moderation be once rightly formed. Magistrates in states who keep awake at night are terrible to the bad, whether enemies or citizens, and are honored and reverenced by the just and temperate, and are useful to themselves and to the whole state. A night which is passed in such a manner, in addition to all the above-mentioned advantages, infuses a sort of courage into the minds of the citizens. When the day breaks, the time has arrived for youth to go to their schoolmasters. Now neither sheep nor any other animals can live without a shepherd, nor can children be left without tutors, or slaves without masters. And of all animals the boy is the most unmanageable, inasmuch as he has the fountain of reason in him not yet regulated. He is the most insidious, sharp-witted, and insubordinate of animals. Wherefore he must be bound with many bridles. In the first place, when he gets away from mothers and nurses, he must be under the management of tutors on account of his childishness and foolishness. Then, again, being a freeman, he must be controlled by teachers, no matter what they teach, and by studies. But he is also a slave, and in that regard any freeman who comes in his way may punish him and his tutor and his instructor, if any of them does anything wrong. And he who comes across him and does not inflict upon him the punishment which he deserves, shall incur the greatest disgrace. And let the guardian of the law, who is the director of education, see to him who coming in the way of the offences which we have mentioned, does not chastise them when he ought, or chastises them in a way which he ought not. Let him keep a sharp lookout, and take especial care of the training of our children, directing their natures, and always turning them to good according to the law. But how can our law sufficiently train the director of education himself? For as yet all has been imperfect, and nothing has been said either clear or satisfactory. Now, as far as possible, the law ought to leave nothing to him, but to explain everything, that he may be an interpreter and tutor to others. About dances and music and choral strains, I have already spoken both as to the character of the selection of them, and the manner in which they are to be amended and consecrated. But we have not as yet spoken, O illustrious guardian of education, of the manner in which your pupils are to use those strains which are written in prose, although you have been informed what martial strains they are to learn and practice. What relates in the first place to the learning of letters, and secondly, to the lyre, and also to calculation, which, as we were saying, is needful for them all to learn. and any other things which are required with a view to war and the management of house and city, and, looking to the same object, what is useful in the revolutions of the heavenly bodies, the stars and sun and moon. And the various regulations about these matters which are necessary for the whole state. I am speaking of the arrangements of days in periods of months, and of months in years, which are to be observed. In order that seasons and sacrifices and festivals may have their regular and natural order, and keep the city alive and awake, the gods receiving the honors due to them, and men having a better understanding about them, all these things, O my friend, have not yet been sufficiently declared to you by the legislator. Attend, then, to what I am now going to say. We were telling you, in the first place, that you were not sufficiently informed about letters. And the objection was to this effect, that you were never told whether he who was meant to be a respectable citizen should apply himself in detail to that sort of learning, or not apply himself at all. And the same remark holds good of the study of the lyre. But now we say that he ought to attend to them. A fair time for a boy of 10 years old to spend in letters is 3 years. The age of 13 is the proper time for him to begin to handle the lyre, and he may continue at this for another 3 years, neither more nor less, and whether his father or himself like or dislike the study. He is not to be allowed to spend more or less time in learning music than the law allows. And let him who disobeys the law be deprived of those youthful honors of which we shall hereafter speak. Here, however, first of all, what the young ought to learn in the early years of life, and what their instructors ought to teach them. They ought to be occupied with their letters until they are able to read and write. But the acquisition of perfect beauty or quickness in writing, if nature has not stimulated them to acquire these accomplishments in the given number of years, they should let alone. And as to the learning of compositions committed to writing which are not set to the lyre, whether metrical or without rhythmical divisions, compositions in prose, as they are termed, having no rhythm or harmony, seeing how dangerous are the writings handed down to us by many writers of this class, what will you do with them, O most excellent guardians of the law? Or how can the lawgiver rightly direct you about them? I believe that he will be in great difficulty. Clinias, what troubles you, stranger? And why are you so perplexed in your mind? Athenian, you naturally ask, Clinias, and to you and Megillus, who are my partners in the work of legislation, I must state the more difficult as well as the easier parts of the task. Clinias, to what do you refer in this instance? Athenian, I will tell you. There is a difficulty in opposing many myriads of mouths. Clinias, well, and have we not already opposed the popular voice in many important enactments? Athenian, that is quite true. And you mean to imply that the road which we are taking may be disagreeable to some but is agreeable to as many others, or if not to as many, at any rate to persons not inferior to the others, and in company with them you bid me, at whatever risk, to proceed along the path of legislation which has opened out of our present discourse, and to be of good cheer, and not to faint. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, and I do not faint. I say, indeed, that we have a great many poets writing in hexameter, trimeter, and all sorts of measures, some who are serious, others who aim only at raising a laugh, and all mankind declare that the youth who are rightly educated should be brought up in them and saturated with them. Some insist that they should be constantly hearing them read aloud, and always learning them, so as to get by heart entire poets. While others select choice passages and long speeches, and make compendiums of them, saying that these ought to be committed to memory, if a man is to be made good and wise by experience and learning of many things. And you want me now to tell them plainly in what they are right and in what they are wrong. Clinias, yes, I do. Athenian, but how can I in one word rightly comprehend all of them? I am of opinion, and, if I am not mistaken, there is a general agreement, that every one of these poets has said many things well and many things the reverse of well, and if this be true, then I do affirm that much learning is dangerous to youth. Clinias, how would you advise the guardian of the law to act? Athenian, in what respect? Clinias, I mean to what pattern should he look as his guide in permitting the young to learn some things and forbidding them to learn others? Do not shrink from answering. Athenian, my good Clinias, I rather think that I am fortunate. Clinias, how so? Athenian, I think that I am not wholly in want of a pattern, for when I consider the words which we have spoken from early dawn until now, and which, as I believe, have been inspired by heaven, they appear to me to be quite like a poem. When I reflected upon all these words of ours, I naturally felt pleasure, for of all the discourses which I have ever learnt or heard, either in poetry or prose, this seemed to me to be the justest, and most suitable for young men to hear. I cannot imagine any better pattern than this which the guardian of the law who is also the director of education can have. He cannot do better than advise the teachers to teach the young these words and any which are of a like nature, if he should happen to find them, either in poetry or prose, or if he come across unwritten discourses akin to ours. He should certainly preserve them, and commit them to writing. And, first of all, he shall constrain the teachers themselves to learn and approve them, and any of them who will not, shall not be employed by him, but those whom he finds agreeing in his judgment. He shall make use of and shall commit to them the instruction and education of youth. And here and on this wise let my fanciful tale about letters and teachers of letters come to an end. Clinias, I do not think, stranger, that we have wandered out of the proposed limits of the argument. But whether we are right or not in our whole conception, I cannot be very certain. Athenian, the truth, Clinias, may be expected to become clearer when, as we have often said, we arrive at the end of the whole discussion about laws. Clinias, yes. Athenian, and now that we have done with the teacher of letters, the teacher of the lyre has to receive orders from us. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, I think that we have only to recollect our previous discussions, and we shall be able to give suitable regulations touching all this part of instruction and education to the teachers of the lyre. Clinias, to what do you refer? Athenian, we were saying, if I remember rightly, that the 60-years-old choristers of Dionysus were to be specially quick in their perceptions of rhythm and musical composition, that they might be able to distinguish good and bad imitation. That is to say, the imitation of the good or bad soul when under the influence of passion, rejecting the one and displaying the other in hymns and songs, charming the souls of youth, and inviting them to follow and attain virtue by the way of imitation. Clinias, very true. Athenian, and with this view the teacher and the learner ought to use the sounds of the lyre, because its notes are pure, the player who teaches and his pupil rendering note for note in unison. But complexity, and variation of notes, when the strings give one sound and the poet or composer of the melody gives another, also when they make concords and harmonies in which lesser and greater intervals, slow and quick, or high and low notes, are combined, or, again, when they make complex variations of rhythms, which they adapt to the notes of the lyre, all that sort of thing is not suited to those who have to acquire speedy and useful knowledge of music in 3 years. For opposite principles are confusing, and create a difficulty in learning, and our young men should learn quickly, and their mere necessary acquirements are not few or trifling, as will be shown in due course. Let the director of education attend to the principles concerning music which we are laying down. As to the songs and words themselves which the masters of choruses are to teach and the character of them, they have been already described by us, and are the same which, when consecrated and adapted to the different festivals, we said were to benefit cities by affording them an innocent amusement. Clinias, that, again, is true. Athenian, then let him who has been elected a director of music receive these rules from us as containing the very truth, and may he prosper in his office. Let us now proceed to lay down other rules in addition to the preceding about dancing and gymnastic exercise in general. Having said what remained to be said about the teaching of music, let us speak in like manner about gymnastic. For boys and girls ought to learn to dance and practice gymnastic exercises, ought they not? Clinias, yes. Athenian, then the boys ought to have dancing masters, and the girls dancing mistresses to exercise them. Clinias, very good. Athenian, then once more let us summon him who has the chief concern in the business, the superintendent of youth, i.e. the director of education. He will have plenty to do, if he is to have the charge of music and gymnastic. Clinias, But how will an old man be able to attend to such great charges? Athenian, O my friend, there will be no difficulty, for the law has already given and will give him permission to select as his assistants in this charge any citizens, male or female, whom he desires. And he will know whom he ought to choose, and will be anxious not to make a mistake, from a due sense of responsibility, and from a consciousness of the importance of his office. And also because he will consider that if young men have been and are well brought up, then all things go swimmingly, but if not, it is not meet to say, nor do we say, what will follow. Lest the regarders of omens should take alarm about our infant state. Many things have been said by us about dancing and about gymnastic movements in general. For we include under gymnastics all military exercises, such as archery, and all hurling of weapons, and the use of the light shield, and all fighting with heavy arms, and military evolutions, and movements of armies, and encampings. And all that relates to horsemanship. Of all these things there ought to be public teachers, receiving pay from the state, and their pupils should be the men and boys in the state, and also the girls and women, who are to know all these things. While they are yet girls they should have practiced dancing in arms and the whole art of fighting. When grown-up women, they should apply themselves to evolutions and tactics, and the mode of grounding in taking up arms. If for no other reason, yet in case the whole military force should have to leave the city and carry on operations of war outside, that those who will have to guard the young and the rest of the city may be equal to the task. And, on the other hand, when enemies, whether barbarian or Hellenic, come from without with mighty force and make a violent assault upon them, and thus compel them to fight for the possession of the city, which is far from being an impossibility. Great would be the disgrace to the state, if the women had been so miserably trained that they could not fight for their young, as birds will, against any creature however strong, and die or undergo any danger. But must instantly rush to the temples and crowd at the altars and shrines, and bring upon human nature the reproach, that of all animals man is the most cowardly. Clinias, such a want of education, stranger, is certainly an unseemly thing to happen in a state, as well as a great misfortune. Athenian, suppose that we carry our law to the extent of saying that women ought not to neglect military matters, but that all citizens, male and female alike, shall attend to them. Clinias, I quite agree. Athenian, of wrestling we have spoken in part, but of what I should call the most important part we have not spoken, and cannot easily speak without showing at the same time by gesture as well as in word what we mean. When word and action combine, and not till then, we shall explain clearly what has been said, pointing out that of all movements wrestling is most akin to the military art, and is to be pursued for the sake of this. And not this for the sake of wrestling. Clinias, excellent. Athenian, enough of wrestling, we will now proceed to speak of other movements of the body. Such motion may be in general called dancing, and is of two kinds, one of nobler figures, imitating the honorable, the other of the more ignoble figures, imitating the mean, and of both these there are two further subdivisions. Of the serious, one kind is of those engaged in war and vehement action, and is the exercise of a noble person and a manly heart. The other exhibits a temperate soul in the enjoyment of prosperity and modest pleasures, and may be truly called and is the dance of peace. The warrior dance is different from the peaceful one, and may be rightly termed Pyrrhic. This imitates the modes of avoiding blows and missiles by dropping or giving way, or springing aside, or rising up or falling down. Also the opposite postures which are those of action, as, for example, the imitation of archery in the hurling of javelins, and of all sorts of blows. And when the imitation is of brave bodies and souls, and the action is direct and muscular, giving for the most part a straight movement to the limbs of the body, that, I say, is the true sort, but the opposite is not right. In the dance of peace what we have to consider is whether a man bears himself naturally and gracefully, and after the manner of men who duly conform to the law. But before proceeding I must distinguish the dancing about which there is any doubt, from that about which there is no doubt. Which is the doubtful kind, and how are the two to be distinguished? There are dances of the back-chic sort, both those in which, as they say, they imitate drunken men, and which are named after the nymphs, and Pan, and Silenuses, and satyrs. And also those in which purifications are made or mysteries celebrated. All this sort of dancing cannot be rightly defined as having either a peaceful or a warlike character, or indeed as having any meaning whatever, and may, I think, be most truly described as distinct from the warlike dance, and distinct from the peaceful, and not suited for a city at all. There let it lie, and so leaving it to lie, we will proceed to the dances of war and peace, for with these we are undoubtedly concerned. Now the unwarlike muse, which honors in dance the gods and the sons of the gods, is entirely associated with the consciousness of prosperity. This class may be subdivided into two lesser classes, of which one is expressive of an escape from some labor or danger into good, and has greater pleasures, the other expressive of preservation and increase of former good, in which the pleasure is less exciting. In all these cases, every man when the pleasure is greater, moves his body more, and less when the pleasure is less. And, again, if he be more orderly and has learned courage from discipline he moves less, but if he be a coward, and has no training or self-control, he makes greater and more violent movements. And in general when he is speaking or singing he is not altogether able to keep his body still. And so out of the imitation of words in gestures the whole art of dancing has arisen. And in these various kinds of imitation one man moves in an orderly, another in a disorderly manner. And as the ancients may be observed to have given many names which are according to nature and deserving of praise, so there is an excellent one which they have given to the dances of men who in their times of prosperity are moderate in their pleasures. The giver of names, whoever he was, assigned to them a very true, and poetical, and rational name, when he called them Emiliae, or dances of order, thus establishing two kinds of dances of the nobler sort, the dance of war which he called the Pyrrhic, and the dance of peace which he called Emilia, or the dance of order, giving to each their appropriate and becoming name. These things the legislator should indicate in general outline, and the guardian of the law should inquire into them and search them out, combining dancing with music, and assigning to the several sacrificial feasts that which is suitable to them. And when he has consecrated all of them in due order, he shall for the future change nothing, whether of dance or song. Thenceforward the city and the citizens shall continue to have the same pleasures, themselves being as far as possible alike, and shall live well and happily. I have described the dances which are appropriate to noble bodies and generous souls. But it is necessary also to consider no uncomely persons and thoughts, and those which are intended to produce laughter in comedy, and have a comic character in respect of style, song, and dance, and of the imitations which these afford. For serious things cannot be understood without laughable things, nor opposites at all without opposites, if a man is really to have intelligence of either, but he cannot carry out both in action, if he is to have any degree of virtue. And for this very reason he should learn them both, in order that he may not in ignorance do or say anything which is ridiculous and out of place. He should command slaves and hired strangers to imitate such things. But he should never take any serious interest in them himself, nor should any freeman or free woman be discovered taking pains to learn them. And there should always be some element of novelty in the imitation. Let these then be laid down, both in law and in our discourse, as the regulations of laughable amusements which are generally called comedy. And, if any of the serious poets, as they are termed, who write tragedy, come to us and say, O strangers, may we go to your city and country or may we not, and shall we bring with us our poetry, what is your will about these matters? How shall we answer the divine men? I think that our answer should be as follows: Best of strangers, we will say to them, we also according to our ability are tragic poets, and our tragedy is the best and noblest. For our whole state is an imitation of the best and noblest life, which we affirm to be indeed the very truth of tragedy. You are poets and we are poets, both makers of the same strains, rivals and antagonists in the noblest of dramas, which true law can alone perfect, as our hope is. Do not then suppose that we shall all in a moment allow you to erect your stage in the agora, or introduce the fair voices of your actors, speaking above our own, and permit you to harangue our women and children, and the common people, about our institutions, in language other than our own, and very often the opposite of our own. For a state would be mad which gave you this license, until the magistrates had determined whether your poetry might be recited, and was fit for publication or not. Wherefore, O ye sons and scions of the softer muses, first of all show your songs to the magistrates, and let them compare them with our own, and if they are the same or better we will give you a chorus, but if not, then, my friends, we cannot. Let these, then, be the customs ordained by law about all dances and the teaching of them, and let matters relating to slaves be separated from those relating to masters, if you do not object. Clinias, we can have no hesitation in assenting when you put the matter thus. Athenian, there still remain 3 studies suitable for freemen. Arithmetic is one of them, the measurement of length, surface, and depth is the second. And the third has to do with the revolutions of the stars in relation to one another. Not everyone has need to toil through all these things in a strictly scientific manner, but only a few, and who they are to be we will hereafter indicate at the end, which will be the proper place. Not to know what is necessary for mankind in general, and what is the truth, is disgraceful to everyone, and yet to enter into these matters minutely is neither easy, nor at all possible for everyone. But there is something in them which is necessary and cannot be set aside, and probably he who made the proverb about God originally had this in view when he said, that, not even God himself can fight against necessity. He meant, if I am not mistaken, divine necessity, for as to the human necessities of which the many speak, when they talk in this manner, nothing can be more ridiculous than such an application of the words. Clinias, and what necessities of knowledge are there, stranger, which are divine and not human? Athenian, I conceive them to be those of which he who has no use nor any knowledge at all cannot be a god, or demigod, or hero to mankind, or able to take any serious thought or charge of them. And very unlike a divine man would he be, who is unable to count 1, 2, 3, or to distinguish odd and even numbers, or is unable to count at all, or reckon night and day, and who is totally unacquainted with the revolution of the sun and moon, and the other stars. There would be great folly in supposing that all these are not necessary parts of knowledge to him who intends to know anything about the highest kinds of knowledge. But which these are, and how many there are of them, and when they are to be learned, and what is to be learned together and what apart, and the whole correlation of them, must be rightly apprehended first. And these leading the way we may proceed to the other parts of knowledge. For so necessity grounded in nature constrains us, against which we say that no God contends, or ever will contend. Clinias, I think, stranger, that what you have now said is very true and agreeable to nature. Athenian, yes, Clinias, that is so. But it is difficult for the legislator to begin with these studies. At a more convenient time we will make regulations for them. Clinias, you seem, stranger, to be afraid of our habitual ignorance of the subject. There is no reason why that should prevent you from speaking out. Athenian, I certainly am afraid of the difficulties to which you allude, but I am still more afraid of those who apply themselves to this sort of knowledge, and apply themselves badly. For entire ignorance is not so terrible or extreme an evil, and is far from being the greatest of all. Too much cleverness and too much learning, accompanied with an ill bringing up, are far more fatal. Clinias, true. Athenian, all freemen I conceive, should learn as much of these branches of knowledge as every child in Egypt is taught when he learns the alphabet. In that country arithmetical games have been invented for the use of mere children, which they learn as a pleasure and amusement. They have to distribute apples and garlands, using the same number sometimes for a larger and sometimes for a lesser number of persons. And they arrange pugilists and wrestlers as they pair together by lot or remain over, and show how their turns come in natural order. Another mode of amusing them is to distribute vessels, sometimes of gold, brass, silver, and the like, intermixed with one another, sometimes of one metal only. As I was saying, they adapt to their amusement the numbers in common use, and in this way make more intelligible to their pupils the arrangements and movements of armies and expeditions. And in the management of a household they make people more useful to themselves, and more wide awake. And again in measurements of things which have length, and breadth, and depth, they free us from that natural ignorance of all these things which is so ludicrous and disgraceful. Clinias, what kind of ignorance do you mean? Athenian, "O my dear Clinias, I, like yourself, have late in life heard with amazement of our ignorance in these matters. To me we appear to be more like pigs than men, and I am quite ashamed, not only of myself, but of all Hellenes." Clinias, about what? Say, stranger, what you mean. Athenian, I will, or rather I will show you my meaning by a question, and do you please to answer me. You know, I suppose, what length is. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, and what breadth is. Clinias, to be sure. Athenian, and you know that these are two distinct things, and that there is a third thing called depth. Clinias, of course. Athenian, and do not all these seem to you to be commensurable with themselves? Clinias, yes. Athenian, that is to say, length is naturally commensurable with length, and breadth with breadth, and depth in like manner with depth. Clinias, undoubtedly. Athenian, but if some things are commensurable and others wholly incommensurable, and you think that all things are commensurable, what is your position in regard to them? Clinias, clearly, far from good. Athenian, concerning length and breadth when compared with depth, or breadth and length when compared with one another, are not all the Hellenes agreed that these are commensurable with one another in some way? Clinias, quite true. Athenian, but if they are absolutely incommensurable, and yet all of us regard them as commensurable, have we not reason to be ashamed of our compatriots? And might we not say to them, O ye best of Hellenes, is not this one of the things of which we were saying that not to know them is disgraceful, and of which to have a bare knowledge only is no great distinction? Clinias, certainly. Athenian, and there are other things akin to these, in which there spring up other errors of the same family. Clinias, what are they? Athenian, the natures of commensurable and incommensurable quantities in their relation to one another. A man who is good for anything ought to be able, when he thinks, to distinguish them. And different persons should compete with one another in asking questions, which will be a far better and more graceful way of passing their time than the old man's game of draughts. Clinias, I dare say. And these pastimes are not so very unlike a game of draughts. Athenian, and these, as I maintain, Clinias, are the studies which our youth ought to learn, for they are innocent and not difficult. The learning of them will be an amusement, and they will benefit the state. If anyone is of another mind, let him say what he has to say. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, then if these studies are such as we maintain, we will include them. If not, they shall be excluded. Clinias, assuredly, but may we not now, stranger, prescribe these studies as necessary, and so fill up the lacunae of our laws? Athenian, they shall be regarded as pledges which may be hereafter redeemed and removed from our state, if they do not please either us who give them, or you who accept them. Clinias, a fair condition. Athenian, next let us see whether we are or are not willing that the study of astronomy shall be proposed for our youth. Clinias, proceed. Athenian, here occurs a strange phenomenon, which certainly cannot in any point of view be tolerated. Clinias, to what are you referring? Athenian, men say that we ought not to inquire into the supreme God and the nature of the universe, nor busy ourselves in searching out the causes of things, and that such inquiries are impious. Whereas the very opposite is the truth. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, perhaps what I am saying may seem paradoxical, and at variance with the usual language of age. But when anyone has any good and true notion which is for the advantage of the state and in every way acceptable to God, he cannot abstain from expressing it. Clinias, your words are reasonable enough. But shall we find any good or true notion about the stars? Athenian, my good friends, at this hour all of us Hellenes tell lies, if I may use such an expression, about those great gods, the sun and the moon. Clinias, lies of what nature? Athenian, we say that they and divers other stars do not keep the same path, and we call them planets or wanderers. Clinias, very true, stranger. And in the course of my life I have often myself seen the morning star and the evening star and divers others not moving in their accustomed course, but wandering out of their path in all manner of ways. And I have seen the sun and moon doing what we all know that they do. Athenian, just so, Megillus and Clinias. And I maintain that our citizens and our youth ought to learn about the nature of the gods in heaven, so far as to be able to offer sacrifices and pray to them in pious language, and not to blaspheme about them. Clinias, there you are right, if such a knowledge be only attainable. And if we are wrong in our mode of speaking now, and can be better instructed and learn to use better language, then I quite agree with you that such a degree of knowledge as will enable us to speak rightly should be acquired by us. And now do you try to explain to us your whole meaning, and we, on our part, will endeavor to understand you. Athenian, there is some difficulty in understanding my meaning, but not a very great one, nor will any great length of time be required. And of this I am myself a proof, for I did not know these things long ago, nor in the days of my youth, and yet I can explain them to you in a brief space of time. Whereas if they had been difficult I could certainly never have explained them all, old as I am, to old men like yourselves. Clinias, true. But what is this study which you describe as wonderful and fitting for youth to learn, but of which we are ignorant? Try and explain the nature of it to us as clearly as you can. Athenian, I will. For, O my good friends, that other doctrine about the wandering of the sun and the moon and the other stars is not the truth, but the very reverse of the truth. Each of them moves in the same path, not in many paths, but in one only, which is circular, and the varieties are only apparent. Nor are we right in supposing that the swiftest of them is the slowest, nor conversely, that the slowest is the quickest. And if what I say is true, only just imagine that we had a similar notion about horses running at Olympia, or about men who ran in the long course, and that we addressed the swiftest as the slowest and the slowest as the swiftest. And sang the praises of the vanquished as though he were the victor, in that case our praises would not be true, nor very agreeable to the runners, though they be but men. And now, to commit the same error about the gods which would have been ludicrous and erroneous in the case of men, is not that ludicrous and erroneous? Clinias, worse than ludicrous, I should say. Athenian, at all events, the gods cannot like us to be spreading a false report of them. Clinias, most true, if such is the fact. Athenian, and if we can show that such is really the fact, then all these matters ought to be learned so far as is necessary for the avoidance of impiety, but if we cannot, they may be let alone, and let this be our decision. Clinias, very good. Athenian, enough of laws relating to education and learning. But hunting and similar pursuits in like manner claim our attention. For the legislator appears to have a duty imposed upon him which goes beyond mere legislation. There is something over and above law which lies in a region between admonition and law, and has several times occurred to us in the course of discussion. For example, in the education of very young children there were things, as we maintain, which are not to be defined, and to regard them as matters of positive law is a great absurdity. Now, our laws and the whole constitution of our state having been thus delineated, the praise of the virtuous citizen is not complete when he is described as the person who serves the laws best and obeys them most. But the higher form of praise is that which describes him as the good citizen who passes through life undefiled and is obedient to the words of the legislator, both when he is giving laws and when he assigns praise and blame. This is the truest word that can be spoken in praise of a citizen, and the true legislator ought not only to write his laws, but also to interweave with them all such things as seem to him honorable and dishonorable. And the perfect citizen ought to seek to strengthen these no less than the principles of law which are sanctioned by punishments. I will adduce an example which will clear up my meaning, and will be a sort of witness to my words. Hunting is of wide extent, and has a name under which many things are included, for there is a hunting of creatures in the water, and of creatures in the air, and there is a great deal of hunting of land animals of all kinds. And not of wild beasts only. The hunting after man is also worthy of consideration, there is the hunting after him in war, and there is often a hunting after him in the way of friendship, which is praised and also blamed. And there is thieving, and the hunting which is practiced by robbers, and that of armies against armies. Now the legislator, in laying down laws about hunting, can neither abstain from noting these things, nor can he make threatening ordinances which will assign rules and penalties about all of them. What is he to do? He will have to praise and blame hunting with a view to the exercise and pursuits of youth. And, on the other hand, the young man must listen obediently. Neither pleasure nor pain should hinder him, and he should regard as his standard of action the praises and injunctions of the legislator rather than the punishments which he imposes by law. This being premised, there will follow next in order moderate praise and censure of hunting, the praise being assigned to that kind which will make the souls of young men better, and the censure to that which has the opposite effect. And now let us address young men in the form of a prayer for their welfare. O friends, we will say to them, may no desire or love of hunting in the sea, or of angling or of catching the creatures in the waters, ever take possession of you. Either when you are awake or when you are asleep, by hook or with wheels, which latter is a very lazy contrivance. And let not any desire of catching men and of piracy by sea enter into your souls and make you cruel and lawless hunters. And as to the desire of thieving in town or country, may it never enter into your most passing thoughts. Nor let the insidious fancy of catching birds, which is hardly worthy of freemen, come into the head of any youth. There remains therefore for our athletes only the hunting and catching of land animals, of which the one sort is called hunting by night, in which the hunters sleep in turn and are lazy. This is not to be commended any more than that which has intervals of rest, in which the wild strength of beasts is subdued by nets and snares, and not by the victory of a laborious spirit. Thus, only the best kind of hunting is allowed at all, that of quadrupeds, which is carried on with horses and dogs and men's own persons, and they get the victory over the animals by running them down and striking them and hurling at them. Those who have a care of godlike manhood taking them with their own hands. The praise and blame which is assigned to all these things has now been declared, and let the law be as follows: let no one hinder these who verily are sacred hunters from following the chase wherever and whithersoever they will. But the hunter by night, who trusts to his nets and gins, shall not be allowed to hunt anywhere. The fowler in the mountains and waste places shall be permitted, but on cultivated ground and on consecrated wilds he shall not be permitted. And anyone who meets him may stop him. As to the hunter in waters, he may hunt anywhere except in harbors or sacred streams or marshes or pools, provided only that he do not pollute the water with poisonous juices. And now we may say that all our enactments about education are complete. Clinias, very good. Book 8. Athenian, next, with the help of the Delphian oracle, we have to institute festivals and make laws about them, and to determine what sacrifices will be for the good of the city, and to what gods they shall be offered. But when they shall be offered, and how often, may be partly regulated by us. Clinias, the number, yes. Athenian, then we will first determine the number. And let the whole number be 34, 9, 15, one for every day, so that one magistrate at least will sacrifice daily to some god or demigod on behalf of the city, and the citizens, and their possessions. And the interpreters, and priests, and priestesses, and prophets shall meet, and, in company with the guardians of the law, ordain those things which the legislator of necessity omits. And I may remark that they are the very persons who ought to take note of what is omitted. The law will say that there are 12 feasts dedicated to the 12 gods, after whom the several tribes are named. And that to each of them they shall sacrifice every month, and appoint choruses, and musical and gymnastic contests, assigning them so as to suit the gods and seasons of the year. And they shall have festivals for women, distinguishing those which ought to be separated from the men's festivals, and those which ought not. Further, they shall not confuse the infernal deities and their rites with the gods who are termed heavenly and their rites, but shall separate them, giving to Pluto his own in the 12th month, which is sacred to him, according to the law. To such a deity warlike men should entertain no aversion, but they should honor him as being always the best friend of man. For the connection of soul and body is no way better than the dissolution of them, as I am ready to maintain quite seriously. Moreover, those who would regulate these matters rightly should consider, that our city among existing cities has no fellow either in respect of leisure or command of the necessaries of life, and that like an individual she ought to live happily. And those who would live happily should in the first place do no wrong to one another, and ought not themselves to be wronged by others. To attain the first is not difficult, but there is great difficulty in acquiring the power of not being wronged. No man can be perfectly secure against wrong, unless he has become perfectly good, and cities are like individuals in this, for a city if good has a life of peace, but if evil, a life of war within and without. Wherefore the citizens ought to practice war, not in time of war, but rather while they are at peace. And every city which has any sense, should take the field at least for 1 day in every month, and for more if the magistrates think fit, having no regard to winter cold or summer heat. And they should go out en masse, including their wives and their children, when the magistrates determine to lead forth the whole people, or in separate portions when summoned by them. And they should always provide that there should be games and sacrificial feasts, and they should have tournaments, imitating in as lively a manner as they can real battles. And they should distribute prizes of victory and valor to the competitors, passing censures and encomiums on one another according to the characters which they bear in the contests and in their whole life, honoring him who seems to be the best, and blaming him who is the opposite. And let poets celebrate the victors, not however every poet, but only one who in the first place is not less than 50 years of age. Nor should he be one who, although he may have musical and poetical gifts, has never in his life done any noble or illustrious action. But those who are themselves good and also honorable in the state, creators of noble actions, let their poems be sung, even though they be not very musical. And let the judgment of them rest with the instructor of youth 24 and the other guardians of the laws, who shall give them this privilege, and they alone shall be free to sing, but the rest of the world shall not have this liberty. Nor shall anyone dare to sing a song which has not been approved by the judgment of the guardians of the laws, not even if his strain be sweeter than the songs of Thamyras and Orpheus. But only such poems as have been judged sacred and dedicated to the gods, and such as are the works of good men, in which praise or blame has been awarded and which have been deemed to fulfill their design fairly. The regulations about war, and about liberty of speech in poetry, ought to apply equally to men and women. The legislator may be supposed to argue the question in his own mind, who are my citizens for whom I have set in order the city? Are they not competitors in the greatest of all contests, and have they not innumerable rivals? To be sure, will be the natural reply. Well, but if we were training boxers, or pancratiasts, or any other sort of athletes, would they never meet until the hour of contest arrived, and should we do nothing to prepare ourselves previously by daily practice? Surely, if we were boxers, we should have been learning to fight for many days before, and exercising ourselves in imitating all those blows and wards which we were intending to use in the hour of conflict. And in order that we might come as near to reality as possible, instead of cestices we should put on boxing gloves, that the blows and the wards might be practiced by us to the utmost of our power. And if there were a lack of competitors, the ridicule of fools would not deter us from hanging up a lifeless image and practicing at that. Or if we had no adversary at all, animate or inanimate, should we not venture in the dearth of antagonists to spar by ourselves? In what other manner could we ever study the art of self-defense? Clinias, the way which you mention, stranger, would be the only way. Athenian, and shall the warriors of our city, who are destined when occasion calls to enter the greatest of all contests, and to fight for their lives, and their children, and their property, and the whole city, be worse prepared than boxers? And will the legislator, because he is afraid that their practicing with one another may appear to some ridiculous, abstain from commanding them to go out and fight? Will he not ordain that soldiers shall perform lesser exercises without arms every day, making dancing and all gymnastic tend to this end? And also will he not require that they shall practice some gymnastic exercises, greater as well as lesser, as often as every month? And that they shall have contests one with another in every part of the country, seizing upon posts and lying in ambush, and imitating in every respect the reality of war. Fighting with boxing gloves and hurling javelins, and using weapons somewhat dangerous, and as nearly as possible like the true ones, in order that the sport may not be altogether without fear, but may have terrors and to a certain degree show the man who has and who has not courage. And that the honor and dishonor which are assigned to them respectively, may prepare the whole city for the true conflict of life. If anyone dies in these mimic contests, the homicide is involuntary, and we will make the slayer, when he has been purified according to law, to be pure of blood, considering that if a few men should die, others as good as they will be born. But that if fear is dead, then the citizens will never find a test of superior and inferior natures, which is a far greater evil to the state than the loss of a few. Clinias, we are quite agreed, stranger, that we should legislate about such things, and that the whole state should practice them. Athenian, and what is the reason that dances and contests of this sort hardly ever exist in states, at least not to any extent worth speaking of? Is this due to the ignorance of mankind and their legislators? Clinias, perhaps. Athenian, certainly not, sweet Clinias, there are two causes, which are quite enough to account for the deficiency. Clinias, what are they? Athenian, one cause is the love of wealth, which wholly absorbs men, and never for a moment allows them to think of anything but their own private possessions. On this the soul of every citizen hangs suspended, and can attend to nothing but his daily gain. Mankind are ready to learn any branch of knowledge, and to follow any pursuit which tends to this end, and they laugh at every other. That is one reason why a city will not be in earnest about such contests or any other good and honorable pursuit. But from an insatiable love of gold and silver, every man will stoop to any art or contrivance, seemly or unseemly, in the hope of becoming rich, and will make no objection to performing any action, holy or unholy and utterly base. If only like a beast he have the power of eating and drinking all kinds of things, and procuring for himself in every sort of way the gratification of his lusts. Clinias, true. Athenian, let this, then, be deemed one of the causes which prevent states from pursuing in an efficient manner the art of war, or any other noble aim, but makes the orderly and temperate part of mankind into merchants, and captains of ships, and servants, and converts the valiant sort into thieves and burglars, and robbers of temples, and violent, tyrannical persons. Many of whom are not without ability, but they are unfortunate. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, must not they be truly unfortunate whose souls are compelled to pass through life always hungering? Clinias, then that is one cause, stranger. But you spoke of another. Athenian, thank you for reminding me. Clinias, the insatiable lifelong love of wealth, as you were saying, is one cause which absorbs mankind, and prevents them from rightly practicing the arts of war, granted. And now tell me, what is the other? Athenian, do you imagine that I delay because I am in a perplexity? Clinias, no. But we think that you are too severe upon the money-loving temper, of which you seem in the present discussion to have a peculiar dislike. Athenian, that is a very fair rebuke, Clinias, and I will now proceed to the second cause. Clinias, proceed. Athenian, I say that governments are a cause, democracy, oligarchy, tyranny, concerning which I have often spoken in the previous discourse. Or rather governments they are not, for none of them exercises a voluntary rule over voluntary subjects. But they may be truly called states of discord, in which while the government is voluntary, the subjects always obey against their will, and have to be coerced. And the ruler fears the subject, and will not, if he can help, allow him to become either noble, or rich, or strong, or valiant, or warlike at all. These two are the chief causes of almost all evils, and of the evils of which I have been speaking they are notably the causes. But our state has escaped both of them. For her citizens have the greatest leisure, and they are not subject to one another, and will, I think, be made by these laws the reverse of lovers of money. Such a constitution may be reasonably supposed to be the only one existing which will accept the education which we have described, and the martial pastimes which have been perfected according to our idea. Clinias, true. Athenian, then next we must remember, about all gymnastic contests, that only the warlike sort of them are to be practiced and to have prizes of victory, and those which are not military are to be given up. The military sort had better be completely described and established by law, and first, let us speak of running and swiftness. Clinias, very good. Athenian, certainly the most military of all qualities is general activity of body, whether of foot or hand. For escaping or for capturing an enemy, quickness of foot is required, but hand-to-hand conflict in combat need vigor and strength. Clinias, very true. Athenian, neither of them can attain their greatest efficiency without arms. Clinias, how can they? Athenian, then our herald, in accordance with the prevailing practice, will first summon the runner, he will appear armed, for to an unarmed competitor we will not give a prize. And he shall enter first who is to run the single course bearing arms. Next, he who is to run the double course, third, he who is to run the horse course, and fourthly, he who is to run the long course. The fifth whom we start, shall be the first sent forth in heavy armor, and shall run a course of 60 stadia to some temple of Ares, and we will send forth another, whom we will style the more heavily armed, to run over smoother ground. There remains the archer, and he shall run in the full equipments of an archer a distance of 100 stadia over mountains, and across every sort of country, to a temple of Apollo and Artemis. This shall be the order of the contest, and we will wait for them until they return, and will give a prize to the conqueror in each. Clinias, very good. Athenian, let us suppose that there are 3 kinds of contests, one of boys, another of beardless youths, and a third of men. For the youths we will fix the length of the contest at 2/3, and for the boys at half of the entire course, whether they contend as archers or as heavy-armed. Touching the women, let the girls who are not grown up compete naked in the stadium and the double course, and the horse course and the long course, and let them run on the race ground itself. Those who are 13 years of age and upwards until their marriage shall continue to share in contests if they are not more than 20, and shall be compelled to run up to 18, and they shall descend into the arena in suitable dresses. Let these be the regulations about contests in running both for men and women. Respecting contests of strength, instead of wrestling and similar contests of the heavier sort, we will institute conflicts in armor of 1 against 1, and 2 against 2, and so on up to 10 against 10. As to what a man ought not to suffer or do, and to what extent, in order to gain the victory, as in wrestling, the masters of the art have laid down what is fair and what is not fair, so in fighting in armor, we ought to call in skillful persons, who shall judge for us and be our assessors in the work of legislation. They shall say who deserves to be victor in combats of this sort, and what he is not to do or have done to him, and in like manner what rule determines who is defeated. And let these ordinances apply to women until they are married as well as to men. The Pancratian shall have a counterpart in a combat of the light-armed. They shall contend with bows and with light shields and with javelins and in the throwing of stones by slings and by hand, and laws shall be made about it, and rewards and prizes given to him who best fulfills the ordinances of the law. Next in order we shall have to legislate about the horse contests. Now we do not need many horses, for they cannot be of much use in a country like Crete, and hence we naturally do not take great pains about the rearing of them or about horse races. There is no one who keeps a chariot among us, and any rivalry in such matters would be altogether out of place. There would be no sense nor any shadow of sense in instituting contests which are not after the manner of our country. And therefore we give our prizes for single horses, for colts who have not yet cast their teeth, and for those who are intermediate, and for the full-grown horses themselves, and thus our equestrian games will accord with the nature of the country. Let them have conflict and rivalry in these matters in accordance with the law, and let the colonels and generals of horse decide together about all courses and about the armed competitors in them. But we have nothing to say to the unarmed either in gymnastic exercises or in these contests. On the other hand, the Cretan bowman or javelin man who fights in armor on horseback is useful, and therefore we may as well place a competition of this sort among our amusements. Women are not to be forced to compete by laws and ordinances. But if from previous training they have acquired the habit and are strong enough and like to take part, let them do so, girls as well as boys, and no blame to them. Thus the competition in gymnastic and the mode of learning it have been described. And we have spoken also of the toils of the contest, and of daily exercises under the superintendence of masters. 25 Likewise, what relates to music has been, for the most part, completed. But as to rhapsodes and the like, and the contests of choruses which are to perform at feasts, all this shall be arranged when the months and days and years have been appointed for gods and demigods, whether every 3rd year, or again every 5th year, or in whatever way or manner the gods may put into men's minds the distribution and order of them. At the same time, we may expect that the musical contests will be celebrated in their turn by the command of the judges and the director of education and the guardians of the law meeting together for this purpose, and themselves becoming legislators of the times and nature and conditions of the choral contests and of dancing in general. What they ought severally to be in language and song, and in the admixture of harmony with rhythm and the dance, has been often declared by the original legislator. And his successors ought to follow him, making the games and sacrifices duly to correspond at fitting times, and appointing public festivals. It is not difficult to determine how these and the like matters may have a regular order. Nor, again, will the alteration of them do any great good or harm to the state. There is, however, another matter of great importance and difficulty, concerning which God should legislate, if there were any possibility of obtaining from him an ordinance about it. But seeing that divine aid is not to be had, there appears to be a need of some bold man who specially honors plainness of speech, and will say outright what he thinks best for the city and citizens, ordaining what is good and convenient for the whole state amid the corruptions of human souls, opposing the mightiest lusts, and having no man his helper but himself, standing alone and following reason only. Clinias, what is this, stranger, that you are saying? For we do not as yet understand your meaning. Athenian, very likely, I will endeavor to explain myself more clearly. When I came to the subject of education, I beheld young men and maidens holding friendly intercourse with one another. And there naturally arose in my mind a sort of apprehension. I could not help thinking how one is to deal with a city in which youths and maidens are well nurtured, and have nothing to do, and are not undergoing the excessive and servile toils which extinguish wantonness, and whose only cares during their whole life are sacrifices and festivals and dances. How, in such a state as this, will they abstain from desires which thrust many a man and woman into perdition, and from which reason, assuming the functions of law, commands them to abstain? The ordinances already made may possibly get the better of most of these desires. The prohibition of excessive wealth is a very considerable gain in the direction of temperance, and the whole education of our youth imposes a law of moderation on them. Moreover, the eye of the rulers is required always to watch over the young, and never to lose sight of them, and these provisions do, as far as human means can effect anything, exercise a regulating influence upon the desires in general. But how can we take precautions against the unnatural loves of either sex, from which innumerable evils have come upon individuals and cities? How shall we devise a remedy and way of escape out of so great a danger? Truly, Clinias, here is a difficulty. In many ways Crete and Lacedaemon furnish a great help to those who make peculiar laws, but in the matter of love, as we are alone, I must confess that they are quite against us. For if anyone following nature should lay down the law which existed before the days of Laius, and denounce these lusts as contrary to nature, adducing the animals as a proof that such unions were monstrous, he might prove his point. But he would be wholly at variance with the custom of your states. Further, they are repugnant to a principle which we say that a legislator should always observe, for we are always inquiring which of our enactments tends to virtue and which not. And suppose we grant that these loves are accounted by law to the honorable, or at least not disgraceful, in what degree will they contribute to virtue? Will such passions implant in the soul of him who is seduced the habit of courage, or in the soul of the seducer the principle of temperance? Who will ever believe this? Or rather, who will not blame the effeminacy of him who yields to pleasures and is unable to hold out against them? Will not all men censure as womanly him who imitates the woman? And who would ever think of establishing such a practice by law? Certainly no one who had in his mind the image of true law. How can we prove that what I am saying is true? He who would rightly consider these matters must see the nature of friendship and desire, and of these so-called loves, for they are of two kinds, and out of the two arises a third kind, having the same name. And this similarity of name causes all the difficulty and obscurity. Clinias, how is that? Athenian, dear is the like in virtue to the like, and the equal to the equal, dear also, though unlike, is he who has abundance to him who is in want. And when either of these friendships becomes excessive, we term the excess love. Clinias, very true. Athenian, the friendship which arises from contraries is horrible and coarse, and has often no tie of communion. But that which arises from likeness is gentle, and has a tie of communion which lasts through life. As to the mixed sort which is made up of them both, there is, first of all, a difficulty in determining what he who is possessed by this third love desires. Moreover, he is drawn different ways, and is in doubt between the two principles. The one exhorting him to enjoy the beauty of youth, and the other forbidding him. For the one is a lover of the body, and hungers after beauty, like ripe fruit, and would fain satisfy himself without any regard to the character of the beloved. The other holds the desire of the body to be a secondary matter, and looking rather than loving and with his soul desiring the soul of the other in a becoming manner, regards the satisfaction of the bodily love as wantonness. He reverences and respects temperance and courage and magnanimity and wisdom, and wishes to live chastely with the chaste object of his affection. Now the sort of love which is made up of the other two is that which we have described as the third. Seeing then that there are these three sorts of love, ought the law to prohibit and forbid them all to exist among us? Is it not rather clear that we should wish to have in the state the love which is a virtue and which desires the beloved youth to be the best possible, and the other two, if possible, we should hinder? What do you say, friend Megillus? Megillus, I think, stranger, that you are perfectly right in what you have been now saying. Athenian, I knew well, my friend, that I should obtain your assent, which I accept, and therefore have no need to analyze your custom any further. Clinias shall be prevailed upon to give me his assent at some other time. Enough of this, and now let us proceed to the laws. Megillus, very good. Athenian, upon reflection I see a way of imposing the law, which, in one respect, is easy, but, in another, is of the utmost difficulty. Megillus, what do you mean? Athenian, we are all aware that most men, in spite of their lawless natures, are very strictly and precisely restrained from intercourse with the fair, and this is not at all against their will, but entirely with their will. Megillus, when do you mean? Athenian, when anyone has a brother or sister who is fair, and about a son or daughter the same unwritten law holds, and is a most perfect safeguard, so that no open or secret connection ever takes place between them. Nor does the thought of such a thing ever enter at all into the minds of most of them. Megillus, very true. Athenian, does not a little word extinguish all pleasures of that sort? Megillus, what word? Athenian, the declaration that they are unholy, hated of God, and most infamous. And is not the reason of this that no one has ever said the opposite, but everyone from his earliest childhood has heard men speaking in the same manner about them always and everywhere, whether in comedy or in the graver language of tragedy? When the poet introduces on the stage a Thyestes or an Oedipus, or a maker having secret intercourse with his sister, he represents him, when found out, ready to kill himself as the penalty of his sin. Megillus, you are very right in saying that tradition, if no breath of opposition ever assails it, has a marvelous power. Athenian, am I not also right in saying that the legislator who wants to master any of the passions which master man may easily know how to subdue them? He will consecrate the tradition of their evil character among all, slaves and freemen, women and children, throughout the city. That will be the surest foundation of the law which he can make. Megillus, yes. But will he ever succeed in making all mankind use the same language about them? Athenian, a good objection. But was I not just now saying that I had a way to make men use natural love and abstain from unnatural, not intentionally destroying the seeds of human increase, or sowing them in stony places, in which they will take no root? And that I would command them to abstain too from any female field of increase in which that which is sown is not likely to grow. Now if a law to this effect could only be made perpetual, and gain an authority such as already prevents intercourse of parents and children, such a law, extending to other sensual desires, and conquering them, would be the source of 10,000 blessings. For, in the first place, moderation is the appointment of nature, and deters men from all frenzy and madness of love, and from all adulteries and immoderate use of meats and drinks, and makes them good friends to their own wives. And innumerable other benefits would result if such a law could only be enforced. I can imagine some lusty youth who is standing by, and who, on hearing this enactment, declares in scurrilous terms that we are making foolish and impossible laws, and fills the world with his outcry. And therefore I said that I knew a way of enacting and perpetuating such a law, which was very easy in one respect, but in another most difficult. There is no difficulty in seeing that such a law is possible, and in what way. For, as I was saying, the ordinance once consecrated would master the soul of every man, and terrify him into obedience. But matters have now come to such a pass that even then the desired result seems as if it could not be attained, just as the continuance of an entire state in the practice of common meals is also deemed impossible. And although this latter is partly disproven by the fact of their existence among you, still even in your cities the common meals of women would be regarded as unnatural and impossible. I was thinking of the rebelliousness of the human heart when I said that the permanent establishment of these things is very difficult. McGillis, very true. Athenian, shall I try and find some sort of persuasive argument which will prove to you that such enactments are possible, and not beyond human nature? Clinias, by all means. Athenian, is a man more likely to abstain from the pleasures of love and to do what he is bidden about them, when his body is in a good condition, or when he is in an ill condition, and out of training? Clinias, he will be far more temperate when he is in training. Athenian, and have we not heard of Icus of Tarentum, who, with a view to the Olympic and other contests, in his zeal for his art, and also because he was of a manly and temperate disposition, never had any connection with a woman or a youth during the whole time of his training? And the same is said of Chryson and Astylus and Diopompus and many others, and yet, Clinias, they were far worse educated in their minds than your and my citizens, and in their bodies far more lusty. Clinias, no doubt this fact has been often affirmed positively by the ancients of these athletes. Athenian, and had they the courage to abstain from what is ordinarily deemed a pleasure for the sake of a victory in wrestling, running, and the like? And shall our young men be incapable of a similar endurance for the sake of a much nobler victory, which is the noblest of all, as from their youth upwards we will tell them, charming them, as we hope, into the belief of this by tales and sayings and songs? Clinias, of what victory are you speaking? Athenian, of the victory over pleasure, which if they win, they will live happily, or if they are conquered, the reverse of happily. And, further, may we not suppose that the fear of impiety will enable them to master that which other inferior people have mastered? Clinias, I dare say. Athenian, and since we have reached this point in our legislation, and have fallen into a difficulty by reason of the vices of mankind, I affirm that our ordinance should simply run in the following terms: our citizens ought not to fall below the nature of birds and beasts in general, who are born in great multitudes, and yet remain until the age for procreation virgin and unmarried, but when they have reached the proper time of life are coupled, male and female, and lovingly pair together, and live the rest of their lives in holiness and innocence, abiding firmly in their original compact. Surely, we will say to them, you should be better than the animals. But if they are corrupted by the other Hellenes and the common practice of barbarians, and they see with their eyes and hear with their ears of the so-called free love everywhere prevailing among them, and they themselves are not able to get the better of the temptation, the guardians of the law, exercising the functions of lawgivers, shall devise a second law against them. Clinias, and what law would you advise them to pass if this one failed? Athenian, clearly, Clinias, the one which would naturally follow. Clinias, what is that? Athenian, our citizens should not allow pleasures to strengthen with indulgence, but should by toil divert the aliment and exuberance of them into other parts of the body, and this will happen if no immodesty be allowed in the practice of love. Then they will be ashamed of frequent intercourse, and they will find pleasure, if seldom enjoyed, to be a less imperious mistress. They should not be found out doing anything of the sort. Concealment shall be honorable, and sanctioned by custom and made law by unwritten prescription. On the other hand, to be detected shall be esteemed dishonorable, but not, to abstain wholly. In this way there will be a second legal standard of honorable and dishonorable, involving a second notion of right. 3 principles will comprehend all those corrupt natures whom we call inferior to themselves, and who form but one class, and will compel them not to transgress. Clinias, what are they? Athenian, the principle of piety, the love of honor, and the desire of beauty, not in the body but in the soul. These are, perhaps, romantic aspirations. But they are the noblest of aspirations, if they could only be realized in all states, and, God willing. In the matter of love we may be able to enforce one of 2 things, either that no one shall venture to touch any person of the freeborn or noble class except his wedded wife, or sow the unconsecrated and bastard seed among harlots. Or in barren and unnatural lusts. Or at least we may abolish altogether the connection of men with men. And as to women, if any man has to do with any but those who come into his house duly married by sacred rites, whether they be bought or acquired in any other way, and he offends publicly in the face of all mankind, we shall be right in enacting that he be deprived of civic honors and privileges, and be deemed to be, as he truly is, a stranger. Let this law, then, whether it is 1, or ought rather to be called 2, be laid down respecting love in general, and the intercourse of the sexes which arises out of the desires, whether rightly or wrongly indulged. Megillus, I, for my part, stranger, would gladly receive this law. Clinias shall speak for himself, and tell you what is his opinion. Clinias, I will, Megillus, when an opportunity offers. At present, I think that we had better allow the stranger to proceed with his laws. Megillus, very good. Athenian, we had got about as far as the establishment of the common tables, which in most places would be difficult, but in Crete no one would think of introducing any other custom. There might arise a question about the manner of them, whether they shall be such as they are here in Crete, or such as they are in Lacedaemon, or is there a third kind which may be better than either of them? The answer to this question might be easily discovered, but the discovery would do no great good, for at present they are very well ordered. Leaving the common tables, we may therefore proceed to the means of providing food. Now, in cities the means of life are gained in many ways and from divers sources, and in general from 2 sources, whereas our city has only 1. For most of the Hellenes obtain their food from sea and land, but our citizens from land only. And this makes the task of the legislator less difficult. Half as many laws will be enough, and much less than half, and they will be of a kind better suited to free men. For he has nothing to do with laws about shipowners and merchants and retailers and innkeepers and tax collectors and mines and moneylending and compound interest and innumerable other things, bidding goodbye to these. He gives laws to husbandmen and shepherds and beekeepers, and to the guardians and superintendents of their implements. And he has already legislated for greater matters, as for example, respecting marriage and the procreation and nurture of children, and for education, and the establishment of offices, and now he must direct his laws to those who provide food and labor in preparing it. Let us first of all, then, have a class of laws which shall be called the laws of husbandmen. And let the first of them be the law of Zeus, the god of boundaries. Let no one shift the boundary line either of a fellow citizen who is a neighbor, or, if he dwells at the extremity of the land, of any stranger who is conterminous with him, considering that this is truly, to move the immovable. And everyone should be more willing to move the largest rock which is not a landmark, than the least stone which is the sworn mark of friendship and hatred between neighbors. For Zeus, the god of kindred, is the witness of the citizen, and Zeus, the god of strangers, of the stranger, and when aroused, terrible are the wars which they stir up. He who obeys the law will never know the fatal consequences of disobedience, but he who despises the law shall be liable to a double penalty, the first coming from the gods, and the second from the law. For let no one willfully remove the boundaries of his neighbor's land, and if anyone does, let him who will inform the landowners, and let them bring him into court, and if he be convicted of redividing the land by stealth or by force, let the court determine what he ought to suffer or pay. In the next place, many small injuries done by neighbors to one another, through their multiplication, may cause a weight of enmity, and make neighborhood a very disagreeable and bitter thing. Wherefore a man ought to be very careful of committing any offense against his neighbor, and especially of encroaching on his neighbor's land, for any man may easily do harm, but not every man can do good to another. He who encroaches on his neighbor's land, and transgresses his boundaries, shall make good the damage, and, to cure him of his impudence and also of his meanness, he shall pay a double penalty to the injured party. Of these and the like matters the wardens of the country shall take cognizance, and be the judges of them and assessors of the damage. In the more important cases, as has been already said, the whole number of them belonging to any one of the 12 divisions shall decide, and in the lesser cases the commanders, or, again, if anyone pastures his cattle on his neighbor's land, they shall see the injury, and adjudge the penalty. And if anyone, by decoying the bees, gets possession of another's swarms, and draws them to himself by making noises, he shall pay the damage. Or if anyone sets fire to his own wood and takes no care of his neighbor's property, he shall be fined at the discretion of the magistrates. And if in planting he does not leave a fair distance between his own and his neighbor's land, he shall be punished, in accordance with the enactments of many lawgivers, which we may use. Not deeming it necessary that the great legislator of our state should determine all the trifles which might be decided by anybody. For example, husbandmen have had of old excellent laws about waters, and there is no reason why we should propose to divert their course. He who likes may draw water from the fountainhead of the common stream on to his own land, if he do not cut off the spring which clearly belongs to some other owner. And he may take the water in any direction which he pleases, except through a house or temple or sepulchre, but he must be careful to do no harm beyond the channel. And if there be in any place a natural dryness of the earth, which keeps in the rain from heaven, and causes a deficiency in the supply of water, let him dig down on his own land as far as the clay, and if at this depth he finds no water, let him obtain water from his neighbors, as much as is required for his servants' drinking, and if his neighbors, too, are limited in their supply, let him have a fixed measure, which shall be determined by the wardens of the country. This he shall receive each day, and on these terms have a share of his neighbor's water. If there be heavy rain, and one of those on the lower ground injures some tiller of the upper ground, or someone who has a common wall, by refusing to give them an outlet for water. Or, again, if someone living on the higher ground recklessly lets off the water on his lower neighbor, and they cannot come to terms with one another, let him who will call in a warden of the city, if he be in the city, or if he be in the country, a warden of the country, and let him obtain a decision determining what each of them is to do. And he who will not abide by the decision shall suffer for his malignant and morose temper, and pay a fine to the injured party, equivalent to double the value of the injury, because he was unwilling to submit to the magistrates. Now the participation of fruits shall be ordered on this wise. The goddess of autumn has 2 gracious gifts, one the joy of Dionysus which is not treasured up, the other, which nature intends to be stored. Let this be the law, then, concerning the fruits of autumn, he who tastes the common or storing fruits of autumn, whether grapes or figs, before the season of vintage which coincides with Arcturus, either on his own land or on that of others, let him pay 50 drachmae, which shall be sacred to Dionysus, if he pluck them from his own land. And if from his neighbor's land, a mina, and if from any others, 2/3 of a mina. And he who would gather the choice grapes or the choice figs, as they are now termed, if he take them off his own land, let him pluck them how and when he likes. But if he take them from the ground of others without their leave, let him in that case be always punished in accordance with the law which ordains that he should not move what he has not laid down. And if a slave touches any fruit of this sort, without the consent of the owner of the land, he shall be beaten with as many blows as there are grapes on the bunch, or figs on the fig tree. Let a metic purchase the choice autumnal fruit, and then, if he pleases, he may gather it. But if a stranger is passing along the road, and desires to eat, let him take of the choice grape for himself and a single follower without payment, as a tribute of hospitality. The law however forbids strangers from sharing in the sort which is not used for eating. And if anyone, whether he be master or slave, takes of them in ignorance, let the slave be beaten, and the freeman dismissed with admonitions, and instructed to take of the other autumnal fruits which are unfit for making raisins and wine, or for laying by as dried figs. As to pears, and apples, and pomegranates, and similar fruits, there shall be no disgrace in taking them secretly, but he who is caught, if he be of less than 30 years of age, shall be struck and beaten off, but not wounded. And no freeman shall have any right of satisfaction for such blows. Of these fruits the stranger may partake, just as he may of the fruits of autumn. And if an elder, who is more than 30 years of age, eat of them on the spot, let him, like the stranger, be allowed to partake of all such fruits, but he must carry away nothing. If, however, he will not obey the law, let him run the risk of failing in the competition of virtue, in case anyone takes notice of his actions before the judges at the time. Water is the greatest element of nutrition in gardens, but is easily polluted. You cannot poison the soil, or the sun, or the air, which are the other elements of nutrition in plants, or divert them, or steal them. But all these things may very likely happen in regard to water, which must therefore be protected by law. And let this be the law: if anyone intentionally pollutes the water of another, whether the water of a spring, or collected in reservoirs, either by poisonous substances, or by digging, or by theft, let the injured party bring the cause before the wardens of the city, and claim in writing the value of the loss. If the accused be found guilty of injuring the water by deleterious substances, let him not only pay damages, but purify the stream or the cistern which contains the water, in such manner as the laws of the interpreters order the purification to be made by the offender in each case. With respect to the gathering in of the fruits of the soil, let a man, if he pleases, carry his own fruits through any place in which he either does no harm to anyone, or himself gains 3 times as much as his neighbor loses. Now of these things the magistrates should be cognizant, as of all other things in which a man intentionally does injury to another or to the property of another, by fraud or force, in the use which he makes of his own property. All these matters a man should lay before the magistrates, and receive damages, supposing the injury to be not more than 3 minae. Or if he have a charge against another which involves a larger amount, let him bring his suit into the public courts and have the evildoer punished. But if any of the magistrates appear to adjudge the penalties which he imposes in an unjust spirit, let him be liable to pay double to the injured party. Anyone may bring the offences of magistrates, in any particular case, before the public courts. There are innumerable little matters relating to the modes of punishment, and applications for suits, and summonses, and the witnesses to summonses, for example, whether 2 witnesses should be required for a summons, or how many, and all such details which cannot be omitted in legislation, but are beneath the wisdom of an aged legislator. These lesser matters, as they indeed are in comparison with the greater ones, let a younger generation regulate by law, after the patterns which have preceded, and according to their own experience of the usefulness and necessity of such laws. And when they are duly regulated let there be no alteration, but let the citizens live in the observance of them. Now of artisans, let the regulations be as follows: in the first place, let no citizen or servant of a citizen be occupied in handicraft arts. For he who is to secure and preserve the public order of the state, has an art which requires much study in many kinds of knowledge, and does not admit of being made a secondary occupation. And hardly any human being is capable of pursuing 2 professions or 2 arts rightly, or of practicing one art himself, and superintending someone else who is practicing another. Let this, then, be our first principle in the state: no one who is a smith shall also be a carpenter, and if he be a carpenter, he shall not superintend the smith's art rather than his own, under the pretext that in superintending many servants who are working for him, he is likely to superintend them better, because more revenue will accrue to him from them than from his own art. But let every man in the state have one art, and get his living by that. Let the wardens of the city labor to maintain this law, and if any citizen incline to any other art rather than the study of virtue, let them punish him with disgrace and infamy, until they bring him back into his own right course. And if any stranger profess 2 arts, let them chastise him with bonds and money penalties, and expulsion from the state, until they compel him to be one only and not many. But as touching payments for hire, and contracts of work, or in case anyone does wrong to any of the citizens, or they do wrong to any other, up to 50 drachmae, let the wardens of the city decide the case. But if a greater amount be involved, then let the public courts decide according to law. Let no one pay any duty either on the importation or exportation of goods. And as to frankincense and similar perfumes, used in the service of the gods, which come from abroad, and purple and other dyes which are not produced in the country, or the materials of any art which have to be imported, and which are not necessary, no one should import them. Nor, again, should anyone export anything which is wanted in the country. Of all these things let there be inspectors and superintendents, taken from the guardians of the law, and they shall be the 12 next in order to the 5 seniors. Concerning arms, and all implements which are required for military purposes, if there be need of introducing any art, or plant, or metal, or chains of any kind, or animals for use in war, let the commanders of the horse and the generals have authority over their importation and exportation. The city shall send them out and also receive them, and the guardians of the law shall make fit and proper laws about them. But let there be no retail trade for the sake of money-making, either in these or any other articles, in the city or country at all. With respect to food and the distribution of the produce of the country, the right and proper way seems to be nearly that which is the custom of Crete. For all should be required to distribute the fruits of the soil into 12 parts, and in this way consume them. Let the 12th portion of each, as for instance of wheat and barley, to which the rest of the fruits of the earth shall be added, as well as the animals which are for sale in each of the 12 divisions, be divided in due proportion into 3 parts. 1 part for freemen, another for their servants, and a third for craftsmen and in general for strangers, whether sojourners who may be dwelling in the city, and like other men must live, or those who come on some business which they have with the state, or with some individual. Let only this 3rd part of all necessaries be required to be sold, out of the other 2/3 no one shall be compelled to sell. And how will they be best distributed? In the first place, we see clearly that the distribution will be of equals in one point of view, and in another point of view of unequals. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, I mean that the earth of necessity produces and nourishes the various articles of food, sometimes better and sometimes worse. Clinias, of course. Athenian, such being the case, let no one of the 3 portions be greater than either of the other 2, neither that which is assigned to masters or to slaves, nor again that of the stranger. But let the distribution to all be equal and alike, and let every citizen take his 2 portions and distribute them among slaves and freemen, he having power to determine the quantity and quality. And what remains he shall distribute by measure and number among the animals who have to be sustained from the earth, taking the whole number of them. In the second place, our citizens should have separate houses duly ordered. And this will be the order proper for men like them. There shall be 12 hamlets, one in the middle of each 12th portion, and in each hamlet they shall first set apart a marketplace, and the temples of the gods, and of their attendant demigods. And if there be any local deities of the magnates, or holy seats of other ancient deities, whose memory has been preserved, to these let them pay their ancient honors. But Hestia, and Zeus, and Athene will have temples everywhere together with the god who presides in each of the 12 districts. And the first erection of houses shall be around these temples, where the ground is highest, in order to provide the safest and most defensible place of retreat for the guards. All the rest of the country they shall settle in the following manner, they shall make 13 divisions of the craftsmen. One of them they shall establish in the city, and this, again, they shall subdivide into 12 lesser divisions, among the 12 districts of the city, and the remainder shall be distributed in the country round about. And in each village they shall settle various classes of craftsmen, with a view to the convenience of the husbandman. And the chief officers of the wardens of the country shall superintend all these matters, and see how many of them, and which class of them, each place requires. And fix them where they are likely to be least troublesome, and most useful to the husbandman. And the wardens of the city shall see to similar matters in the city. Now the wardens of the agora ought to see to the details of the agora. Their first care, after the temples which are in the agora have been seen to, should be to prevent anyone from doing any wrong in dealings between man and man. In the second place, as being inspectors of temperance and violence, they should chastise him who requires chastisement. Touching articles of sale, they should first see whether the articles which the citizens are under regulations to sell to strangers are sold to them, as the law ordains. And let the law be as follows: on the first day of the month, the persons in charge, whoever they are, whether strangers or slaves, who have the charge on behalf of the citizens, shall produce to the strangers the portion which falls to them. In the first place, a 12th portion of the corn, the stranger shall purchase corn for the whole month, and other cereals, on the first market day. And on the 10th day of the month the one party shall sell, and the other buy, liquid sufficient to last during the whole month. And on the 23rd day there shall be a sale of animals by those who are willing to sell to the people who want to buy, and of implements and other things which husbandmen sell, such as skins and all kinds of clothing, either woven or made of felt and other goods of the same sort, and which strangers are compelled to buy and purchase of others. As to the retail trade in these things, whether of barley or wheat set apart for meal and flour, or any other kind of food, no one shall sell them to citizens or their slaves, nor shall anyone buy of a citizen. But let the stranger sell them in the market of strangers, to artisans and their slaves, making an exchange of wine and food, which is commonly called retail trade. And butchers shall offer for sale parts of dismembered animals to the strangers, and artisans, and their servants. Let any stranger who likes buy fuel from day to day wholesale, from those who have the care of it in the country, and let him sell to the strangers as much as he pleases and when he pleases. As to other goods and implements which are likely to be wanted, they shall sell them in the common market, at any place which the guardians of the law and the wardens of the market and city, choosing according to their judgment, shall determine. At such places they shall exchange money for goods, and goods for money, neither party giving credit to the other, and he who gives credit must be satisfied, whether he obtain his money or not, for in such exchanges he will not be protected by law. But whenever property has been bought or sold, greater in quantity or value than is allowed by the law, which has determined within what limits a man may increase and diminish his possessions, let the excess be registered in the books of the guardians of the law. Or in case of diminution, let there be an erasure made. And let the same rule be observed about the registration of the property of the metics. Anyone who likes may come and be a metic on certain conditions. A foreigner, if he likes, and is able to settle, may dwell in the land, but he must practice an art, and not abide more than 20 years from the time at which he has registered himself. And he shall pay no sojourner's tax, however small, except good conduct, nor any other tax for buying and selling. But when the 20 years have expired, he shall take his property with him and depart. And if in the course of these years he should chance to distinguish himself by any considerable benefit which he confers on the state, and he thinks that he can persuade the council and assembly either to grant him delay in leaving the country, or to allow him to remain for the whole of his life, let him go and persuade the city, and whatever they assent to at his instance shall take effect. For the children of the metics, being artisans, and of 15 years of age, let the time of their sojourn commence after their 15th year, and let them remain for 20 years, and then go where they like. But any of them who wishes to remain, may do so, if he can persuade the council and assembly. And if he depart, let him erase all the entries which have been made by him in the register kept by the magistrates. Book 9. Athenian. Next to all the matters which have preceded in the natural order of legislation will come suits of law. Of suits those which relate to agriculture have been already described, but the more important have not been described. Having mentioned them severally under their usual names, we will proceed to say what punishments are to be inflicted for each offense, and who are to be the judges of them. Clinias, very good. Athenian, there is a sense of disgrace in legislating, as we are about to do, for all the details of crime in a state which, as we say, is to be well regulated and will be perfectly adapted to the practice of virtue. To assume that in such a state there will arise someone who will be guilty of crimes as heinous as any which are ever perpetrated in other states, and that we must legislate for him by anticipation, and threaten and make laws against him if he should arise, in order to deter him, and punish his acts, under the idea that he will arise, this, as I was saying, is in a manner disgraceful. Yet seeing that we are not like the ancient legislators, who gave laws to heroes and sons of gods, being, according to the popular belief, themselves the offspring of the gods, and legislating for others, who were also the children of divine parents, but that we are only men who are legislating for the sons of men, there is no uncharitableness in apprehending that some one of our citizens may be like a seed which has touched the ox's horn, having a heart so hard that it cannot be softened any more than those seeds can be softened by fire. Among our citizens there may be those who cannot be subdued by all the strength of the laws, and for their sake, though an ungracious task, I will proclaim my first law about the robbing of temples, in case anyone should dare to commit such a crime. I do not expect or imagine that any well-brought-up citizen will ever take the infection, but their servants, and strangers' servants may be guilty of many impieties. And with a view to them especially, and yet not without a provident eye to the weakness of human nature generally, I will proclaim the law about robbers of temples and similar incurable, or almost incurable, criminals. Having already agreed that such enactments ought always to have a short prelude, we may speak to the criminal, whom some tormenting desire by night and by day tempts to go and rob a temple. The fewest possible words of admonition and exhortation, "O sir," we will say to him, the impulse which moves you to rob temples is not an ordinary human malady, nor yet a visitation of heaven, but a madness which is begotten in a man from ancient and unexpiated crimes of his race, an ever-recurring curse. Against this you must guard with all your might, and how you are to guard we will explain to you. When any such thought comes into your mind, go and perform expiations, go as a suppliant to the temples of the gods who avert evils, go to the society of those who are called good men among you. Hear them tell and yourself try to repeat after them, that every man should honor the noble and the just. Fly from the company of the wicked, fly and turn not back. And if your disorder is lightened by these remedies, well and good, but if not, then acknowledge death to be nobler than life, and depart hence. Such are the preludes which we sing to all who have thoughts of unholy and treasonable actions, and to him who hearkens to them the law has nothing to say. But to him who is disobedient when the prelude is over, cry with a loud voice, he who is taken in the act of robbing temples, if he be a slave or stranger, shall have his evil deed engraven on his face and hands, and shall be beaten with as many stripes as may seem good to the judges, and be cast naked beyond the borders of the land. And if he suffers this punishment he will probably return to his right mind and be improved, for no penalty which the law inflicts is designed for evil, but always makes him who suffers either better or not so much worse as he would have been. But if any citizen be found guilty of any great or unmentionable wrong, either in relation to the gods, or his parents, or the state, let the judge deem him to be incurable, remembering that after receiving such an excellent education and training from youth upward, he has not abstained from the greatest of crimes. His punishment shall be death, which to him will be the least of evils, and his example will benefit others, if he perish ingloriously, and be cast beyond the borders of the land. But let his children and family, if they avoid the ways of their father, have glory, and let honorable mention be made of them, as having nobly and manfully escaped out of evil into good. None of them should have their goods confiscated to the state, for the lots of the citizens ought always to continue the same and equal. Touching the exaction of penalties, when a man appears to have done anything which deserves a fine, he shall pay the fine, if he have anything in excess of the lot which is assigned to him, but more than that he shall not pay. And to secure exactness, let the guardians of the law refer to the registers, and inform the judges of the precise truth, in order that none of the lots may go uncultivated for want of money. But if anyone seems to deserve a greater penalty, let him undergo a long and public imprisonment and be dishonored, unless some of his friends are willing to be surety for him, and liberate him by assisting him to pay the fine. No criminal shall go unpunished, not even for a single offense, nor if he have fled the country. But let the penalty be according to his deserts, death, or bonds, or blows, or degrading places of sitting or standing, or removal to some temple on the borders of the land, or let him pay fines, as we said before. In cases of death, let the judges be the guardians of the law, and a court selected by merit from the last year's magistrates. But how the causes are to be brought into court, how the summonses are to be served, and the like, these things may be left to the younger generation of legislators to determine. The manner of voting we must determine ourselves. Let the vote be given openly, but before they come to the vote let the judges sit in order of seniority over against plaintiff and defendant, and let all the citizens who can spare time hear and take a serious interest in listening to such causes. First of all the plaintiff shall make one speech, and then the defendant shall make another, and after the speeches have been made the eldest judge shall begin to examine the parties, and proceed to make an adequate inquiry into what has been said. And after the oldest has spoken, the rest shall proceed in order to examine either party as to what he finds defective in the evidence, whether of statement or omission, and he who has nothing to ask shall hand over the examination to another. And on so much of what has been said as is to the purpose all the judges shall set their seals, and place the writings on the altar of Hestia. On the next day they shall meet again, and in like manner put their questions and go through the cause, and again set their seals upon the evidence. And when they have 3 times done this, and have had witnesses and evidence enough, they shall each of them give a holy vote, after promising by Hestia that they will decide justly and truly to the utmost of their power. And so they shall put an end to the suit. Next, after what relates to the gods, follows what relates to the dissolution of the state. Whoever by permitting a man to power enslaves the laws, and subjects the city to factions, using violence and stirring up sedition contrary to law. Him we will deem the greatest enemy of the whole state. But he who takes no part in such proceedings, and, being one of the chief magistrates of the state, has no knowledge of treason, or, having knowledge of it, by reason of cowardice does not interfere on behalf of his country. Such an one we must consider nearly as bad. Every man who is worth anything will inform the magistrates, and bring the conspirator to trial for making a violent and illegal attempt to change the government. The judges of such cases shall be the same as of the robbers of temples. And let the whole proceeding be carried on in the same way, and the vote of the majority condemned to death. But let there be a general rule, that the disgrace and punishment of the father is not to be visited on the children, except in the case of someone whose father, grandfather, and great-grandfather have successively undergone the penalty of death. Such persons the city shall send away with all their possessions to the city and country of their ancestors, retaining only and wholly their appointed lot. And out of the citizens who have more than one son of not less than 10 years of age, they shall select 10 whom their father or grandfather by the mother's or father's side shall appoint. And let them send to Delphi the names of those who are selected, and him whom the god chooses they shall establish as heir of the house which has failed. And may he have better fortune than his predecessors. Clinias, very good. Athenian, once more let there be a third general law respecting the judges who are to give judgment, and the manner of conducting suits against those who are tried on an accusation of treason. And as concerning the remaining or departure of their descendants, there shall be one law for all 3, for the traitor, and the robber of temples, and the subverter by violence of the laws of the state. For a thief, whether he steal much or little, let there be one law, and one punishment for all alike. In the first place, let him pay double the amount of the theft if he be convicted. And if he have so much over and above the allotment, if he have not, he shall be bound until he pay the penalty, or persuade him who has obtained the sentence against him to forgive him. But if a person be convicted of a theft against the state, then if he can persuade the city, or if he will pay back twice the amount of the theft, he shall be set free from his bonds. Clinias, what makes you say, stranger, that a theft is all one, whether the thief may have taken much or little, and either from sacred or secular places, and these are not the only differences in thefts, seeing, then, that they are of many kinds, ought not the legislator to adapt himself to them, and impose upon them entirely different penalties? Athenian, excellent. I was running on too fast, Clinias, and you impinged upon me, and brought me to my senses, reminding me of what, indeed, had occurred to my mind already, that legislation was never yet rightly worked out, as I may say in passing. Do you remember the image in which I likened the men for whom laws are now made to slaves who are doctored by slaves? For of this you may be very sure, that if one of those empirical physicians, who practice medicine without science, were to come upon the gentleman physician talking to his gentleman patient, and using the language almost of philosophy, beginning at the beginning of the disease and discoursing about the whole nature of the body, he would burst into a hearty laugh. He would say what most of those who are called doctors always have at their tongue's end, "Foolish fellow," he would say. "You are not healing the sick man, but you are educating him. And he does not want to be made a doctor, but to get well." Clinias, and would he not be right? Athenian, perhaps he would. And he might remark upon us, that he who discourses about laws, as we are now doing, is giving the citizens education and not laws. That would be rather a telling observation. Clinias, very true. Athenian, but we are fortunate. Clinias, in what way? Athenian, inasmuch as we are not compelled to give laws, but we may take into consideration every form of government, and ascertain what is best and what is most needful, and how they may both be carried into execution. And we may also, if we please, at this very moment choose what is best, or, if we prefer, what is most necessary. Which shall we do? Clinias, there is something ridiculous, stranger, in our proposing such an alternative, as if we were legislators, simply bound under some great necessity which cannot be deferred to the morrow. But we, as I may by the grace of heaven affirm, like gatherers of stones or beginners of some composite work, may gather a heap of materials, and out of this, at our leisure, select what is suitable for our projected construction. Let us then suppose ourselves to be at leisure, not of necessity building, but rather like men who are partly providing materials, and partly putting them together. And we may truly say that some of our laws, like stones, are already fixed in their places, and others lie at hand. Athenian, certainly, in that case, Clinias, our view of law will be more in accordance with nature. For there is another matter affecting legislators, which I must earnestly entreat you to consider. Clinias, what is it? Athenian, there are many writings to be found in cities, and among them there are discourses composed by legislators as well as by other persons. Clinias, to be sure. Athenian, shall we give heed rather to the writings of those others, poets and the like, who either in meter or out of meter have recorded their advice about the conduct of life, and not to the writings of legislators? Or shall we give heed to them above all? Clinias, yes, to them far above all others. Athenian, and ought the legislator alone among writers to withhold his opinion about the beautiful, the good, and the just, and not to teach what they are, and how they are to be pursued by those who intend to be happy? Clinias, certainly not. Athenian, and is it disgraceful for Homer and Tyrtaeus and other poets to lay down evil precepts in their writings respecting life and the pursuits of men? But not so disgraceful for Lycurgus and Solon and others who were legislators as well as writers. Is it not true that of all the writings to be found in cities, those which relate to laws, when you unfold and read them, ought to be by far the noblest and the best? And should not other writings either agree with them, or if they disagree, be deemed ridiculous? We should consider whether the laws of states ought not to have the character of loving and wise parents, rather than of tyrants and masters, who command and threaten, and, after writing their decrees on walls, go their ways. And whether, in discoursing of laws, we should not take the gentler view of them which may or may not be attainable. At any rate, we will show our readiness to entertain such a view, and be prepared to undergo whatever may be the result. And may the result be good, and if God be gracious, it will be good. Clinias, excellent, let us do as you say. Athenian, then we will now consider accurately, as we proposed, what relates to robbers of temples, and all kinds of thefts and offences in general. And we must not be annoyed if, in the course of legislation, we have enacted some things, and have not made up our minds about some others, for as yet we are not legislators, but we may soon be. Let us, if you please, consider these matters. Clinias, by all means. Athenian, concerning all things honorable and just, let us then endeavor to ascertain how far we are consistent with ourselves, and how far we are inconsistent, and how far the many, from whom at any rate we should profess a desire to differ, agree and disagree among themselves. Clinias, what are the inconsistencies which you observe in us? Athenian, I will endeavor to explain. If I am not mistaken, we are all agreed that justice, and just men and things and actions, are all fair, and, if a person were to maintain that just men, even when they are deformed in body, are still perfectly beautiful in respect of the excellent justice of their minds, no one would say that there was any inconsistency in this. Clinias, they would be quite right. Athenian, perhaps, but let us consider further, that if all things which are just are fair and honorable, in the term all, we must include just sufferings which are the correlatives of just actions. Clinias, and what is the inference? Athenian, the inference is, that a just action in partaking of the just partakes also in the same degree of the fair and honorable. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, and must not a suffering which partakes of the just principle be admitted to be in the same degree fair and honorable, if the argument is consistently carried out? Clinias, true. Athenian, but then if we admit suffering to be just and yet dishonorable, and the term dishonorable is applied to justice, will not the just and the honorable disagree? Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, a thing not difficult to understand. The laws which have been already enacted would seem to announce principles directly opposed to what we are saying. Clinias, to what? Athenian, we had enacted, if I am not mistaken, that the robber of temples, and he who was the enemy of law and order, might justly be put to death, and we were proceeding to make divers other enactments of a similar nature. But we stopped short, because we saw that these sufferings are infinite in number and degree, and that they are, at once, the most just and also the most dishonorable of all sufferings. And if this be true, are not the just and the honorable at one time all the same, and at another time in the most diametrical opposition? Clinias, such appears to be the case. Athenian, in this discordant and inconsistent fashion does the language of the many rend asunder the honorable and just. Clinias, very true, stranger. Athenian, then now, Clinias, let us see how far we ourselves are consistent about these matters. Clinias, consistent in what? Athenian, I think that I have clearly stated in the former part of the discussion, but if I did not, let me now state. Clinias, what? Athenian, that all bad men are always involuntarily bad. And from this I must proceed to draw a further inference. Clinias, what is it? Athenian, that the unjust man may be bad, but that he is bad against his will. Now that an action which is voluntary should be done involuntarily is a contradiction. Wherefore he who maintains that injustice is involuntary will deem that the unjust does injustice involuntarily. I too admit that all men do injustice involuntarily, and if any contentious or disputatious person says that men are unjust against their will, and yet that many do injustice willingly, I do not agree with him. But, then, how can I avoid being inconsistent with myself, if you, Clinias, and you, Megillus, say to me, well, stranger, if all this be as you say, how about legislating for the city of the magnates? Shall we legislate or not? What do you advise? Certainly we will, I should reply. Then will you determine for them what are voluntary and what are involuntary crimes, and shall we make the punishments greater of voluntary errors and crimes and less for the involuntary? Or shall we make the punishment of all to be alike, under the idea that there is no such thing as voluntary crime? Clinias, very good, stranger, and what shall we say in answer to these objections? Athenian, that is a very fair question. In the first place, let us. Clinias, do what? Athenian, let us remember what has been well said by us already, that our ideas of justice are in the highest degree confused and contradictory. Bearing this in mind, let us proceed to ask ourselves once more whether we have discovered a way out of the difficulty. Have we ever determined in what respect these two classes of actions differ from one another? For in all states and by all legislators whatsoever, two kinds of actions have been distinguished, the one, voluntary, the other, involuntary, and they have legislated about them accordingly. But shall this new word of ours, like an oracle of God, be only spoken, and get away without giving any explanation or verification of itself? How can a word not understood be the basis of legislation? Impossible. Before proceeding to legislate, then, we must prove that they are two, and what is the difference between them, that when we impose the penalty upon either, everyone may understand our proposal, and be able in some way to judge whether the penalty is fitly or unfitly inflicted. Clinias, I agree with you, stranger, for one of two things is certain: either we must not say that all unjust acts are involuntary, or we must show the meaning and truth of this statement. Athenian, of these two alternatives, the one is quite intolerable. Not to speak what I believe to be the truth would be to me unlawful and unholy. But if acts of injustice cannot be divided into voluntary and involuntary, I must endeavor to find some other distinction between them. Clinias, very true, stranger, there cannot be two opinions among us upon that point. Athenian, reflect, then. There are hurts of various kinds done by the citizens to one another in the intercourse of life, affording plentiful examples both of the voluntary and involuntary. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, would not have anyone suppose that all these hurts are injuries, and that these injuries are of two kinds, one, voluntary, and the other, involuntary, for the involuntary hurts of all men are quite as many and as great as the voluntary. And please to consider whether I am right or quite wrong in what I am going to say. For I deny, Clinias and Megillus, that he who harms another involuntarily does him an injury involuntarily, nor should I legislate about such an act under the idea that I am legislating for an involuntary injury. But I should rather say that such a hurt, whether great or small, is not an injury at all, and, on the other hand, if I am right, when a benefit is wrongly conferred, the author of the benefit may often be said to injure. For I maintain, O my friends, that the mere giving or taking away of anything is not to be described either as just or unjust, but the legislator has to consider whether mankind do good or harm to one another out of a just principle and intention. On the distinction between injustice and hurt he must fix his eye. And when there is hurt, he must, as far as he can, make the hurt good by law, and save that which is ruined, and raise up that which is fallen, and make that which is dead or wounded whole. And when compensation has been given for injustice, the law must always seek to win over the doers and sufferers of the several hurts from feelings of enmity to those of friendship. Clinias, very good. Athenian, then as to unjust hurts, and gains also, supposing the injustice to bring gain, of these we may heal as many as are capable of being healed, regarding them as diseases of the soul. And the cure of injustice will take the following direction. Clinias, what direction? Athenian, when anyone commits any injustice, small or great, the law will admonish and compel him either never at all to do the like again, or never voluntarily, or at any rate in a far less degree, and he must in addition pay for the hurt. Whether the end is to be attained by word or action, with pleasure or pain, by giving or taking away privileges, by means of fines or gifts, or in whatsoever way the law shall proceed to make a man hate injustice, and love or not hate the nature of the just, this is quite the noblest work of law. But if the legislator sees anyone who is incurable, for him he will appoint a law and a penalty. He knows quite well that to such men themselves there is no profit in the continuance of their lives, and that they would do a double good to the rest of mankind if they would take their departure. Inasmuch as they would be an example to other men not to offend, and they would relieve the city of bad citizens. In such cases, and in such cases only, the legislator ought to inflict death as the punishment of offenses. Clinias, what you have said appears to me to be very reasonable, but will you favor me by stating a little more clearly the difference between hurt and injustice, and the various complications of the voluntary and involuntary which enter into them? Athenian, I will endeavor to do as you wish. Concerning the soul, thus much would be generally said and allowed, that one element in her nature is passion, which may be described either as a state or a part of her, and is hard to be striven against and contended with, and by irrational force overturns many things. Clinias, very true. Athenian, and pleasure is not the same with passion, but has an opposite power, working her will by persuasion and by the force of deceit in all things. Clinias, quite true. Athenian, a man may truly say that ignorance is a third cause of crimes. Ignorance, however, may be conveniently divided by the legislator into two sorts. There is simple ignorance, which is the source of lighter offenses, and double ignorance, which is accompanied by a conceit of wisdom. And he who is under the influence of the latter fancies that he knows all about matters of which he knows nothing. This second kind of ignorance, when possessed of power and strength, will be held by the legislator to be the source of great and monstrous crimes, but when attended with weakness, will only result in the errors of children and old men. And these he will treat as errors, and will make laws accordingly for those who commit them, which will be the mildest and most merciful of all laws. Clinias, you are perfectly right. Athenian, we all of us remark of one man that he is superior to pleasure and passion, and of another that he is inferior to them, and this is true. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, but no one was ever yet heard to say that one of us is superior and another inferior to ignorance. Clinias, very true. Athenian, we are speaking of motives which incite men to the fulfillment of their will. Although an individual may be often drawn by them in opposite directions at the same time. Clinias, yes, often. Athenian, and now I can define to you clearly, and without ambiguity, what I mean by the just and unjust, according to my notion of them, when anger and fear, and pleasure and pain, and jealousies and desires, tyrannize over the soul. Whether they do any harm or not, I call all this injustice. But when the opinion of the best, in whatever part of human nature states or individuals may suppose that to dwell, has dominion in the soul and orders the life of every man, even if it be sometimes mistaken. Yet what is done in accordance therewith, and the principle in individuals which obeys this rule, and is best for the whole life of man, is to be called just. Although the hurt done by mistake is thought by many to be involuntary injustice. Leaving the question of names, about which we are not going to quarrel, and having already delineated three sources of error, we may begin by recalling them somewhat more vividly to our memory. One of them was of the painful sort, which we denominate anger and fear. Clinias, quite right. Athenian, there was a second consisting of pleasures and desires, and a third of hopes, which aimed at true opinion about the best. The latter being subdivided into three, we now get 5 sources of actions, and for these 5 we will make laws of 2 kinds. Clinias, what are the 2 kinds? Athenian, there is one kind of actions done by violence and in the light of day, and another kind of actions which are done in darkness and with secret deceit, or sometimes both with violence and deceit. The laws concerning these last ought to have a character of severity. Clinias, naturally. Athenian, and now let us return from this digression and complete the work of legislation. Laws have been already enacted by us concerning the robbers of the gods, and concerning traitors, and also concerning those who corrupt the laws for the purpose of subverting the government. A man may very likely commit some of these crimes, either in a state of madness or when affected by disease, or under the influence of extreme old age, or in a fit of childish wantonness, himself no better than a child. And if this be made evident to the judges elected to try the cause, on the appeal of the criminal or his advocate, and he be judged to have been in this state when he committed the offense, he shall simply pay for the hurt which he may have done to another. But he shall be exempt from other penalties, unless he have slain someone, and have on his hands the stain of blood. And in that case he shall go to another land and country, and there dwell for a year. And if he return before the expiration of the time which the law appoints, or even set his foot at all on his native land, he shall be bound by the guardians of the law in the public prison for 2 years, and then go free. Having begun to speak of homicide, let us endeavor to lay down laws concerning every different kind of homicide, and, first of all, concerning violent and involuntary homicides. If anyone in an athletic contest, and at the public games, involuntarily kills a friend, and he dies either at the time or afterwards of the blows which he has received. Or if the like misfortune happens to anyone in war, or military exercises, or mimic contests of which the magistrates enjoin the practice, whether with or without arms. When he has been purified according to the law brought from Delphi relating to these matters, he shall be innocent. And so in the case of physicians, if their patient dies against their will, they shall be held guiltless by the law. And if one slay another with his own hand, but unintentionally, whether he be unarmed or have some instrument or dart in his hand, or if he kill him by administering food or drink, or by the application of fire or cold, or by suffocating him, whether he do the deed by his own hand, or by the agency of others, he shall be deemed the agent. And shall suffer one of the following penalties: if he kill the slave of another in the belief that he is his own, he shall bear the master of the dead man harmless from loss, or shall pay a penalty of twice the value of the dead man, which the judges shall assess. But purifications must be used greater and more numerous than for those who committed homicide at the games. What they are to be, the interpreters whom the god appoints shall be authorized to declare. And if a man kills his own slave, when he has been purified according to law, he shall be quit of the homicide. And if a man kills a freeman unintentionally, he shall undergo the same purification as he did who killed the slave. But let him not forget also a tale of olden time, which is to this effect: he who has suffered a violent end, when newly dead, if he has had the soul of a freeman in life, is angry with the author of his death. And being himself full of fear and panic by reason of his violent end, when he sees his murderer walking about in his own accustomed haunts, he is stricken with terror and becomes disordered, and this disorder of his, aided by the guilty recollection of the other, is communicated by him with overwhelming force to the murderer and his deeds. Wherefore also the murderer must go out of the way of his victim for the entire period of a year, and not himself be found in any spot which was familiar to him throughout the country. And if the dead man be a stranger, the homicide shall be kept from the country of the stranger during a like period. If anyone voluntarily obeys this law, the next of kin to the deceased, seeing all that has happened, shall take pity on him, and make peace with him, and show him all gentleness. But if anyone is disobedient, and either ventures to go to any of the temples and sacrifice unpurified, or will not continue in exile during the appointed time, the next of kin to the deceased shall proceed against him for murder. And if he be convicted, every part of his punishment shall be doubled. And if the next of kin do not proceed against the perpetrator of the crime, then the pollution shall be deemed to fall upon his own head, the murdered man will fix the guilt upon his kinsman. And he who has a mind to proceed against him may compel him to be absent from his country during 5 years, according to law. If a stranger unintentionally kill a stranger who is dwelling in the city, he who likes shall prosecute the cause according to the same rules. If he be a metic, let him be absent for a year, or if he be an entire stranger, in addition to the purification, whether he have slain a stranger, or a metic, or a citizen, he shall be banished for life from the country which is in possession of our laws. And if he return contrary to law, let the guardians of the law punish him with death, and let them hand over his property, if he have any, to him who is next of kin to the sufferer. And if he be wrecked, and driven on the coast against his will, he shall take up his abode on the seashore, wetting his feet in the sea, and watching for an opportunity of sailing. But if he be brought by land, and is not his own master, let the magistrate whom he first comes across in the city, release him and send him unharmed over the border. If anyone slays a freeman with his own hand, and the deed be done in passion, in the case of such actions we must begin by making a distinction. For a deed is done from passion either when men suddenly, and without intention to kill, cause the death of another by blows and the like on a momentary impulse, and are sorry for the deed immediately afterwards. Or again, when after having been insulted in deed or word, men pursue revenge, and kill a person intentionally, and are not sorry for the act. And, therefore, we must assume that these homicides are of 2 kinds, both of them arising from passion, which may be justly said to be in a mean between the voluntary and involuntary. At the same time, they are neither of them anything more than a likeness or shadow of either. He who treasures up his anger, and avenges himself, not immediately and at the moment, but with insidious design, and after an interval, is like the voluntary. But he who does not treasure up his anger, and takes vengeance on the instant, and without malice prepense, approaches to the involuntary, and yet even he is not altogether involuntary, but is only the image or shadow of the involuntary. Wherefore about homicides committed in hot blood, there is a difficulty in determining whether in legislating we shall reckon them as voluntary or as partly involuntary. The best and truest view is to regard them respectively as likenesses only of the voluntary and involuntary, and to distinguish them accordingly as they are done with or without premeditation. And we should make the penalties heavier for those who commit homicide with angry premeditation, and lighter for those who do not premeditate, but smite upon the instant. For that which is like a greater evil should be punished more severely, and that which is like a less evil should be punished less severely. This shall be the rule of our laws. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, let us proceed. If anyone slays a freeman with his own hand, and the deed be done in a moment of anger, and without premeditation, let the offender suffer in other respects as the involuntary homicide would have suffered. And also undergo an exile of 2 years, that he may learn to school his passions. But he who slays another from passion, yet with premeditation, shall in other respects suffer as the former, and to this shall be added an exile of 3 instead of 2 years, his punishment is to be longer because his passion is greater. The manner of their return shall be on this wise, and here the law has difficulty in determining exactly. For in some cases the murderer who is judged by the law to be the worse may really be the less cruel, and he who is judged the less cruel may be really the worse, and may have executed the murder in a more savage manner. Whereas the other may have been gentler. But in general the degrees of guilt will be such as we have described them. Of all these things the guardians of the law must take cognizance. When a homicide of either kind has completed his term of exile, the guardians shall send 12 judges to the borders of the land. These during the interval shall have informed themselves of the actions of the criminals, and they shall judge respecting their pardon and reception, and the homicides shall abide by their judgment. But if after they have returned home any one of them in a moment of anger repeats the deed, let him be in exile, and return no more, or if he returns, let him suffer as the stranger was to suffer in a similar case. He who kills his own slave shall undergo a purification, but if he kills the slave of another in anger, he shall pay twice the amount of the loss to his owner. And if any homicide is disobedient to the law, and without purification pollutes the agora, or the games, or the temples, he who pleases may bring to trial the next of kin to the dead man for permitting him, and the murderer with him. And may compel the one to exact and the other to suffer a double amount of fines and purifications. And the accuser shall himself receive the fine in accordance with the law. If a slave in a fit of passion kills his master, the kindred of the deceased man may do with the murderer, provided only they do not spare his life, whatever they please, and they will be pure. Or if he kills a freeman, who is not his master, the owner shall give up the slave to the relatives of the deceased, and they shall be under an obligation to put him to death, but this may be done in any manner which they please. And if, which is a rare occurrence, but does sometimes happen, a father or a mother in a moment of passion slays a son or daughter by blows, or some other violence, the slayer shall undergo the same purification as in other cases. And be exiled during 3 years. But when the exile returns the wife shall separate from the husband, and the husband from the wife, and they shall never afterwards beget children together, or live under the same roof. Or partake of the same sacred rites with those whom they have deprived of a child or of a brother. And he who is impious and disobedient in such a case shall be brought to trial for impiety by anyone who pleases. If in a fit of anger a husband kills his wedded wife, or the wife her husband, the slayer shall undergo the same purification, and the term of exile shall be 3 years. And when he who has committed any such crime returns, let him have no communication in sacred rites with his children, neither let him sit at the same table with them. And the father or son who disobeys shall be liable to be brought to trial for impiety by anyone who pleases. If a brother or a sister in a fit of passion kills a brother or a sister, they shall undergo purification and exile, as was the case with parents who killed their offspring, they shall not come under the same roof. Or share in the sacred rites of those whom they have deprived of their brethren, or of their children. And he who is disobedient shall be justly liable to the law concerning impiety, which relates to these matters. If anyone is so violent in his passion against his parents, that in the madness of his anger he dares to kill one of them, if the murdered person before dying freely forgives the murderer, let him undergo the purification which is assigned to those who have been guilty of involuntary homicide, and do as they do, and he shall be pure. But if he be not acquitted, the perpetrator of such a deed shall be amenable to many laws, he shall be amenable to the extreme punishments for assault and impiety, and robbing of temples, for he has robbed his parent of life. And if a man could be slain more than once, most justly would he who in a fit of passion has slain father or mother, undergo many deaths. How can he, whom, alone of all men, even in defense of his life, and when about to suffer death at the hands of his parents, no law will allow to kill his father or his mother who are the authors of his being? And whom the legislator will command to endure any extremity rather than do this, how can he, I say, lawfully receive any other punishment? Let death then be the appointed punishment of him who in a fit of passion slays his father or his mother. But if brother kills brother in a civil broil, or under other like circumstances, if the other has begun, and he only defends himself, let him be free from guilt, as he would be if he had slain an enemy. And the same rule will apply if a citizen kill a citizen, or a stranger a stranger. Or if a stranger kill a citizen or a citizen a stranger in self-defense, let him be free from guilt in like manner. And so in the case of a slave who has killed a slave, but if a slave have killed a freeman in self-defense, let him be subject to the same law as he who has killed a father. And let the law about the remission of penalties in the case of parricide apply equally to every other remission. Whenever any sufferer of his own accord remits the guilt of homicide to another, under the idea that his act was involuntary, let the perpetrator of the deed undergo a purification and remain in exile for a year, according to law. Enough has been said of murders violent and involuntary and committed in passion, we have now to speak of voluntary crimes done with injustice of every kind and with premeditation, through the influence of pleasures, and desires, and jealousies. Clinias, very good. Athenian, let us first speak, as far as we are able, of their various kinds. The greatest cause of them is lust, which gets the mastery of the soul maddened by desire. And this is most commonly found to exist where the passion reigns which is strongest and most prevalent among the mass of mankind, I mean where the power of wealth breeds endless desires of never to be satisfied acquisition, originating in natural disposition, and a miserable want of education. Of this want of education, the false praise of wealth which is bruited about both among Hellenes and barbarians is the cause, they deem that to be the first of goods which in reality is only the third. And in this way they wrong both posterity and themselves, for nothing can be nobler and better than that the truth about wealth should be spoken in all states, namely, that riches are for the sake of the body, as the body is for the sake of the soul. They are good, and wealth is intended by nature to be for the sake of them, and is therefore inferior to them both, and third in order of excellence. This argument teaches us that he who would be happy ought not to seek to be rich, or rather he should seek to be rich justly and temperately, and then there would be no murders in states requiring to be purged away by other murders. But now, as I said at first, avarice is the chiefest cause and source of the worst trials for voluntary homicide. A second cause is ambition. This creates jealousies, which are troublesome companions, above all to the jealous man himself, and in a less degree to the chiefs of the state. And a third cause is cowardly and unjust fear, which has been the occasion of many murders. When a man is doing or has done something which he desires that no one should know him to be doing or to have done, he will take the life of those who are likely to inform of such things, if he have no other means of getting rid of them. Let this be said as a prelude concerning crimes of violence in general. And I must not omit to mention a tradition which is firmly believed by many, and has been received by them from those who are learned in the mysteries. They say that such deeds will be punished in the world below. And also that when the perpetrators return to this world they will pay the natural penalty which is due to the sufferer, and end their lives in like manner by the hand of another. If he who is about to commit murder believes this, and is made by the mere prelude to dread such a penalty, there is no need to proceed with the proclamation of the law. But if he will not listen, let the following law be declared and registered against him: whoever shall wrongfully and of design slay with his own hand any of his kinsmen, shall in the first place be deprived of legal privileges. And he shall not pollute the temples, or the agora, or the harbors, or any other place of meeting, whether he is forbidden of men or not. For the law, which represents the whole state, forbids him, and always is and will be in the attitude of forbidding him. And if a cousin or nearer relative of the deceased, whether on the male or female side, does not prosecute the homicide when he ought, and have him proclaimed an outlaw, he shall in the first place be involved in the pollution, and incur the hatred of the gods, even as the curse of the law stirs up the voices of men against him. And in the second place he shall be liable to be prosecuted by anyone who is willing to inflict retribution on behalf of the dead. And he who would avenge a murder shall observe all the precautionary ceremonies of lavation, and any others which the god commands in cases of this kind. Let him have proclamation made, and then go forth and compel the perpetrator to suffer the execution of justice according to the law. Now the legislator may easily show that these things must be accomplished by prayers and sacrifices to certain gods, who are concerned with the prevention of murders in states. But who these gods are, and what should be the true manner of instituting such trials with due regard to religion, the guardians of the law, aided by the interpreters, and the prophets, and the god, shall determine. And when they have determined, let them carry on the prosecution at law. The cause shall have the same judges who are appointed to decide in the case of those who plunder temples. Let him who is convicted be punished with death, and let him not be buried in the country of the murdered man, for this would be shameless as well as impious. But if he fly and will not stand his trial, let him fly forever. Or, if he set foot anywhere on any part of the murdered man's country, let any relation of the deceased, or any other citizen who may first happen to meet with him, kill him with impunity. Or bind and deliver him to those among the judges of the case who are magistrates, that they may put him to death. And let the prosecutor demand surety of him whom he prosecutes. 3 sureties sufficient in the opinion of the magistrates who try the cause shall be provided by him, and they shall undertake to produce him at the trial. But if he be unwilling or unable to provide sureties, then the magistrates shall take him and keep him in bonds, and produce him at the day of trial. If a man do not commit a murder with his own hand, but contrives the death of another, and is the author of the deed in intention and design, and he continues to dwell in the city, having his soul not pure of the guilt of murder, let him be tried in the same way, except in what relates to the sureties. And also, if he be found guilty, his body after execution may have burial in his native land, but in all other respects his case shall be as the former. And whether a stranger shall kill a citizen, or a citizen a stranger, or a slave, there shall be no difference as touching murder by one's own hand or by contrivance, except in the matter of sureties. And these, as has been said, shall be required of the actual murderer only, and he who brings the accusation shall bind them over at the time. If a slave be convicted of slaying a freeman voluntarily, either by his own hand or by contrivance, let the public executioner take him in the direction of the sepulchre, to a place whence he can see the tomb of the dead man, and inflict upon him as many stripes as the person who caught him orders, and if he survive, let him put him to death. And if anyone kills a slave who has done no wrong, because he is afraid that he may inform of some base and evil deeds of his own, or for any similar reason, in such a case let him pay the penalty of murder, as he would have done if he had slain a citizen. There are things about which it is terrible and unpleasant to legislate, but impossible not to legislate. If, for example, there should be murders of kinsmen, either perpetrated by the hands of kinsmen, or by their contrivance, voluntary and purely malicious, which most often happen in ill-regulated and ill-educated states, and may perhaps occur even in a country where a man would not expect to find them, we must repeat once more the tale which we narrated a little while ago, in the hope that he who hears us will be the more disposed to abstain voluntarily on these grounds from murders which are utterly abominable. For the myth, or saying, or whatever we ought to call it, has been plainly set forth by priests of old. They have pronounced that the justice which guards and avenges the blood of kindred, follows the law of retaliation, and ordains that he who has done any murderous act should of necessity suffer that which he has done. He who has slain a father shall himself be slain at some time or other by his children. If a mother, he shall of necessity take a woman's nature, and lose his life at the hands of his offspring in after ages. For where the blood of a family has been polluted there is no other purification, nor can the pollution be washed out until the homicidal soul which did the deed has given life for life, and has propitiated and laid to sleep the wrath of the whole family. These are the retributions of heaven, and by such punishments men should be deterred. But if they are not deterred, and anyone should be incited by some fatality to deprive his father, or mother, or brethren, or children, of life voluntarily and of purpose, for him the earthly lawgiver legislates as follows: there shall be the same proclamations about outlawry, and there shall be the same sureties which have been enacted in the former cases. But in his case, if he be convicted, the servants of the judges and the magistrates shall slay him at an appointed place without the city where 3 ways meet, and there expose his body naked. And each of the magistrates on behalf of the whole city shall take a stone and cast it upon the head of the dead man, and so deliver the city from pollution. After that, they shall bear him to the borders of the land, and cast him forth unburied, according to law. And what shall he suffer who slays him who of all men, as they say, is his own best friend? I mean the suicide, who deprives himself by violence of his appointed share of life, not because the law of the state requires him, nor yet under the compulsion of some painful and inevitable misfortune which has come upon him, nor because he has had to suffer from irremediable and intolerable shame, but who from sloth or want of manliness imposes upon himself an unjust penalty. For him, what ceremonies there are to be of purification and burial God knows, and about these the next of kin should inquire of the interpreters and of the laws thereto relating, and do according to their injunctions. They who meet their death in this way shall be buried alone, and none shall be laid by their side. They shall be buried ingloriously in the borders of the 12 portions of the land, in such places as are uncultivated and nameless, and no column or inscription shall mark the place of their interment. And if a beast of burden or other animal caused the death of anyone, except in the case of anything of that kind happening to a competitor in the public contests, the kinsman of the deceased shall prosecute the slayer for murder. And the wardens of the country, such, and so many as the kinsmen appoint, shall try the cause, and let the beast when condemned be slain by them, and let them cast it beyond the borders. And if any lifeless thing deprive a man of life, except in the case of a thunderbolt or other fatal dart sent from the gods, whether a man is killed by lifeless objects falling upon him, or by his falling upon them, the nearest of kin shall appoint the nearest neighbor to be a judge, and thereby acquit himself and the whole family of guilt. And he shall cast forth the guilty thing beyond the border, as has been said about the animals. If a man is found dead, and his murderer be unknown, and after a diligent search cannot be detected, there shall be the same proclamation as in the previous cases, and the same interdict on the murderer. And having proceeded against him, they shall proclaim in the agora by a herald, that he who has slain such and such a person, and has been convicted of murder, shall not set his foot in the temples, nor at all in the country of the murdered man. And if he appears and is discovered, he shall die, and be cast forth unburied beyond the border. Let this one law then be laid down by us about murder, and let cases of this sort be so regarded. And now let us say in what cases and under what circumstances the murderer is rightly free from guilt. If a man catch a thief coming into his house by night to steal, and he take and kill him, or if he slay a footpad in self-defense, he shall be guiltless. And anyone who does violence to a free woman or a youth, shall be slain with impunity by the injured person, or by his or her father or brothers or sons. If a man find his wife suffering violence, he may kill the violator, and be guiltless in the eye of the law. Or if a person kill another in warding off death from his father or mother or children or brethren or wife who are doing no wrong, he shall assuredly be guiltless. Thus much as to the nurture and education of the living soul of man, having which, he can, and without which, if he unfortunately be without them, he cannot live. And also concerning the punishments which are to be inflicted for violent deaths, let thus much be enacted. Of the nurture and education of the body we have spoken before, and next in order we have to speak of deeds of violence, voluntary and involuntary, which men do to one another. These we will now distinguish, as far as we are able, according to their nature and number, and determine what will be the suitable penalties of each, and so assign to them their proper place in the series of our enactments. The poorest legislator will have no difficulty in determining that wounds and mutilations arising out of wounds should follow next in order after deaths. Let wounds be divided as homicides were divided, into those which are involuntary, and which are given in passion or from fear, and those inflicted voluntarily and with premeditation. Concerning all this, we must make some such proclamation as the following: mankind must have laws, and conform to them, or their life would be as bad as that of the most savage beast. And the reason of this is that no man's nature is able to know what is best for human society, or knowing, always able and willing to do what is best. In the first place, there is a difficulty in apprehending that the true art of politics is concerned, not with private but with public good, for public good binds together states, but private only distracts them. And that both the public and private good as well of individuals as of states is greater when the state and not the individual is first considered. In the second place, although a person knows in the abstract that this is true, yet if he be possessed of absolute and irresponsible power, he will never remain firm in his principles or persist in regarding the public good as primary in the state, and the private good as secondary. Human nature will be always drawing him into avarice and selfishness, avoiding pain and pursuing pleasure without any reason, and will bring these to the front, obscuring the juster and better. And so working darkness in his soul will at last fill with evils both him and the whole city. For if a man were born so divinely gifted that he could naturally apprehend the truth, he would have no need of laws to rule over him. For there is no law or order which is above knowledge, nor can mind, without impiety, be deemed the subject or slave of any man, but rather the lord of all. I speak of mind, true and free, and in harmony with nature. But then there is no such mind anywhere, or at least not much, and therefore we must choose law and order, which are second best. These look at things as they exist for the most part only, and are unable to survey the whole of them. And therefore I have spoken as I have. And now we will determine what penalty he ought to pay or suffer who has hurt or wounded another. Anyone may easily imagine the questions which have to be asked in all such cases: what did he wound, or whom, or how, or when? For there are innumerable particulars of this sort which greatly vary from one another. And to allow courts of law to determine all these things, or not to determine any of them, is alike impossible. There is one particular which they must determine in all cases, the question of fact. And then, again, that the legislator should not permit them to determine what punishment is to be inflicted in any of these cases, but should himself decide about all of them, small or great, is next to impossible. Clinias, then what is to be the inference? Athenian, the inference is, that some things should be left to courts of law, others the legislator must decide for himself. Clinias, and what ought the legislator to decide, and what ought he to leave to the courts of law? Athenian, I may reply, that in a state in which the courts are bad and mute, because the judges conceal their opinions and decide causes clandestinely. Or what is worse, when they are disorderly and noisy, as in a theatre, clapping or hooting in turn this or that orator, I say that then there is a very serious evil, which affects the whole state. Unfortunate is the necessity of having to legislate for such courts, but where the necessity exists, the legislator should only allow them to ordain the penalties for the smallest offences. If the state for which he is legislating be of this character, he must take most matters into his own hands and speak distinctly. But when a state has good courts, and the judges are well trained and scrupulously tested, the determination of the penalties or punishments which shall be inflicted on the guilty may fairly and with advantage be left to them. And we are not to be blamed for not legislating concerning all that large class of matters which judges far worse educated than ours would be able to determine, assigning to each offense what is due both to the perpetrator and to the sufferer. We believe those for whom we are legislating to be best able to judge, and therefore to them the greater part may be left. At the same time, as I have often said, we should exhibit to the judges, as we have done, the outline and form of the punishments to be inflicted, and then they will not transgress the just rule. That was an excellent practice, which we observed before, and which now that we are resuming the work of legislation, may with advantage be repeated by us. Let the enactment about wounding be in the following terms: if anyone has a purpose and intention to slay another who is not his enemy, and whom the law does not permit him to slay, and he wounds him, but is unable to kill him, he who had the intent and has wounded him is not to be pitied, he deserves no consideration, but should be regarded as a murderer and be tried for murder. Still having respect to the fortune which has in a manner favored him, and to the providence which in pity to him and to the wounded man saved the one from a fatal blow, and the other from an accursed fate and calamity, as a thank-offering to this deity, and in order not to oppose his will, in such a case the law will remit the punishment of death, and only compel the offender to emigrate to a neighboring city for the rest of his life, where he shall remain in the enjoyment of all his possessions. But if he have injured the wounded man, he shall make such compensation for the injury as the court deciding the cause shall assess, and the same judges shall decide who would have decided if the man had died of his wounds. And if a child intentionally wound his parents or a servant his master, death shall be the penalty. And if a brother or a sister intentionally wound a brother or a sister, and is found guilty, death shall be the penalty. And if a husband wound a wife, or a wife a husband, with intent to kill, let him or her undergo perpetual exile. If they have sons or daughters who are still young, the guardians shall take care of their property, and have charge of the children as orphans. If their sons are grown up, they shall be under no obligation to support the exiled parent, but they shall possess the property themselves. And if he who meets with such a misfortune has no children, the kindred of the exiled man to the degree of sons of cousins, both on the male and female side, shall meet together. And after taking counsel with the guardians of the law and the priests, shall appoint a 5,040th citizen to be the heir of the house, considering and reasoning that no house of all the 5,040 belongs to the inhabitant or to the whole family, but is the public and private property of the state. Now the state should seek to have its houses as holy and happy as possible. And if any one of the houses be unfortunate, and stained with impiety, and the owner leave no posterity, but dies unmarried, or married and childless, having suffered death as the penalty of murder or some other crime committed against the gods or against his fellow citizens, of which death is the penalty distinctly laid down in the law. Or if any of the citizens be in perpetual exile, and also childless, that house shall first of all be purified and undergo expiation according to law. And then let the kinsmen of the house, as we were just now saying, and the guardians of the law, meet and consider what family there is in the state which is of the highest repute for virtue and also for good fortune, in which there are a number of sons. From that family let them take one and introduce him to the father and forefathers of the dead man as their son, and, for the sake of the omen, let him be called so, that he may be the continuer of their family, the keeper of their hearth, and the minister of their sacred rights with better fortune than his father had. And when they have made this supplication, they shall make him heir according to law, and the offending person they shall leave nameless and childless and portionless when calamities such as these overtake him. Now the boundaries of some things do not touch one another, but there is a borderland which comes in between, preventing them from touching. And we were saying that actions done from passion are of this nature, and come in between the voluntary and involuntary. If a person be convicted of having inflicted wounds in a passion, in the first place he shall pay twice the amount of the injury, if the wound be curable, or, if incurable, 4 times the amount of the injury. Or if the wound be curable, and at the same time cause great and notable disgrace to the wounded person, he shall pay 4-fold. And whenever anyone in wounding another injures not only the sufferer, but also the city, and makes him incapable of defending his country against the enemy, he, besides the other penalties, shall pay a penalty for the loss which the state has incurred. And the penalty shall be, that in addition to his own times of service, he shall serve on behalf of the disabled person, and shall take his place in war, or, if he refuse, he shall be liable to be convicted by law of refusal to serve. The compensation for the injury, whether to be 2-fold or 3-fold or 4-fold, shall be fixed by the judges who convict him. And if, in like manner, a brother wounds a brother, the parents and kindred of either sex, including the children of cousins, whether on the male or female side, shall meet, and when they have judged the cause, they shall entrust the assessment of damages to the parents, as is natural. And if the estimate be disputed, then the kinsmen on the male side shall make the estimate, or if they cannot, they shall commit the matter to the guardians of the law. And when similar charges of wounding are brought by children against their parents, those who are more than 60 years of age, having children of their own, not adopted, shall be required to decide. And if anyone is convicted, they shall determine whether he or she ought to die, or suffer some other punishment either greater than death, or, at any rate, not much less. A kinsman of the offender shall not be allowed to judge the cause, not even if he be of the age which is prescribed by the law. If a slave in a fit of anger wound a freeman, the owner of the slave shall give him up to the wounded man, who may do as he pleases with him, and if he do not give him up he shall himself make good the injury. And if anyone says that the slave and the wounded man are conspiring together, let him argue the point, and if he is cast, he shall pay for the wrong 3 times over, but if he gains his case, the freeman who conspired with the slave shall be liable to an action for kidnapping. And if anyone unintentionally wounds another he shall simply pay for the harm, for no legislator is able to control chance. In such a case the judges shall be the same as those who are appointed in the case of children suing their parents. And they shall estimate the amount of the injury. All the preceding injuries and every kind of assault are deeds of violence. And every man, woman, or child ought to consider that the elder has the precedence of the younger in honor, both among the gods and also among men who would live in security and happiness. Wherefore it is a foul thing and hateful to the gods to see an elder man assaulted by a younger in the city, and it is reasonable that a young man when struck by an elder should lightly endure his anger, laying up in store for himself a like honor when he is old. Let this be the law, everyone shall reverence his elder in word and deed, he shall respect anyone who is 20 years older than himself, whether male or female, regarding him or her as his father or mother. And he shall abstain from laying hands on anyone who is of an age to have been his father or mother, out of reverence to the gods who preside over birth. Similarly he shall keep his hands from a stranger, whether he be an old inhabitant or newly arrived, he shall not venture to correct such an one by blows either as the aggressor or in self-defense. If he thinks that some stranger has struck him out of wantonness or insolence, and ought to be punished, he shall take him to the wardens of the city, but let him not strike him, that the stranger may be kept far away from the possibility of lifting up his hand against a citizen, and let the wardens of the city take the offender and examine him, not forgetting their duty to the God of strangers. And in case the stranger appears to have struck the citizen unjustly, let them inflict upon him as many blows with the scourge as he was himself inflicted, and quell his presumption. But if he be innocent, they shall threaten and rebuke the man who arrested him, and let them both go. If a person strikes another of the same age or somewhat older than himself, who has no children, whether he be an old man who strikes an old man or a young man who strikes a young man, let the person struck defend himself in the natural way without a weapon and with his hands only. He who, being more than 40 years of age, dares to fight with another, whether he be the aggressor or in self-defense, shall be regarded as rude and ill-mannered and slavish. This will be a disgraceful punishment, and therefore suitable to him. The obedient nature will readily yield to such exhortations, but the disobedient, who heeds not the prelude, shall have the law ready for him. If any man smite another who is older than himself either by 20 or by more years, in the first place, he who is at hand, not being younger than the combatants, nor their equal in age, shall separate them, or be disgraced according to law. But if he be the equal in age of the person who is struck or younger, he shall defend the person injured as he would a brother or father or still older relative. Further, let him who dares to smite an elder be tried for assault, as I have said, and if he be found guilty, let him be imprisoned for a period of not less than a year, or if the judges approve of a longer period, their decision shall be final. But if a stranger or metic smite one who is older by 20 years or more, the same law shall hold about the bystanders assisting, and he who is found guilty in such a suit, if he be a stranger but not resident, shall be imprisoned during a period of 2 years. And a metic who disobeys the laws shall be imprisoned for 3 years, unless the court assign him a longer term. And let him who was present in any of these cases and did not assist according to law be punished, if he be of the highest class, by paying a fine of a mina, or if he be of the second class, of 50 drachmas. Or if of the third class, by a fine of 30 drachmas, or if he be of the fourth class, by a fine of 20 drachmas, and the generals and taxiarchs and phylarchs and hipparchs shall form the court in such cases. Laws are partly framed for the sake of good men, in order to instruct them how they may live on friendly terms with one another, and partly for the sake of those who refuse to be instructed, whose spirit cannot be subdued, or softened, or hindered from plunging into evil. These are the persons who cause the word to be spoken which I am about to utter. For them the legislator legislates of necessity, and in the hope that there may be no need of his laws. He who shall dare to lay violent hands upon his father or mother, or any still older relative, having no fear either of the wrath of the gods above, or of the punishments that are spoken of in the world below, but transgresses in contempt of ancient and universal traditions as though he were too wise to believe in them, requires some extreme measure of prevention. Now death is not the worst that can happen to men, far worse are the punishments which are said to pursue them in the world below. But although they are most true tales, they work on such souls no prevention. For if they had any effect there would be no slayers of mothers, or impious hands lifted up against parents. And therefore the punishments of this world which are inflicted during life ought not in such cases to fall short, if possible, of the terrors of the world below. Let our enactment then be as follows: if a man dare to strike his father or his mother, or their fathers or mothers, he being at the time of sound mind, then let anyone who is at hand come to the rescue as has been already said. And the metic or stranger who comes to the rescue shall be called to the first place in the games. But if he do not come he shall suffer the punishment of perpetual exile. He who is not a metic, if he comes to the rescue, shall have praise, and if he do not come, blame. And if a slave come to the rescue, let him be made free, but if he do not come to the rescue, let him receive 100 strokes of the whip, by order of the wardens of the agora, if the occurrence take place in the agora. Or if somewhere in the city beyond the limits of the agora, any warden of the city who is in residence shall punish him, or if in the country, then the commanders of the wardens of the country. If those who are near at the time be inhabitants of the same place, whether they be youths, or men, or women, let them come to the rescue and denounce him as the impious one. And he who does not come to the rescue shall fall under the curse of Zeus, the god of kindred and of ancestors, according to law. And if anyone is found guilty of assaulting a parent, let him in the first place be forever banished from the city into the country, and let him abstain from the temples. And if he do not abstain, the wardens of the country shall punish him with blows, or in any way which they please, and if he return he shall be put to death. And if any freeman eat or drink, or have any other sort of intercourse with him, or only meeting him have voluntarily touched him, he shall not enter into any temple, nor into the agora, nor into the city, until he is purified. For he should consider that he has become tainted by a curse. And if he disobeys the law, and pollutes the city and the temples contrary to law, and one of the magistrates sees him and does not indict him, when he gives in his account this omission shall be a most serious charge. If a slave strike a freeman, whether a stranger or a citizen, let anyone who is present come to the rescue, or pay the penalty already mentioned. And let the bystanders bind him, and deliver him up to the injured person, and he receiving him shall put him in chains, and inflict on him as many stripes as he pleases. But having punished him he must surrender him to his master according to law, and not deprive him of his property. Let the law be as follows: the slave who strikes a freeman, not at the command of the magistrates, his owner shall receive bound from the man whom he has stricken, and not release him until the slave has persuaded the man whom he has stricken that he ought to be released. And let there be the same laws about women in relation to women, and about men and women in relation to one another. Book X. Athenian. And now having spoken of assaults, let us sum up all acts of violence under a single law, which shall be as follows: no one shall take or carry away any of his neighbor's goods. Neither shall he use anything which is his neighbor's without the consent of the owner. For these are the offenses which are and have been, and will ever be, the source of all the aforesaid evils. The greatest of them are excesses and insolences of youth, and are offenses against the greatest when they are done against religion. And especially great when in violation of public and holy rights, or of the partly common rights in which tribes and phratries share. And in the second degree great when they are committed against private rights and sepulchres, and in the third degree, not to repeat the acts formerly mentioned, when insults are offered to parents. The fourth kind of violence is when anyone, regardless of the authority of the rulers, takes or carries away or makes use of anything which belongs to them, not having their consent. And the fifth kind is when the violation of the civil rights of an individual demands reparation. There should be a common law embracing all these cases. For we have already said in general terms what shall be the punishment of sacrilege, whether fraudulent or violent, and now we have to determine what is to be the punishment of those who speak or act insolently toward the gods. But first we must give them an admonition which may be in the following terms: no one who in obedience to the laws believed that there were gods, ever intentionally did any unholy act or uttered any unlawful word. But he who did must have supposed one of three things: either that they did not exist, which is the first possibility, or secondly, that, if they did, they took no care of man, or thirdly, that they were easily appeased and turned aside from their purpose by sacrifices and prayers. Clinias, what shall we say or do to these persons? Athenian, my good friend, let us first hear the jests which I suspect that they in their superiority will utter against us. Clinias, what jests? Athenian, they will make some irreverent speech of this sort: O inhabitants of Athens, and Sparta, and Gnosis, they will reply, in that you speak truly. For some of us deny the very existence of the gods, while others, as you say, are of opinion that they do not care about us, and others that they are turned from their course by gifts. Now we have a right to claim, as you yourself allowed, in the matter of laws, that before you are hard upon us and threaten us, you should argue with us and convince us. You should first attempt to teach and persuade us that there are gods by reasonable evidences, and also that they are too good to be unrighteous, or to be propitiated, or turned from their course by gifts. For when we hear such things said of them by those who are esteemed to be the best of poets, and orators, and prophets, and priests, and by innumerable others, the thoughts of most of us are not set upon abstaining from unrighteous acts, but upon doing them and atoning for them. When lawgivers profess that they are gentle and not stern, we think that they should first of all use persuasion to us, and show us the existence of gods, if not in a better manner than other men, at any rate in a truer. And who knows but that we shall hearken to you? If then our request is a fair one, please to accept our challenge. Clinias, but is there any difficulty in proving the existence of the gods? Athenian, how would you prove it? Clinias, how? In the first place, the earth and the sun, and the stars and the universe, and the fair order of the seasons, and the division of them into years and months, furnish proofs of their existence. And also there is the fact that all Hellenes and barbarians believe in them. Athenian, I fear, my sweet friend, though I will not say that I much regard, the contempt with which the profane will be likely to assail us. For you do not understand the nature of their complaint, and you fancy that they rush into impiety only from a love of sensual pleasure. Clinias, why, stranger, what other reason is there? Athenian, one which you who live in a different atmosphere would never guess. Clinias, what is it? Athenian, a very grievous sort of ignorance which is imagined to be the greatest wisdom. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, at Athens there are tales preserved in writing which the virtue of your state, as I am informed, refuses to admit. They speak of the gods in prose as well as verse, and the oldest of them tell of the origin of the heavens and of the world, and not far from the beginning of their story they proceed to narrate the birth of the gods, and how after they were born they behaved to one another. Whether these stories have in other ways a good or a bad influence, I should not like to be severe upon them, because they are ancient. But, looking at them with reference to the duties of children to their parents, I cannot praise them, or think that they are useful, or at all true. Of the words of the ancients I have nothing more to say. And I should wish to say of them only what is pleasing to the gods. But as to our younger generation and their wisdom, I cannot let them off when they do mischief. For do but mark the effect of their words, when you and I argue for the existence of the gods, and produce the sun, moon, stars, and earth, claiming for them a divine being. If we would listen to the aforesaid philosophers, we should say that they are earth and stones only, which can have no care at all of human affairs, and that all religion is a cooking up of words and a make-believe. Clinias, one such teacher, O stranger, would be bad enough, and you imply that there are many of them, which is worse. Athenian, well, then, what shall we say or do? Shall we assume that someone is accusing us among unholy men, who are trying to escape from the effect of our legislation, and that they say of us, how dreadful that you should legislate on the supposition that there are gods? Shall we make a defense of ourselves? Or shall we leave them and return to our laws, lest the prelude should become longer than the law? For the discourse will certainly extend to great length, if we are to treat the impiously disposed as they desire, partly demonstrating to them at some length the things of which they demand an explanation, partly making them afraid or dissatisfied. And then proceed to the requisite enactments. Clinias, yes, stranger, but then how often have we repeated already that on the present occasion there is no reason why brevity should be preferred to length, for who is, at our heels? As the saying goes, and it would be paltry and ridiculous to prefer the shorter to the better. It is a matter of no small consequence, in some way or other to prove that there are gods, and that they are good, and regard justice more than men do. The demonstration of this would be the best and noblest prelude of all our laws. And therefore, without impatience, and without hurry, let us unreservedly consider the whole matter, summoning up all the power of persuasion which we possess. Athenian, seeing you thus in earnest, I would fain offer up a prayer that I may succeed, but I must proceed at once. Who can be calm when he is called upon to prove the existence of the gods? Who can avoid hating and abhorring the men who are and have been the cause of this argument? I speak of those who will not believe the tales which they have heard as babes and sucklings from their mothers and nurses, repeated by them both in jest and earnest, like charms, who have also heard them in the sacrificial prayers. And seen sights accompanying them, sights and sounds delightful to children, and their parents during the sacrifices showing an intense earnestness on behalf of their children and of themselves, and with eager interest talking to the gods. And beseeching them, as though they were firmly convinced of their existence. Who likewise see and hear the prostrations and invocations which are made by Hellenes and barbarians at the rising and setting of the sun and moon, in all the vicissitudes of life, not as if they thought that there were no gods, but as if there could be no doubt of their existence, and no suspicion of their non-existence. When men, knowing all these things, despise them on no real grounds, as would be admitted by all who have any particle of intelligence, and when they force us to say what we are now saying. How can anyone in gentle terms remonstrate with the like of them, when he has to begin by proving to them the very existence of the gods? Yet the attempt must be made, for it would be unseemly that one half of mankind should go mad in their lust of pleasure, and the other half in their indignation at such persons. Our address to these lost and perverted natures should not be spoken in passion. Let us suppose ourselves to select some one of them, and gently reason with him, smothering our anger. O my son, we will say to him, you are young, and the advance of time will make you reverse many of the opinions which you now hold. Wait a while, and do not attempt to judge at present of the highest things, and that is the highest of which you now think nothing, to know the gods rightly and to live accordingly. And in the first place let me indicate to you one point which is of great importance, and about which I cannot be deceived. You and your friends are not the first who have held this opinion about the gods. There have always been persons more or less numerous who have had the same disorder. I have known many of them, and can tell you, that no one who had taken up in youth this opinion, that the gods do not exist, ever continued in the same until he was old. The two other notions certainly do continue in some cases, but not in many. The notion, I mean, that the gods exist, but take no heed of human things, and the other notion that they do take heed of them, but are easily propitiated with sacrifices and prayers. As to the opinion about the gods which may some day become clear to you, I advise you to wait and consider if it be true or not, ask of others, and above all of the legislator. In the meantime take care that you do not offend against the gods. For the duty of the legislator is and always will be to teach you the truth of these matters. Clinias, our address, stranger, thus far, is excellent. Athenian, quite true, Megillus and Clinias, but I am afraid that we have unconsciously lighted on a strange doctrine. Clinias, what doctrine do you mean? Athenian, the wisest of all doctrines, in the opinion of many. Clinias, I wish that you would speak plainer. Athenian, the doctrine that all things do become, have become, and will become, some by nature, some by art and some by chance. Clinias, is not that true? Athenian, well, philosophers are probably right, at any rate we may as well follow in their track, and examine what is the meaning of them and their disciples. Clinias, by all means. Athenian, they say that the greatest and fairest things are the work of nature and of chance, the lesser of art, which, receiving from nature the greater and primeval creations, molds and fashions all those lesser works which are generally termed artificial. Clinias, how is that? Athenian, I will explain my meaning still more clearly. They say that fire and water, and earth and air, all exist by nature and chance, and none of them by art, and that as to the bodies which come next in order, earth, and sun, and moon, and stars, they have been created by means of these absolutely inanimate existences. The elements are severally moved by chance and some inherent force according to certain affinities among them, of hot with cold, or of dry with moist, or of soft with hard, and according to all the other accidental admixtures of opposites which have been formed by necessity. After this fashion and in this manner the whole heaven has been created, and all that is in the heaven, as well as animals and all plants, and all the seasons come from these elements, not by the action of mind, as they say, or of any god, or from art, but as I was saying, by nature and chance only. Art sprang up afterwards and out of these, mortal and of mortal birth, and produced in place certain images and very partial imitations of the truth, having an affinity to one another, such as music and painting create and their companion arts. And there are other arts which have a serious purpose, and these cooperate with nature, such, for example, as medicine, and husbandry, and gymnastic. And they say that politics cooperate with nature, but in a less degree, and have more of art. Also that legislation is entirely a work of art, and is based on assumptions which are not true. Clinias, how do you mean? Athenian, in the first place, my dear friend, these people would say that the gods exist not by nature, but by art, and by the laws of states, which are different in different places, according to the agreement of those who make them. And that the honorable is one thing by nature and another thing by law, and that the principles of justice have no existence at all in nature, but that mankind are always disputing about them and altering them. And that the alterations which are made by art and by law have no basis in nature, but are of authority for the moment and at the time at which they are made. These, my friends, are the sayings of wise men, poets and prose writers, which find a way into the minds of youth. They are told by them that the highest right is might, and in this way the young fall into impieties, under the idea that the gods are not such as the law bids them imagine. And hence arise factions, these philosophers inviting them to lead a true life according to nature, that is, to live in real dominion over others, and not in legal subjection to them. Clinias, what a dreadful picture, stranger, have you given, and how great is the injury which is thus inflicted on young men to the ruin both of states and families. Athenian, true, Clinias. But then what should the lawgiver do when this evil is of long standing? Should he only rise up in the state and threaten all mankind, proclaiming that if they will not say and think that the gods are such as the law ordains, and this may be extended generally to the honorable, the just, and to all the highest things, and to all that relates to virtue and vice, and if they will not make their actions conform to the copy which the law gives them, then he who refuses to obey the law shall die, or suffer stripes and bonds, or privation of citizenship, or in some cases be punished by loss of property and exile? Should he not rather, when he is making laws for men, at the same time infuse the spirit of persuasion into his words, and mitigate the severity of them as far as he can? Clinias, why, stranger, if such persuasion be at all possible, then a legislator who has anything in him ought never to weary of persuading men. He ought to leave nothing unsaid in support of the ancient opinion that there are gods, and of all those other truths which you were just now mentioning. He ought to support the law and also art, and acknowledge that both alike exist by nature, and no less than nature, if they are the creations of mind in accordance with right reason, as you appear to me to maintain. And I am disposed to agree with you in thinking. Athenian, yes, my enthusiastic Clinias, but are not these things when spoken to a multitude hard to be understood, not to mention that they take up a dismal length of time? Clinias, why, stranger, shall we, whose patience failed not when drinking or music were the themes of discourse, weary now of discoursing about the gods, and about divine things? And the greatest help to rational legislation is that the laws when once written down are always at rest. They can be put to the test at any future time, and therefore, if on first hearing they seem difficult, there is no reason for apprehension about them, because any man however dull can go over them and consider them again and again. Nor if they are tedious but useful, is there any reason or religion, as it seems to me, in any man refusing to maintain the principles of them to the utmost of his power. Megillus, stranger, I like what Clinias is saying. Athenian, yes, Megillus, and we should do as he proposes. For if impious discourses were not scattered, as I may say, throughout the world, there would have been no need for any vindication of the existence of the gods, but seeing that they are spread far and wide, such arguments are needed. And who should come to the rescue of the greatest laws, when they are being undermined by bad men, but the legislator himself? Megillus, there is no more proper champion of them. Athenian, well, then, tell me, Clinias, for I must ask you to be my partner, does not he who talks in this way conceive fire and water and earth and air to be the first elements of all things? These he calls nature, and out of these he supposes the soul to be formed afterwards, and this is not a mere conjecture of ours about his meaning, but is what he really means. Clinias, very true. Athenian, then, by heaven, we have discovered the source of this vain opinion of all those physical investigators, and I would have you examine their arguments with the utmost care, for their impiety is a very serious matter. They not only make a bad and mistaken use of argument, but they lead away the minds of others, that is my opinion of them. Clinias, you are right, but I should like to know how this happens. Athenian, I fear that the argument may seem singular. Clinias, do not hesitate, stranger, I see that you are afraid of such a discussion carrying you beyond the limits of legislation. But if there be no other way of showing our agreement in the belief that there are gods, of whom the law is said now to approve, let us take this way, my good sir. Athenian, then I suppose that I must repeat the singular argument of those who manufacture the soul according to their own impious notions. They affirm that which is the first cause of the generation and destruction of all things, to be not first, but last, and that which is last to be first, and hence they have fallen into error about the true nature of the gods. Clinias, still I do not understand you. Athenian, nearly all of them, my friends, seem to be ignorant of the nature and power of the soul, especially in what relates to her origin. They do not know that she is among the first of things, and before all bodies, and is the chief author of their changes and transpositions. And if this is true, and if the soul is older than the body, must not the things which are of the soul's kindred be of necessity prior to those which appertain to the body? Clinias, certainly. Athenian, then thought and attention and mind and art and law will be prior to that which is hard and soft and heavy and light, and the great and primitive works and actions will be works of art. They will be the first, and after them will come nature and works of nature, which however is a wrong term for men to apply to them. These will follow, and will be under the government of art and mind. Clinias, but why is the word nature wrong? Athenian, because those who use the term mean to say that nature is the first creative power. But if the soul turn out to be the primeval element, and not fire or air, then in the truest sense and beyond other things the soul may be said to exist by nature. And this would be true if you proved that the soul is older than the body, but not otherwise. Clinias, you are quite right. Athenian, shall we, then, take this as the next point to which our attention should be directed? Clinias, by all means. Athenian, let us be on our guard lest this most deceptive argument with its youthful looks, beguiling us old men, give us the slip and make a laughingstock of us. Who knows but we may be aiming at the greater, and fail of attaining the lesser. Suppose that we three have to pass a rapid river, and I, being the youngest of the three and experienced in rivers, take upon me the duty of making the attempt first by myself. Leaving you in safety on the bank, I am to examine whether the river is passable by older men like yourselves, and if such appears to be the case then I shall invite you to follow, and my experience will help to convey you across. But if the river is impassable by you, then there will have been no danger to anybody but myself. Would not that seem to be a very fair proposal? I mean to say that the argument in prospect is likely to be too much for you, out of your depth and beyond your strength, and I should be afraid that the stream of my questions might create in you who are not in the habit of answering giddiness and confusion of mind, and hence a feeling of unpleasantness and unsuitableness might arise. I think therefore that I had better first ask the questions and then answer them myself while you listen in safety. In that way I can carry on the argument until I have completed the proof that the soul is prior to the body. Clinias, excellent, stranger, and I hope that you will do as you propose. Athenian, come, then, and if ever we are to call upon the gods, let us call upon them now in all seriousness to come to the demonstration of their own existence. And so holding fast to the rope we will venture upon the depths of the argument. When questions of this sort are asked of me, my safest answer would appear to be as follows. Someone says to me, O stranger, are all things at rest and nothing in motion, or is the exact opposite of this true? Or are some things in motion and others at rest? To this I shall reply that some things are in motion and others at rest. And do not things which move in a place, and are not the things which are at rest in a place? Certainly. And some move or rest in one place and some in more places than one. You mean to say, we shall rejoin, that those things which rest at the center move in one place, just as the circumference goes round of globes which are said to be at rest? Yes. And we observe that, in the revolution, the motion which carries round the larger and the lesser circle at the same time is proportionally distributed to greater and smaller, and is greater and smaller in a certain proportion. Here is a wonder which might be thought an impossibility, that the same motion should impart swiftness and slowness in due proportion to larger and lesser circles. Very true. And when you speak of bodies moving in many places, you seem to me to mean those which move from one place to another, and sometimes have one center of motion and sometimes more than one because they turn upon their axis. And whenever they meet anything, if it be stationary, they are divided by it, but if they get in the midst between bodies which are approaching and moving towards the same spot from opposite directions, they unite with them. I admit the truth of what you are saying. Also when they unite they grow, and when they are divided they waste away, that is, supposing the constitution of each to remain, or if that fails, then there is a second reason of their dissolution. And when are all things created and how? Clearly, they are created when the first principle receives increase and attains to the second dimension, and from this arrives at the one which is neighbor to this, and after reaching the third becomes perceptible to sense. Everything which is thus changing and moving is in process of generation, only when at rest has it real existence, but when passing into another state it is destroyed utterly. Have we not mentioned all motions that there are, and comprehended them under their kinds and numbered them with the exception, my friends, of two? Clinias, which are they? Athenian, just the two, with which our present inquiry is concerned. Clinias, speak plainer. Athenian, I suppose that our inquiry has reference to the soul. Clinias, very true. Athenian, let us assume that there is a motion able to move other things, but not to move itself, that is one kind. And there is another kind which can move itself as well as other things, working in composition and decomposition, by increase and diminution and generation and destruction, that is also one of the many kinds of motion. Clinias, granted. Athenian, and we will assume that which moves other, and is changed by other, to be the ninth, and that which changes itself and others, and is coincident with every action and every passion. And is the true principle of change and motion in all that is, that we shall be inclined to call the tenth. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, and which of these 10 motions ought we to prefer as being the mightiest and most efficient? Clinias, I must say that the motion which is able to move itself is 10,000 times superior to all the others. Athenian, very good, but may I make 1 or 2 corrections in what I have been saying? Clinias, what are they? Athenian, when I spoke of the 10th sort of motion, that was not quite correct. Clinias, what was the error? Athenian, according to the true order, the 10th was really the first in generation and power, then follows the second, which was strangely enough termed the ninth by us. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, I mean this: when one thing changes another, and that another, of such will there be any primary changing element? How can a thing which is moved by another ever be the beginning of change? Impossible. But when the self-moved changes other, and that again other, and thus thousands upon tens of thousands of bodies are set in motion, must not the beginning of all this motion be the change of the self-moving principle? Clinias, very true, and I quite agree. Athenian, or, to put the question in another way, making answer to ourselves, if, as most of these philosophers have the audacity to affirm, all things were at rest in one mass, which of the above-mentioned principles of motion would first spring up among them? Clinias, clearly the self-moving, for there could be no change in them arising out of any external cause, the change must first take place in themselves. Athenian, then we must say that self-motion being the origin of all motions, and the first which arises among things at rest as well as among things in motion, is the eldest and mightiest principle of change. And that which is changed by another and yet moves other is second. Clinias, quite true. Athenian, at this stage of the argument let us put a question. Clinias, what question? Athenian, if we were to see this power existing in any earthy, watery, or fiery substance, simple or compound, how should we describe it? Clinias, you mean to ask whether we should call such a self-moving power life? Athenian, I do. Clinias, certainly we should. Athenian, and when we see soul in anything, must we not do the same, must we not admit that this is life? Clinias, we must. Athenian, and now, I beseech you, reflect, you would admit that we have a threefold knowledge of things. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, I mean that we know the essence, and that we know the definition of the essence, and the name, these are the three, and there are 2 questions which may be raised about anything. Clinias, how to? Athenian, sometimes a person may give the name and ask the definition, or he may give the definition and ask the name. I may illustrate what I mean in this way. Clinias, how? Athenian, number like some other things is capable of being divided into equal parts. When thus divided, number is named even, and the definition of the name even is number divisible into 2 equal parts. Clinias, true. Athenian, I mean, that when we are asked about the definition and give the name, or when we are asked about the name and give the definition, in either case, whether we give name or definition, we speak of the same thing, calling even the number which is divided into 2 equal parts. Clinias, quite true. Athenian, and what is the definition of that which is named soul? Can we conceive of any other than that which has been already given, the motion which can move itself? Clinias, you mean to say that the essence which is defined as the self-moved is the same with that which has the name soul? Athenian, yes. And if this is true, do we still maintain that there is anything wanting in the proof that the soul is the first origin and moving power of all that is, or has become, or will be, and their contraries? When she has been clearly shown to be the source of change and motion in all things? Clinias, certainly not, the soul as being the source of motion, has been most satisfactorily shown to be the oldest of all things. Athenian, and is not that motion which is produced in another, by reason of another, but never has any self-moving power at all, being in truth the change of an inanimate body, to be reckoned second, or by any lower number which you may prefer. Clinias, exactly. Athenian, then we are right, and speak the most perfect and absolute truth, when we say that the soul is prior to the body, and that the body is second and comes afterwards, and is born to obey the soul, which is the ruler. Clinias, nothing can be more true. Athenian, do you remember our old admission, that if the soul was prior to the body the things of the soul were also prior to those of the body? Clinias, certainly. Athenian, then characters and manners, and wishes and reasonings, and true opinions, and reflections, and recollections are prior to length and breadth and depth and strength of bodies, if the soul is prior to the body. Clinias, to be sure. Athenian, in the next place, we must not of necessity admit that the soul is the cause of good and evil, base and honorable, just and unjust, and of all other opposites, if we suppose her to be the cause of all things. Clinias, we must. Athenian, and as the soul orders and inhabits all things that move, however moving, must we not say that she orders also the heavens? Clinias, of course. Athenian, one soul or more? More than one, I will answer for you. At any rate, we must not suppose that there are less than two, one the author of good, and the other of evil. Clinias, very true. Athenian, yes, very true. The soul then directs all things in heaven, and earth, and sea by her movements, and these are described by the terms, will, consideration, attention, deliberation, opinion true and false, joy and sorrow, confidence, fear, hatred, love. And other primary motions akin to these. Which again receive the secondary motions of corporeal substances, and guide all things to growth and decay, to composition and decomposition, and to the qualities which accompany them, such as heat and cold, heaviness and lightness, hardness and softness, blackness and whiteness, bitterness and sweetness, and all those other qualities which the soul uses, herself a goddess, when truly receiving the divine mind she disciplines all things rightly to their happiness. But when she is the companion of folly, she does the very contrary of all this. Shall we assume so much, or do we still entertain doubts? Clinias, there is no room at all for doubt. Athenian, shall we say then that it is the soul which controls heaven and earth, and the whole world? That it is a principle of wisdom and virtue, or a principle which has neither wisdom nor virtue? Suppose that we make answer as follows. Clinias, how would you answer? Athenian, if, my friend, we say that the whole path and movement of heaven, and of all that is therein, is by nature akin to the movement and revolution and calculation of mind, and proceeds by kindred laws, then, as is plain, we must say that the best soul takes care of the world and guides it along the good path. Clinias, true. Athenian, but if the world moves wildly and irregularly, then the evil soul guides it. Clinias, true again. Athenian, of what nature is the movement of mind? To this question it is not easy to give an intelligent answer. And therefore I ought to assist you in framing one. Clinias, very good. Athenian, then let us not answer as if we would look straight at the sun, making ourselves darkness at midday, I mean as if we were under the impression that we could see with mortal eyes. Or know adequately the nature of mind, it will be safer to look at the image only. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, let us select of the 10 motions the one which mind chiefly resembles, this I will bring to your recollection, and will then make the answer on behalf of us all. Clinias, that will be excellent. Athenian, you will surely remember our saying that all things were either at rest or in motion. Clinias, I do. Athenian, and that of things in motion some were moving in one place, and others in more than one. Clinias, yes. Athenian, of these two kinds of motion, that which moves in one place must move about a center like globes made in a lathe, and is most entirely akin and similar to the circular movement of mind. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, in saying that both mind and the motion which is in one place move in the same and like manner, in and about the same, and in relation to the same, and according to one proportion and order, and are like the motion of a globe. We invented a fair image, which does no discredit to our ingenuity. Clinias, it does us great credit. Athenian, and the motion of the other sort which is not after the same manner, nor in the same, nor about the same, nor in relation to the same, nor in one place, nor in order, nor according to any rule or proportion, may be said to be akin to senselessness and folly. Clinias, that is most true. Athenian, then, after what has been said, there is no difficulty in distinctly stating, that since soul carries all things round, either the best soul or the contrary must of necessity carry round and order and arrange the revolution of the heaven. Clinias, and judging from what has been said, stranger, there would be impiety in asserting that any but the most perfect soul or souls carries round the heavens. Athenian, you have understood my meaning right well, Clinias, and now let me ask you another question. Clinias, what are you going to ask? Athenian, if the soul carries round the sun and moon, and the other stars, does she not carry round each individual of them? Clinias, certainly. Athenian, then of one of them let us speak, and the same argument will apply to all. Clinias, which will you take? Athenian, everyone sees the body of the sun, but no one sees his soul, nor the soul of any other body living or dead. And yet there is great reason to believe that this nature, unperceived by any of our senses, is circumfused around them all, but is perceived by mind, and therefore by mind and reflection only let us apprehend the following point. Clinias, what is that? Athenian, if the soul carries round the sun, we shall not be far wrong in supposing one of three alternatives. Clinias, what are they? Athenian, either the soul which moves the sun this way and that, resides within the circular and visible body, like the soul which carries us about every way. Or the soul provides herself with an external body of fire or air, as some affirm, and violently propels body by body, or thirdly, she is without such a body, but guides the sun by some extraordinary and wonderful power. Clinias, yes, certainly. The soul can only order all things in one of these three ways. Athenian, and this soul of the sun, which is therefore better than the sun, whether taking the sun about in a chariot to give light to men, or acting from without, or in whatever way, ought by every man to be deemed a god. Clinias, yes, by every man who has the least particle of sense. Athenian, and of the stars too, and of the moon, and of the years and months and seasons, must we not say in like manner, that since a soul or souls having every sort of excellence are the causes of all of them, those souls are gods? Whether they are living beings and reside in bodies, and in this way order the whole heaven, or whatever be the place and mode of their existence, and will anyone who admits all this venture to deny that all things are full of gods? Clinias, no one, stranger, would be such a madman. Athenian, and now, Megillus and Clinias, let us offer terms to him who has hitherto denied the existence of the gods, and leave him. Clinias, what terms? Athenian, either he shall teach us that we were wrong in saying that the soul is the original of all things, and arguing accordingly. Or, if he be not able to say anything better, then he must yield to us and live for the remainder of his life in the belief that there are gods. Let us see, then, whether we have said enough or not enough to those who deny that there are gods. Clinias, certainly, quite enough, stranger. Athenian, then to them we will say no more. And now we are to address him who, believing that there are gods, believes also that they take no heed of human affairs. To him we say, O thou best of men, in believing that there are gods you are led by some affinity to them, which attracts you towards your kindred and makes you honor and believe in them. But the fortunes of evil and unrighteous men in private as well as public life, which, though not really happy, are wrongly counted happy in the judgment of men, and are celebrated both by poets and prose writers, these draw you aside from your natural piety. Perhaps you have seen impious men growing old and leaving their children's children in high offices, and their prosperity shakes your faith. You have known or heard or been yourself an eyewitness of many monstrous impieties. And have beheld men by such criminal means from small beginnings attaining to sovereignty and the pinnacle of greatness. And considering all these things you do not like to accuse the gods of them, because they are your relatives. And so from some want of reasoning power, and also from an unwillingness to find fault with them, you have come to believe that they exist indeed, but have no thought or care of human things. Now, that your present evil opinion may not grow to still greater impiety, and that we may if possible use arguments which may conjure away the evil before it arrives. We will add another argument to that originally addressed to him who utterly denied the existence of the gods. And do you, Megillus and Clinias, answer for the young man as you did before, and if any impediment comes in our way, I will take the word out of your mouths, and carry you over the river as I did just now. Clinias, very good. Do as you say, and we will help you as well as we can. Athenian, there will probably be no difficulty in proving to him that the gods care about the small as well as about the great. For he was present and heard what was said, that they are perfectly good, and that the care of all things is most entirely natural to them. Clinias, no doubt he heard that. Athenian, let us consider together in the next place what we mean by this virtue which we ascribe to them. Surely we should say that to be temperate and to possess mind belongs to virtue, and the contrary to vice. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, yes, and courage is a part of virtue, and cowardice of vice. Clinias, true. Athenian, and the one is honorable, and the other dishonorable. Clinias, to be sure. Athenian, and the one, like other meaner things, is a human quality, but the gods have no part in anything of the sort. Clinias, that again is what everybody will admit. Athenian, but do we imagine carelessness and idleness and luxury to be virtues? What do you think? Clinias, decidedly not. Athenian, they rank under the opposite class. Clinias, yes. Athenian, and their opposites, therefore, would fall under the opposite class. Clinias, yes. Athenian, but are we to suppose that one who possesses all these good qualities will be luxurious and heedless and idle, like those whom the poet compares to stingless drones? Clinias, and the comparison is a most just one. Athenian, surely God must not be supposed to have a nature which he himself hates. He who dares to say this sort of thing must not be tolerated for a moment. Clinias, of course not. How could he have? Athenian, should we not on any principle be entirely mistaken in praising anyone who has some special business entrusted to him, if he have a mind which takes care of great matters and no care of small ones? Reflect. He who acts in this way, whether he be God or man, must act from one of two principles. Clinias, what are they? Athenian, either he must think that the neglect of the small matters is of no consequence to the whole, or if he knows that they are of consequence, and he neglects them, his neglect must be attributed to carelessness and indolence. Is there any other way in which his neglect can be explained? For surely, when it is impossible for him to take care of all, he is not negligent if he fails to attend to these things great or small, which a god or some inferior being might be wanting in strength or capacity to manage. Clinias, certainly not. Athenian, now, then, let us examine the offenders, who both alike confess that there are gods, but with a difference, the one saying that they may be appeased, and the other that they have no care of small matters. There are 3 of us and 2 of them, and we will say to them, in the first place, you both acknowledge that the gods hear and see and know all things, and that nothing can escape them which is matter of sense and knowledge. Do you admit this? Clinias, yes. Athenian, and do you admit also that they have all power which mortals and immortals can have? Clinias, they will, of course, admit this also. Athenian, and surely we 3 and they 2, 5 in all, have acknowledged that they are good and perfect? Clinias, assuredly. Athenian, but, if they are such as we conceive them to be, can we possibly suppose that they ever act in the spirit of carelessness and indolence? For in us inactivity is the child of cowardice, and carelessness of inactivity and indolence. Clinias, most true. Athenian, Then not from inactivity and carelessness is any god ever negligent, for there is no cowardice in them. Clinias, that is very true. Athenian, then the alternative which remains is, that if the gods neglect the lighter and lesser concerns of the universe, they neglect them because they know that they ought not to care about such matters. What other alternative is there but the opposite of their knowing? Clinias, there is none. Athenian, and, O most excellent and best of men, do I understand you to mean that they are careless because they are ignorant, and do not know that they ought to take care, or that they know, and yet like the meanest sort of men, knowing the better, choose the worse because they are overcome by pleasures and pains? Clinias, impossible. Athenian, do not all human things partake of the nature of soul? And is not man the most religious of all animals? Clinias, that is not to be denied. Athenian, and we acknowledge that all mortal creatures are the property of the gods, to whom also the whole of heaven belongs? Clinias, certainly. Athenian, and, therefore, whether a person says that these things are to the gods great or small, in either case it would not be natural for the gods who own us, and who are the most careful and the best of owners, to neglect us. There is also a further consideration. Clinias, what is it? Athenian, sensation and power are in an inverse ratio to each other in respect to their ease and difficulty. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, I mean that there is greater difficulty in seeing and hearing the small than the great, but more facility in moving and controlling and taking care of small and unimportant things than of their opposites. Clinias, far more. Athenian, suppose the case of a physician who is willing and able to cure some living thing as a whole. How will the whole fare at his hands if he takes care only of the greater and neglects the parts which are lesser? Clinias, decidedly not well. Athenian, no better would be the result with pilots or generals, or householders, or statesmen, or any other such class, if they neglected the small and regarded only the great, as the builders say. The larger stones do not lie well without the lesser. Clinias, of course not. Athenian, let us not, then, deem God inferior to human workmen, who, in proportion to their skill, finish and perfect their works, small as well as great, by one and the same art. Or that God, the wisest of beings, who is both willing and able to take care, is like a lazy good-for-nothing, or a coward, who turns his back upon labor and gives no thought to smaller and easier matters, but to the greater only. Clinias, never, stranger, let us admit a supposition about the gods which is both impious and false. Athenian, I think that we have now argued enough with him who delights to accuse the gods of neglect. Clinias, yes. Athenian, he has been forced to acknowledge that he is in error, but he still seems to me to need some words of consolation. Clinias, what consolation will you offer him? Athenian, let us say to the youth, the ruler of the universe has ordered all things with a view to the excellence and preservation of the whole, and each part, as far as may be, has an action and passion appropriate to it. Over these, down to the least fraction of them, ministers have been appointed to preside, who have wrought out their perfection with infinitesimal exactness. And one of these portions of the universe is thine own, unhappy man, which, however little, contributes to the whole. And you do not seem to be aware that this and every other creation is for the sake of the whole, and in order that the life of the whole may be blessed, and that you are created for the sake of the whole, and not the whole for the sake of you. For every physician and every skilled artist does all things for the sake of the whole, directing his effort towards the common good, executing the part for the sake of the whole, and not the whole for the sake of the part. And you are annoyed because you are ignorant how what is best for you happens to you and to the universe, as far as the laws of the common creation admit. Now, as the soul combining first with one body and then with another undergoes all sorts of changes, either of herself, or through the influence of another soul, all that remains to the player of the game is that he should shift the pieces, sending the better nature to the better place, and the worse to the worse, and so assigning to them their proper portion. Clinias, in what way do you mean? Athenian, in a way which may be supposed to make the care of all things easy to the gods. If anyone were to form or fashion all things without any regard to the whole, if, for example, he formed a living element of water out of fire. Instead of forming many things out of one or one out of many in regular order attaining to a first or second or third birth, the transmutation would have been infinite. But now the ruler of the world has a wonderfully easy task. Clinias, how so? Athenian, I will explain. When the king saw that our actions had life, and that there was much virtue in them and much vice, and that the soul and body, although not, like the gods of popular opinion, eternal, yet having once come into existence, were indestructible, for if either of them had been destroyed, there would have been no generation of living beings. And when he observed that the good of the soul was ever by nature designed to profit men, and the evil to harm them, he, seeing all this, contrived so to place each of the parts that their position might in the easiest and best manner procure the victory of good and the defeat of evil in the whole. And he contrived a general plan by which a thing of a certain nature found a certain seat and room. But the formation of qualities he left to the wills of individuals. For every one of us is made pretty much what he is by the bent of his desires and the nature of his soul. Clinias, yes, that is probably true. Athenian, then all things which have a soul change, and possess in themselves a principle of change. And in changing move according to law and to the order of destiny. Natures which have undergone a lesser change move less and on the earth's surface, but those which have suffered more change and have become more criminal sink into the abyss. That is to say, into Hades and other places in the world below, of which the very names terrify men, and which they picture to themselves as in a dream, both while alive and when released from the body. And whenever the soul receives more of good or evil from her own energy and the strong influence of others, when she has communion with divine virtue and becomes divine, she is carried into another and better place, which is perfect in holiness. But when she has communion with evil, then she also changes the place of her life. This is the justice of the gods who inhabit Olympus. O youth or young man, who fancy that you are neglected by the gods, know that if you become worse you shall go to the worse souls, or if better to the better. And in every succession of life and death you will do and suffer what like may fitly suffer at the hands of like. This is the justice of heaven, which neither you nor any other unfortunate will ever glory in escaping, and which the ordaining powers have specially ordained. Take good heed thereof, for it will be sure to take heed of you. If you say, I am small and will creep into the depths of the earth, or I am high and will fly up to heaven, you are not so small or so high but that you shall pay the fitting penalty. Either here or in the world below or in some still more savage place whither you shall be conveyed. This is also the explanation of the fate of those whom you saw, who had done unholy and evil deeds, and from small beginnings had grown great, and you fancied that from being miserable they had become happy. And in their actions, as in a mirror, you seem to see the universal neglect of the gods, not knowing how they make all things work together and contribute to the great whole. And thinkest thou, bold man, that thou needest not to know this? He who knows it not can never form any true idea of the happiness or unhappiness of life or hold any rational discourse respecting either. If Clinias and this our reverend company succeed in proving to you that you know not what you say of the gods, then will God help you. But should you desire to hear more, listen to what we say to the third opponent, if you have any understanding whatsoever. For I think that we have sufficiently proved the existence of the gods, and that they care for men. The other notion that they are appeased by the wicked, and take gifts, is what we must not concede to anyone. And what every man should disprove to the utmost of his power. Clinias, very good, let us do as you say. Athenian, well, then, by the gods themselves I conjure you to tell me, if they are to be propitiated, how are they to be propitiated? Who are they, and what is their nature? Must they not be at least rulers who have to order unceasingly the whole heaven? Clinias, true. Athenian, and to what earthly rulers can they be compared, or who to them? How in the less can we find an image of the greater? Are they charioteers of contending pairs of steeds, or pilots of vessels? Perhaps they might be compared to the generals of armies, or they might be likened to physicians providing against the diseases which make war upon the body, or to husbandmen observing anxiously the effects of the seasons on the growth of plants. Or perhaps to shepherds of flocks. For as we acknowledge the world to be full of many goods and also of evils, and of more evils than goods, there is, as we affirm, an immortal conflict going on among us, which requires marvelous watchfulness. And in that conflict the gods and demigods are our allies, and we are their property. Injustice and insolence and folly are the destruction of us, and justice and temperance and wisdom are our salvation. And the place of these latter is in the life of the gods, although some vestige of them may occasionally be discerned among mankind. But upon this earth we know that there dwell souls possessing an unjust spirit, who may be compared to brute animals, which fawn upon their keepers, whether dogs or shepherds, or the best and most perfect masters. For they in like manner, as the voices of the wicked declare, prevail by flattery and prayers and incantations, and are allowed to make their gains with impunity. And this sin, which is termed dishonesty, is an evil of the same kind as what is termed disease in living bodies or pestilence in years or seasons of the year, and in cities and governments has another name, which is injustice. Clinias, quite true. Athenian, what else can he say who declares that the gods are always lenient to the doers of unjust acts, if they divide the spoil with them? As if wolves were to toss a portion of their prey to the dogs, and they, mollified by the gift, suffered them to tear the flocks. Must not he who maintains that the gods can be propitiated argue thus? Clinias, precisely so. Athenian, and to which of the above-mentioned classes of guardians would any man compare the gods without absurdity? Will he say that they are like pilots, who are themselves turned away from their duty by libations of wine and the savor of fat, and at last overturn both ship and sailors? Clinias, assuredly not. Athenian, and surely they are not like charioteers who are bribed to give up the victory to other chariots. Clinias, that would be a fearful image of the gods. Athenian, nor are they like generals, or physicians, or husbandmen, or shepherds. And no one would compare them to dogs who have been silenced by wolves. Clinias, a thing not to be spoken of. Athenian, and are not all the gods the chiefest of all guardians, and do they not guard our highest interests? Clinias, yes. The chiefest. Athenian, and shall we say that those who guard our noblest interests, and are the best of guardians, are inferior in virtue to dogs, and to men even of moderate excellence? Who would never betray justice for the sake of gifts which unjust men impiously offer them? Clinias, certainly not, nor is such a notion to be endured, and he who holds this opinion may be fairly singled out and characterized as of all impious men the wickedest and most impious. Athenian, then are the three assertions, that the gods exist, and that they take care of men, and that they can never be persuaded to do injustice, now sufficiently demonstrated? May we say that they are? Clinias, you have our entire assent to your words. Athenian, I have spoken with vehemence because I am zealous against evil men, and I will tell you, dear Clinias, why I am so. I would not have the wicked think that, having the superiority in argument, they may do as they please and act according to their various imaginations about the gods, and this zeal has led me to speak too vehemently. But if we have at all succeeded in persuading the men to hate themselves and love their opposites, the prelude of our laws about impiety will not have been spoken in vain. Clinias, so let us hope. And even if we have failed, the style of our argument will not discredit the lawgiver. Athenian, after the prelude shall follow a discourse, which will be the interpreter of the law. This shall proclaim to all impious persons that they must depart from their ways and go over to the pious. And to those who disobey, let the law about impiety be as follows: if a man is guilty of any impiety in word or deed, anyone who happens to be present shall give information to the magistrates, in aid of the law. And let the magistrates who first receive the information bring him before the appointed court according to the law. And if a magistrate, after receiving information, refuses to act, he shall be tried for impiety at the instance of anyone who is willing to vindicate the laws, and if anyone be cast, the court shall estimate the punishment of each act of impiety. And let all such criminals be imprisoned. There shall be 3 prisons in the state, the first of them is to be the common prison in the neighborhood of the agora for the safe keeping of the generality of offenders. Another is to be in the neighborhood of the nocturnal council, and is to be called the house of reformation. Another, to be situated in some wild and desolate region in the center of the country, shall be called by some name expressive of retribution. Now, men fall into impiety from 3 causes, which have been already mentioned, and from each of these causes arise 2 sorts of impiety, in all 6, which are worth distinguishing, and should not all have the same punishment. For he who does not believe in the gods, and yet has a righteous nature, hates the wicked and dislikes and refuses to do injustice, and avoids unrighteous men, and loves the righteous. But they who besides believing that the world is devoid of gods are intemperate, and have at the same time good memories and quick wits, are worse, although both of them are unbelievers, much less injury is done by the one than by the other. The one may talk loosely about the gods and about sacrifices and oaths, and perhaps by laughing at other men he may make them like himself, if he be not punished. But the other who holds the same opinions and is called a clever man, is full of stratagem and deceit. Men of this class deal in prophecy and jugglery of all kinds. And out of their ranks sometimes come tyrants and demagogues and generals and hierophants of private mysteries and the sophists, as they are termed, with their ingenious devices. There are many kinds of unbelievers, but 2 only for whom legislation is required, one the hypocritical sort, whose crime is deserving of death many times over, while the other needs only bonds and admonition. In like manner also the notion that the gods take no thought of men produces 2 other sorts of crimes, and the notion that they may be propitiated produces 2 more. Assuming these divisions, let those who have been made what they are only from want of understanding, and not from malice or an evil nature, be placed by the judge in the house of reformation, and ordered to suffer imprisonment during a period of not less than 5 years. And in the meantime let them have no intercourse with the other citizens, except with members of the nocturnal council, and with them let them converse with a view to the improvement of their soul's health. And when the time of their imprisonment has expired, if any of them be of sound mind let him be restored to sane company, but if not, and if he be condemned a second time, let him be punished with death. As to that class of monstrous natures who not only believe that there are no gods, or that they are negligent, or to be propitiated, but in contempt of mankind conjure the souls of the living and say that they can conjure the dead and promise to charm the gods with sacrifices and prayers, and will utterly overthrow individuals and whole houses and states for the sake of money, let him who is guilty of any of these things be condemned by the court to be bound according to law in the prison which is in the center of the land. And let no freeman ever approach him, but let him receive the rations of food appointed by the guardians of the law from the hands of the public slaves. And when he is dead let him be cast beyond the borders unburied, and if any freeman assist in burying him, let him pay the penalty of impiety to anyone who is willing to bring a suit against him. But if he leaves behind him children who are fit to be citizens, let the guardians of orphans take care of them, just as they would of any other orphans, from the day on which their father is convicted. In all these cases there should be one law, which will make men in general less liable to transgress in word or deed, and less foolish, because they will not be allowed to practice religious rites contrary to law. And let this be the simple form of the law: no man shall have sacred rites in a private house. When he would sacrifice, let him go to the temples and hand over his offerings to the priests and priestesses, who see to the sanctity of such things, and let him pray himself, and let anyone who pleases join with him in prayer. The reason of this is as follows: gods and temples are not easily instituted, and to establish them rightly is the work of a mighty intellect. And women especially, and men too, when they are sick or in danger, or in any sort of difficulty, or again on their receiving any good fortune, have a way of consecrating the occasion, vowing sacrifices, and promising shrines to gods, demigods, and sons of gods. And when they are awakened by terrible apparitions and dreams or remember visions, they find in altars and temples the remedies of them, and will fill every house and village with them, placing them in the open air, or wherever they may have had such visions. And with a view to all these cases we should obey the law. The law has also regard to the impious, and would not have them fancy that by the secret performance of these actions, by raising temples and by building altars in private houses, they can propitiate the gods secretly with sacrifices and prayers. While they are really multiplying their crimes infinitely, bringing guilt from heaven upon themselves, and also upon those who permit them, and who are better men than they are. And the consequence is that the whole state reaps the fruit of their impiety, which, in a certain sense, is deserved. Assuredly God will not blame the legislator, who will enact the following law: no one shall possess shrines of the gods in private houses, and he who is found to possess them, and perform any sacred rites not publicly authorized, supposing the offender to be some man or woman who is not guilty of any other great and impious crime, shall be informed against by him who is acquainted with the fact, which shall be announced by him to the guardians of the law. And let them issue orders that he or she shall carry away their private rites to the public temples, and if they do not persuade them, let them inflict a penalty on them until they comply. And if a person be proven guilty of impiety, not merely from childish levity, but such as grown-up men may be guilty of, whether he have sacrificed publicly or privately to any gods, let him be punished with death, for his sacrifice is impure. Whether the deed has been done in earnest, or only from childish levity, let the guardians of the law determine, before they bring the matter into court and prosecute the offender for impiety. Book 11. Athenian. In the next place, dealings between man and man require to be suitably regulated. The principle of them is very simple: thou shalt not, if thou canst help, touch that which is mine, or remove the least thing which belongs to me without my consent. And may I be of a sound mind, and do to others as I would that they should do to me. First, let us speak of treasure trove. May I never pray the gods to find the hidden treasure, which another has laid up for himself and his family, he not being one of my ancestors, nor lift, if I should find such a treasure. And may I never have any dealings with those who are called diviners, and who in any way or manner counsel me to take up the deposit entrusted to the earth, for I should not gain so much in the increase of my possessions, if I take up the prize, as I should grow in justice and virtue of soul, if I abstain. And this will be a better possession to me than the other in a better part of myself, for the possession of justice in the soul is preferable to the possession of wealth. And of many things it is well said, move not the immovables, and this may be regarded as one of them. And we shall do well to believe the common tradition which says, that such deeds prevent a man from having a family. Now as to him who is careless about having children and regardless of the legislator, taking up that which neither he deposited, nor any ancestor of his, without the consent of the depositor, violating the simplest and noblest of laws which was the enactment of no mean man, take not up that which was not laid down by thee, of him, I say, who despises these two legislators, and takes up, not some small matter which he has not deposited, but perhaps a great heap of treasure, what he ought to suffer at the hands of the gods, God only knows. But I would have the first person who sees him go and tell the wardens of the city, if the occurrence has taken place in the city, or if the occurrence has taken place in the agora he shall tell the wardens of the agora. Or if in the country he shall tell the wardens of the country and their commanders. When information has been received the city shall send to Delphi, and, whatever the god answers about the money and the remover of the money, that the city shall do in obedience to the oracle. The informer, if he be a freeman, shall have the honor of doing rightly, and he who informs not, the dishonor of doing wrongly. And if he be a slave who gives information, let him be freed, as he ought to be, by the state, which shall give his master the price of him, but if he do not inform he shall be punished with death. Next in order shall follow a similar law, which shall apply equally to matters great and small, if a man happens to leave behind him some part of his property, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Let him who may come upon the left property suffer it to remain, reflecting that such things are under the protection of the goddess of ways, and are dedicated to her by the law. But if anyone defies the law, and takes the property home with him, let him, if the thing is of little worth, and the man who takes it a slave, be beaten with many stripes by him who meets him, being a person of not less than 30 years of age. Or if he be a freeman, in addition to being thought a mean person and a despiser of the laws, let him pay 10 times the value of the treasure which he has moved to the lever. And if someone accuses another of having anything which belongs to him, whether little or much, and the other admits that he has this thing, but denies that the property in dispute belongs to the other. If the property be registered with the magistrates according to law, the claimant shall summon the possessor, who shall bring it before the magistrates. And when it is brought into court, if it be registered in the public registers, to which of the litigants it belonged, let him take it and go his way. Or if the property be registered as belonging to someone who is not present, whoever will offer sufficient surety on behalf of the absent person that he will give it up to him, shall take it away as the representative of the other. But if the property which is deposited be not registered with the magistrates, let it remain until the time of trial with 3 of the eldest of the magistrates. And if it be an animal which is deposited, then he who loses the suit shall pay the magistrates for its keep, and they shall determine the cause within 3 days. Anyone who is of sound mind may arrest his own slave, and do with him whatever he will of such things as are lawful, and he may arrest the runaway slave of any of his friends or kindred with a view to his safe keeping. And if anyone takes away him who is being carried off as a slave, intending to liberate him, he who is carrying him off shall let him go, but he who takes him away shall give 3 sufficient sureties. And if he give them, and not without giving them, he may take him away, but if he take him away after any other manner he shall be deemed guilty of violence. And being convicted shall pay as a penalty double the amount of the damages claimed to him who has been deprived of the slave. Any man may also carry off a freedman, if he do not pay respect or sufficient respect to him who freed him. Now the respect shall be, that the freedman go 3 times in the month to the hearth of the person who freed him, and offer to do whatever he ought, so far as he can, and he shall agree to make such a marriage as his former master approves. He shall not be permitted to have more property than he who gave him liberty, and what more he has shall belong to his master. The freedman shall not remain in the state more than 20 years, but like other foreigners shall go away, taking his entire property with him, unless he has the consent of the magistrates and of his former master to remain. If a freedman or any other stranger has a property greater than the census of the 3rd class, at the expiration of 30 days from the day on which this comes to pass, he shall take that which is his and go his way. And in this case he shall not be allowed to remain any longer by the magistrates. And if anyone disobeys this regulation, and is brought into court and convicted, he shall be punished with death, and his property shall be confiscated. Suits about these matters shall take place before the tribes, unless the plaintiff and defendant have got rid of the accusation either before their neighbors or before judges chosen by them. If a man lay claim to any animal or anything else which he declares to be his, let the possessor refer to the seller or to some honest and trustworthy person, who has given, or in some legitimate way made over the property to him. If he be a citizen or a metic, sojourning in the city, within 30 days, or, if the property have been delivered to him by a stranger, within 5 months, of which the middle month shall include the summer solstice. When goods are exchanged by selling and buying, a man shall deliver them, and receive the price of them, at a fixed place in the agora, and have done with the matter, but he shall not buy or sell anywhere else, nor give credit. And if in any other manner or in any other place there be an exchange of one thing for another, and the seller give credit to the man who buys from him, he must do this on the understanding that the law gives no protection in cases of things sold not in accordance with these regulations. Again, as to contributions, any man who likes may go about collecting contributions as a friend among friends, but if any difference arises about the collection, he is to act on the understanding that the law gives no protection in such cases. He who sells anything above the value of 50 drachmas shall be required to remain in the city for 10 days, and the purchaser shall be informed of the house of the seller, with a view to the sort of charges which are apt to arise in such cases, and the restitutions which the law allows. And let legal restitution be on this wise: if a man sells a slave who is in a consumption, or who has the disease of the stone, or of strangury, or epilepsy, or some other tedious and incurable disorder of body or mind, which is not discernible to the ordinary man, if the purchaser be a physician or trainer, he shall have no right of restitution. Nor shall there be any right of restitution if the seller has told the truth beforehand to the buyer. But if a skilled person sells to another who is not skilled, let the buyer appeal for restitution within 6 months, except in the case of epilepsy, and then the appeal may be made within a year. The cause shall be determined by such physicians as the parties may agree to choose, and the defendant, if he lose the suit, shall pay double the price at which he sold. If a private person sell to another private person, he shall have the right of restitution, and the decision shall be given as before, but the defendant, if he be cast, shall only pay back the price of the slave. If a person sells a homicide to another, and they both know of the fact, let there be no restitution in such a case, but if he do not know of the fact, there shall be a right of restitution, whenever the buyer makes the discovery. And the decision shall rest with the 5 youngest guardians of the law, and if the decision be that the seller was cognizant of the fact, he shall purify the house of the purchaser, according to the law of the interpreters. And shall pay back 3 times the purchase money. If a man exchanges either money for money, or anything whatever for anything else, either with or without life, let him give and receive them genuine and unadulterated, in accordance with the law. And let us have a prelude about all this sort of roguery, like the preludes of our other laws. Every man should regard adulteration as of one and the same class with falsehood and deceit, concerning which the many are too fond of saying that at proper times and places the practice may often be right. But they leave the occasion, and the when, and the where, undefined and unsettled, and from this want of definiteness in their language they do a great deal of harm to themselves and to others. Now a legislator ought not to leave the matter undetermined, he ought to prescribe some limit, either greater or less. Let this be the rule prescribed: no one shall call the gods to witness, when he says or does anything false or deceitful or dishonest, unless he would be the most hateful of mankind to them. And he is most hateful to them who takes a false oath, and pays no heed to the gods, and in the next degree, he who tells a falsehood in the presence of his superiors. Now better men are the superiors of worse men, and in general elders are the superiors of the young, wherefore also parents are the superiors of their offspring, and men of women and children, and rulers of their subjects. For all men ought to reverence anyone who is in any position of authority, and especially those who are in state offices. And this is the reason why I have spoken of these matters. For everyone who is guilty of adulteration in the agora tells a falsehood, and deceives, and when he invokes the gods, according to the customs and cautions of the wardens of the agora, he does but swear without any respect for God or man. Certainly, it is an excellent rule not lightly to defile the names of the gods, after the fashion of men in general, who care little about piety and purity in their religious actions. But if a man will not conform to this rule, let the law be as follows: he who sells anything in the agora shall not ask 2 prices for that which he sells, but he shall ask 1 price, and if he do not obtain this, he shall take away his goods. And on that day he shall not value them either at more or less, and there shall be no praising of any goods, or oath taken about them. If a person disobeys this command, any citizen who is present, not being less than 30 years of age, may with impunity chastise and beat the swearer, but if instead of obeying the laws he takes no heed, he shall be liable to the charge of having betrayed them. If a man sells any adulterated goods and will not obey these regulations, he who knows and can prove the fact, and does prove it in the presence of the magistrates, if he be a slave or a metic, shall have the adulterated goods. But if he be a citizen, and do not pursue the charge, he shall be called a rogue, and deemed to have robbed the gods of the agora, or if he proves the charge, he shall dedicate the goods to the gods of the agora. He who is proved to have sold any adulterated goods, in addition to losing the goods themselves, shall be beaten with stripes, a stripe for a drachma, according to the price of the goods. And the herald shall proclaim in the agora the offense for which he is going to be beaten. The wardens of the agora and the guardians of the law shall obtain information from experienced persons about the rogueries and adulterations of the sellers, and shall write up what the seller ought and ought not to do in each case. And let them inscribe their laws on a column in front of the court of the wardens of the agora, that they may be clear instructors of those who have business in the agora. Enough has been said in what has preceded about the wardens of the city, and if anything seems to be wanting, let them communicate with the guardians of the law, and write down the omission. And place on a column in the court of the wardens of the city the primary and secondary regulations which are laid down for them about their office. After the practices of adulteration naturally follow the practices of retail trade. Concerning these, we will first of all give a word of counsel and reason, and the law shall come afterwards. Retail trade in a city is not by nature intended to do any harm, but quite the contrary, for is not he a benefactor who reduces the inequalities and incommensurabilities of goods to equality and common measure? And this is what the power of money accomplishes, and the merchant may be said to be appointed for this purpose. The hireling and the tavern keeper, and many other occupations, some of them more and others less seemly, all alike have this object: they seek to satisfy our needs and equalize our possessions. Let us then endeavor to see what has brought retail trade into ill odor, and wherein lies the dishonor and unseemliness of it, in order that if not entirely, we may yet partially, cure the evil by legislation. To effect this is no easy matter, and requires a great deal of virtue. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, dear Clinias, the class of men is small, they must have been rarely gifted by nature, and trained by education, who, when assailed by wants and desires, are able to hold out and observe moderation. And when they might make a great deal of money are sober in their wishes, and prefer a moderate to a large gain. But the mass of mankind are the very opposite, their desires are unbounded, and when they might gain in moderation they prefer gains without limit. Wherefore all that relates to retail trade, and merchandise, and the keeping of taverns, is denounced and numbered among dishonorable things. For if what I trust may never be and will not be, we were to compel, if I may venture to say a ridiculous thing, the best men everywhere to keep taverns for a time, or carry on retail trade, or do anything of that sort. Or if, in consequence of some fate or necessity, the best women were compelled to follow similar callings, then we should know how agreeable and pleasant all these things are. And if all such occupations were managed on incorrupt principles, they would be honored as we honor a mother or a nurse. But now that a man goes to desert places and builds houses which can only be reached by long journeys, for the sake of retail trade, and receives strangers who are in need at the welcome resting place, and gives them peace and calm when they are tossed by the storm, or cool shade in the heat. And then instead of behaving to them as friends, and showing the duties of hospitality to his guests, treats them as enemies and captives who are at his mercy, and will not release them until they have paid the most unjust, abominable, and extortionate ransom, these are the sort of practices, and foul evils they are, which cast a reproach upon the succor of adversity. And the legislator ought always to be devising a remedy for evils of this nature. There is an ancient saying, which is also a true one: to fight against two opponents is a difficult thing, as is seen in diseases and in many other cases. And in this case also the war is against two enemies, wealth and poverty, one of whom corrupts the soul of man with luxury, while the other drives him by pain into utter shamelessness. What remedy can a city of sense find against this disease? In the first place, they must have as few retail traders as possible, and in the second place, they must assign the occupation to that class of men whose corruption will be the least injury to the state. And in the third place, they must devise some way whereby the followers of these occupations themselves will not readily fall into habits of unbridled shamelessness and meanness. After this preface let our law run as follows: and may fortune favor us, no landowner among the magnates, whose city the god is restoring and resettling, no one, that is, of the 5,040 families, shall become a retail trader either voluntarily or involuntarily. Neither shall he be a merchant, or do any service for private persons unless they equally serve him, except for his father or his mother, and their fathers and mothers, and in general for his elders who are freemen, and whom he serves as a freeman. Now it is difficult to determine accurately the things which are worthy or unworthy of a freeman, but let those who have obtained the prize of virtue give judgment about them in accordance with their feelings of right and wrong. He who in any way shares in the illiberality of retail trades may be indicted for dishonoring his race by anyone who likes, before those who have been judged to be the first in virtue. And if he appear to throw dirt upon his father's house by an unworthy occupation, let him be imprisoned for a year and abstain from that sort of thing, and if he repeat the offense, for 2 years. And every time that he is convicted let the length of his imprisonment be doubled. This shall be the second law: he who engages in retail trade must be either a metic or a stranger. And a third law shall be, in order that the retail trader who dwells in our city may be as good or as little bad as possible. The guardians of the law shall remember that they are not only guardians of those who may be easily watched and prevented from becoming lawless or bad, because they are well-born and bred. But still more should they have a watch over those who are of another sort, and follow pursuits which have a very strong tendency to make men bad. And, therefore, in respect of the multifarious occupations of retail trade, that is to say, in respect of such of them as are allowed to remain, because they seem to be quite necessary in a state, about these the guardians of the law should meet and take counsel with those who have experience of the several kinds of retail trade. As we before commanded concerning adulteration, which is a matter akin to this, and when they meet they shall consider what amount of receipts, after deducting expenses, will produce a moderate gain to the retail trades. And they shall fix in writing and strictly maintain what they find to be the right percentage of profit. This shall be seen to by the wardens of the agora, and by the wardens of the city, and by the wardens of the country. And so retail trade will benefit everyone, and do the least possible injury to those in the state who practice it. When a man makes an agreement which he does not fulfill, unless the agreement be of a nature which the law or a vote of the assembly does not allow, or which he has made under the influence of some unjust compulsion, or which he is prevented from fulfilling against his will by some unexpected chance, the other party may go to law with him in the courts of the tribes, for not having completed his agreement. If the parties are not able previously to come to terms before arbiters or before their neighbors. The class of craftsmen who have furnished human life with the arts is dedicated to Hephaestus and Athene. And there is a class of craftsmen who preserve the works of all craftsmen by arts of defense, the votaries of Ares and Athene, to which divinities they too are rightly dedicated. All these continue through life serving the country and the people. Some of them are leaders in battle, others make for hire implements and works, and they ought not to deceive in such matters, out of respect to the gods who are their ancestors. If any craftsman through indolence omit to execute his work in a given time, not reverencing the God who gives him the means of life, but considering, foolish fellow, that he is his own God and will let him off easily, in the first place, he shall suffer at the hands of the God, and in the second place, the law shall follow in a similar spirit. He shall owe to him who contracted with him the price of the works which he has failed in performing, and he shall begin again and execute them gratis in the given time. When a man undertakes a work, the law gives him the same advice which was given to the seller, that he should not attempt to raise the price, but simply ask the value. This the law enjoins also on the contractor. For the craftsman assuredly knows the value of his work. Wherefore, in free states the man of art ought not to attempt to impose upon private individuals by the help of his art, which is by nature a true thing. And he who is wronged in a matter of this sort, shall have a right of action against the party who has wronged him. And if anyone lets out work to a craftsman, and does not pay him duly according to the lawful agreement, disregarding Zeus the guardian of the city and Athene, who are the partners of the state, and overthrows the foundations of society for the sake of a little gain, in his case let the law and the gods maintain the common bonds of the state. And let him who, having already received the work in exchange, does not pay the price in the time agreed, pay double the price. And if a year has elapsed, although interest is not to be taken on loans, yet for every drachma which he owes to the contractor let him pay a monthly interest of an obol. Suits about these matters are to be decided by the courts of the tribes. And by the way, since we have mentioned craftsmen at all, we must not forget that other craft of war, in which generals and tacticians are the craftsmen, who undertake voluntarily or involuntarily the work of our safety. As other craftsmen undertake other public works, if they execute their work well the law will never tire of praising him who gives them those honors which are the just rewards of the soldier. But if anyone, having already received the benefit of any noble service in war, does not make the due return of honor, the law will blame him. Let this then be the law, having an ingredient of praise, not compelling but advising the great body of the citizens to honor the brave men who are the saviors of the whole state. Whether by their courage or by their military skill, they should honor them, I say, in the second place. For the first and highest tribute of respect is to be given to those who are able above other men to honor the words of good legislators. The greater part of the dealings between man and man have been now regulated by us with the exception of those that relate to orphans and the supervision of orphans by their guardians. These follow next in order, and must be regulated in some way. But to arrive at them we must begin with the testamentary wishes of the dying and the case of those who may have happened to die intestate. When I said, Clinias, that we must regulate them, I had in my mind the difficulty and perplexity in which all such matters are involved. You cannot leave them unregulated, for individuals would make regulations at variance with one another, and repugnant to the laws and habits of the living and to their own previous habits. If a person were simply allowed to make any will which he pleased, and this were to take effect in whatever state he may have been at the end of his life. For most of us lose our senses in a manner, and feel crushed when we think that we are about to die. Clinias, what do you mean, stranger? Athenian, O Clinias, a man when he is about to die is an intractable creature, and is apt to use language which causes a great deal of anxiety and trouble to the legislator. Clinias, in what way? Athenian, he wants to have the entire control of all his property, and will use angry words. Clinias, such as what? Athenian, O ye gods, he will say, how monstrous that I am not allowed to give, or not to give, my own to whom I will, less to him who has been bad to me, and more to him who has been good to me. And whose badness and goodness have been tested by me in time of sickness or in old age and in every other sort of fortune. Clinias, well, stranger, and may he not very fairly say so? Athenian, in my opinion, Clinias, the ancient legislators were too good-natured, and made laws without sufficient observation or consideration of human things. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, I mean, my friend, that they were afraid of the testator's reproaches, and so they passed a law to the effect that a man should be allowed to dispose of his property in all respects as he liked. But you and I, if I am not mistaken, will have something better to say to our departing citizens. Clinias, what? Athenian, O my friends, we will say to them, hard is it for you, who are creatures of a day, to know what is yours, hard too, as the Delphic oracle says, to know yourselves at this hour. Now I, as the legislator, regard you and your possessions, not as belonging to yourselves, but as belonging to your whole family, both past and future, and yet more do I regard both family and possessions as belonging to the state. Wherefore, if someone steals upon you with flattery, when you are tossed on the sea of disease or old age, and persuades you to dispose of your property in a way that is not for the best, I will not, if I can help, allow this. But I will legislate with a view to the whole, considering what is best both for the state and for the family, esteeming as I ought the feelings of an individual at a lower rate. And I hope that you will depart in peace and kindness towards us, as you are going the way of all mankind, and we will impartially take care of all your concerns, not neglecting any of them, if we can possibly help. Let this be our prelude and consolation to the living and dying, Clinias, and let the law be as follows: he who makes a disposition in a testament, if he be the father of a family, shall first of all inscribe as his heir any one of his sons whom he may think fit. And if he gives any of his children to be adopted by another citizen, let the adoption be inscribed. And if he has a son remaining over and above who has not been adopted upon any lot, and who may be expected to be sent out to a colony according to law, to him his father may give as much as he pleases of the rest of his property, with the exception of the paternal lot and the fixtures on the lot. And if there are other sons, let him distribute among them what there is more than the lot in such portions as he pleases. And if one of the sons has already a house of his own, he shall not give him of the money, nor shall he give money to a daughter who has been betrothed, but if she is not betrothed he may give her money. And if any of the sons or daughters shall be found to have another lot of land in the country, which has accrued after the testament has been made, they shall leave the lot which they have inherited to the heir of the man who has made the will. If the testator has no sons, but only daughters, let him choose the husband of any one of his daughters whom he pleases, and leave and inscribe him as his son and heir. And if a man have lost his son, when he was a child, and before he could be reckoned among grown-up men, whether his own or an adopted son, Let the testator make mention of the circumstance and inscribe whom he will to be his second son in hope of better fortune. If the testator has no children at all, he may select and give to anyone whom he pleases the 10th part of the property which he has acquired. But let him not be blamed if he gives all the rest to his adopted son, and makes a friend of him according to the law. If the sons of a man require guardians, and the father when he dies leaves a will appointing guardians, those who have been named by him, whoever they are and whatever their number be, if they are able and willing to take charge of the children, shall be recognized according to the provisions of the will. But if he dies and has made no will, or a will in which he has appointed no guardians, then the next of kin, 2 on the father's and 2 on the mother's side, and one of the friends of the deceased, shall have the authority of guardians, whom the guardians of the law shall appoint when the orphans require guardians. And the 15 eldest guardians of the law shall have the whole care and charge of the orphans, divided into 3s according to seniority, a body of 3 for 1 year, and then another body of 3 for the next year, until the cycle of the 5 periods is complete. And this, as far as possible, is to continue always. If a man dies, having made no will at all, and leaves sons who require the care of guardians, they shall share in the protection which is afforded by these laws. And if a man dying by some unexpected fate leaves daughters behind him, let him pardon the legislator if when he gives them in marriage, he have a regard only to 2 out of 3 conditions, nearness of kin and the preservation of the lot, and omits the 3rd condition, which a father would naturally consider, for he would choose out of all the citizens a son for himself and a husband for his daughter, with a view to his character and disposition. The father, I say, shall forgive the legislator if he disregards this, which to him is an impossible consideration. Let the law about these matters where practicable be as follows: if a man dies without making a will, and leaves behind him daughters, let his brother, being the son of the same father or of the same mother, having no lot, marry the daughter and have the lot of the dead man. And if he have no brother, but only a brother's son, in like manner let them marry, if they be of a suitable age. And if there be not even a brother's son, but only the son of a sister, let them do likewise, and so in the 4th degree, if there be only the testator's father's brother, or in the 5th degree, his father's brother's son, or in the 6th degree, the child of his father's sister. Let kindred be always reckoned in this way: if a person leaves daughters the relationship shall proceed upwards through brothers and sisters, and brothers and sisters' children, and first the males shall come, and after them the females in the same family. The judge shall consider and determine the suitableness or unsuitableness of age in marriage. He shall make an inspection of the males naked, and of the women naked down to the navel. And if there be a lack of kinsmen in a family extending to grandchildren of a brother, or to the grandchildren of a grandfather's children, the maiden may choose with the consent of her guardians any one of the citizens who is willing and whom she wills, and he shall be the heir of the dead man, and the husband of his daughter. Circumstances vary, and there may sometimes be a still greater lack of relations within the limits of the state. And if any maiden has no kindred living in the city, and there is someone who has been sent out to a colony, and she is disposed to make him the heir of her father's possessions, if he be indeed of her kindred, let him proceed to take the lot according to the regulation of the law. But if he be not of her kindred, she having no kinsman within the city, and he be chosen by the daughter of the dead man, and empowered to marry by the guardians, let him return home and take the lot of him who died intestate. And if a man has no children, either male or female, and dies without making a will, let the previous law in general hold, and let a man and a woman go forth from the family and share the deserted house, and let the lot belong absolutely to them. And let the heiress in the 1st degree be a sister, and in a 2nd degree a daughter of a brother, and in the 3rd, a daughter of a sister, in the 4th degree the sister of a father, and in the 5th degree the daughter of a father's brother, and in a 6th degree of a father's sister. And these shall dwell with their male kinsmen, according to the degree of relationship and right, as we enacted before. Now we must not conceal from ourselves that such laws are apt to be oppressive and that there may sometimes be a hardship in the lawgiver commanding the kinsman of the dead man to marry his relation. He may be thought not to have considered the innumerable hindrances which may arise among men in the execution of such ordinances. For there may be cases in which the parties refuse to obey, and are ready to do anything rather than marry, when there is some bodily or mental malady or defect among those who are bidden to marry or be married. Persons may fancy that the legislator never thought of this, but they are mistaken. Wherefore let us make a common prelude on behalf of the lawgiver and of his subjects, the law begging the latter to forgive the legislator, in that he, having to take care of the common weal, cannot order at the same time the various circumstances of individuals, and begging him to pardon them if naturally they are sometimes unable to fulfill the act which he in his ignorance imposes upon them. Clinias, and how, stranger, can we act most fairly under the circumstances? Athenian, there must be arbiters chosen to deal with such laws and the subjects of them. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, I mean to say, that a case may occur in which the nephew, having a rich father, will be unwilling to marry the daughter of his uncle, he will have a feeling of pride, and he will wish to look higher. And there are cases in which the legislator will be imposing upon him the greatest calamity, and he will be compelled to disobey the law, if he is required, for example, to take a wife who is mad, or has some other terrible malady of soul or body, such as makes life intolerable to the sufferer. Then let what we are saying concerning these cases be embodied in a law. If anyone finds fault with the established laws respecting testaments, both as to other matters and especially in what relates to marriage, and asserts that the legislator, if he were alive and present, would not compel him to obey, that is to say, would not compel those who are by our law required to marry or be given in marriage, to do either, and some kinsman or guardian dispute this, the reply is that the legislator left 15 of the guardians of the law to be arbiters and fathers of orphans, male or female, and to them let the disputants have recourse, and by their aid determine any matters of the kind, admitting their decision to be final. But if anyone thinks that too great power is thus given to the guardians of the law, let him bring his adversaries into the court of the select judges, and there have the points in dispute determined. And he who loses the cause shall have censure and blame from the legislator, which, by a man of sense, is felt to be a penalty far heavier than a great loss of money. Thus will orphan children have a second birth. After their first birth we spoke of their nurture and education, and after their second birth, when they have lost their parents, we ought to take measures that the misfortune of orphanhood may be as little sad to them as possible. In the first place, we say that the guardians of the law are lawgivers and fathers to them, not inferior to their natural fathers. Moreover, they shall take charge of them year by year as of their own kindred. And we have given both to them and to the children's own guardians as suitable admonition concerning the nurture of orphans. And we seem to have spoken opportunely in our former discourse, when we said that the souls of the dead have the power after death of taking an interest in human affairs, about which there are many tales and traditions, long indeed, but true. And seeing that they are so many and so ancient, we must believe them, and we must also believe the lawgivers, who tell us that these things are true, if they are not to be regarded as utter fools. But if these things are really so, in the first place men should have a fear of the gods above, who regard the loneliness of the orphans. And in the second place of the souls of the departed, who by nature incline to take an especial care of their own children, and are friendly to those who honor, and unfriendly to those who dishonor them. Men should also fear the souls of the living who are aged and high in honor. Wherever a city is well ordered and prosperous, their descendants cherish them, and so live happily. Old persons are quick to see and hear all that relates to them, and are propitious to those who are just in the fulfillment of such duties, and they punish those who wrong the orphan and the desolate, considering that they are the greatest and most sacred of trusts. To all which matters the guardian and magistrate ought to apply his mind, if he has any, and take heed of the nurture and education of the orphans, seeking in every possible way to do them good. For he is making a contribution 26 to his own good and that of his children. He who obeys the tale which precedes the law, and does no wrong to an orphan, will never experience the wrath of the legislator. But he who is disobedient, and wrongs anyone who is bereft of father or mother, shall pay twice the penalty which he would have paid if he had wronged one whose parents had been alive. As touching other legislation concerning guardians in their relation to orphans, or concerning magistrates and their superintendence of the guardians. If they did not possess examples of the manner in which children of freemen would be brought up in the bringing up of their own children, and of the care of their property in the care of their own. Or if they had not just laws fairly stated about these very things, there would have been reason in making laws for them, under the idea that they were a peculiar class. And we might distinguish and make separate rules for the life of those who are orphans and of those who are not orphans. But as the case stands, the condition of orphans with us is not different from the case of those who have a father, though in regard to honor and dishonor, and the attention given to them, the two are not usually placed upon a level. Wherefore, touching the legislation about orphans, the law speaks in serious accents, both of persuasion and threatening, and such a threat as the following will be by no means out of place: he who is the guardian of an orphan of either sex. And he among the guardians of the law to whom the superintendence of this guardian has been assigned, shall love the unfortunate orphan as though he were his own child. And he shall be as careful and diligent in the management of his possessions as he would be if they were his own, or even more careful and diligent. Let everyone who has the care of an orphan observe this law. But anyone who acts contrary to the law on these matters, if he be a guardian of the child, may be fined by a magistrate, or, if he be himself a magistrate, the guardian may bring him before the court of select judges, and punish him, if convicted, by exacting a fine of double the amount of that inflicted by the court. And if a guardian appears to the relations of the orphan, or to any other citizen, to act negligently or dishonestly, let them bring him before the same court, and whatever damages are given against him, let him pay fourfold. And let half belong to the orphan and half to him who procured the conviction. If any orphan arrives at years of discretion, and thinks that he has been ill-used by his guardians, let him within 5 years of the expiration of the guardianship be allowed to bring them to trial. And if any of them be convicted, the court shall determine what he shall pay or suffer. And if a magistrate shall appear to have wronged the orphan by neglect, and he be convicted, let the court determine what he shall suffer or pay to the orphan, and if there be dishonesty in addition to neglect, besides paying the fine, let him be deposed from his office of guardian of the law, and let the state appoint another guardian of the law for the city and for the country in his room. Greater differences than there ought to be sometimes arise between fathers and sons, on the part either of fathers who will be of opinion that the legislator should enact that they may, if they wish, lawfully renounce their son by the proclamation of a herald in the face of the world, or of sons who think that they should be allowed to indict their fathers on the charge of imbecility when they are disabled by disease or old age. These things only happen, as a matter of fact, where the natures of men are utterly bad. For where only half is bad, as, for example, if the father be not bad, but the son be bad, or conversely, no great calamity is the result of such an amount of hatred as this. In another state, a son disowned by his father would not of necessity cease to be a citizen, but in our state, of which these are to be the laws, the disinherited must necessarily emigrate into another country. For no addition can be made even of a single family to the 5,040 households. And, therefore, he who deserves to suffer these things must be renounced not only by his father, who is a single person, but by the whole family. And what is done in these cases must be regulated by some such law as the following: he who in the sad disorder of his soul has a mind, justly or unjustly, to expel from his family a son whom he has begotten and brought up, shall not lightly or at once execute his purpose. But first of all he shall collect together his own kinsmen, extending to cousins, and in like manner his son's kinsmen by the mother's side, and in their presence he shall accuse his son, setting forth that he deserves at the hands of them all to be dismissed from the family. And the son shall be allowed to address them in a similar manner, and show that he does not deserve to suffer any of these things. And if the father persuades them, and obtains the suffrages of more than half of his kindred, exclusive of the father and mother and the offender himself, I say, if he obtains more than half the suffrages of all the other grown-up members of the family, of both sexes, the father shall be permitted to put away his son, but not otherwise. And if any other citizen is willing to adopt the son who is put away, no law shall hinder him, for the characters of young men are subject to many changes in the course of their lives. And if he has been put away, and in a period of 10 years no one is willing to adopt him, let those who have the care of the superabundant population which is sent out into colonies, see to him, in order that he may be suitably provided for in the colony. And if disease or age or harshness of temper, or all these together, makes a man to be more out of his mind than the rest of the world are, but this is not observable, except to those who live with him, and he, being master of his property, is the ruin of the house, and his son doubts and hesitates about indicting his father for insanity, let the law in that case ordain that he shall first of all go to the eldest guardians of the law and tell them of his father's misfortune. And they shall duly look into the matter, and take counsel as to whether he shall indict him or not. And if they advise him to proceed, they shall be both his witnesses and his advocates, and if the father is cast, he shall henceforth be incapable of ordering the least particular of his life. Let him be as a child dwelling in the house for the remainder of his days. And if a man and his wife have an unfortunate incompatibility of temper, 10 of the guardians of the law, who are impartial, 27, and 10 of the women who regulate marriages, shall look to the matter. And if they are able to reconcile them, they shall be formally reconciled. But if their souls are too much tossed with passion, they shall endeavor to find other partners. Now they are not likely to have very gentle tempers, and, therefore, we must endeavor to associate with them deeper and softer natures. Those who have no children, or only a few, at the time of their separation, should choose their new partners with a view to the procreation of children. But those who have a sufficient number of children should separate and marry again in order that they may have someone to grow old with and that the pair may take care of one another in age. If a woman dies, leaving children, male or female, the law will advise rather than compel the husband to bring up the children without introducing into the house a stepmother. But if he have no children, then he shall be compelled to marry until he has begotten a sufficient number of sons to his family and to the state. And if a man dies leaving a sufficient number of children, the mother of his children shall remain with them and bring them up. But if she appears to be too young to live virtuously without a husband, let her relations communicate with the women who superintend marriage, and let both together do what they think best in these matters. If there is a lack of children, let the choice be made with a view to having them. 2 children, one of either sex, shall be deemed sufficient in the eye of the law. When a child is admitted to be the offspring of certain parents and is acknowledged by them, but there is need of a decision as to which parent the child is to follow, in case a female slave have intercourse with a male slave, or with a freeman or freedman, the offspring shall always belong to the master of the female slave. Again, if a free woman have intercourse with a male slave, the offspring shall belong to the master of the slave. But if a child be born either of a slave by her master, or of his mistress by a slave, and this be proven, the offspring of the woman and its father shall be sent away by the women who superintend marriage into another country. And the guardians of the law shall send away the offspring of the man and its mother. Neither God, nor a man who has understanding, will ever advise anyone to neglect his parents. To a discourse concerning the honor and dishonor of parents, a prelude such as the following, about the service of the gods, will be a suitable introduction. There are ancient customs about the gods which are universal. And they are of 2 kinds, some of the gods we see with our eyes and we honor them, of others we honor the images, raising statues of them which we adore. And though they are lifeless, yet we imagine that the living gods have a goodwill and gratitude to us on this account. Now, if a man has a father or mother, or their fathers or mothers treasured up in his house stricken in years, let him consider that no statue can be more potent to grant his requests than they are, who are sitting at his hearth. If only he knows how to show true service to them. Clinias, and what do you call the true mode of service? Athenian, I will tell you, O my friend, for such things are worth listening to. Clinias, proceed. Athenian, Oedipus, as tradition says, when dishonored by his sons, invoked on them curses which everyone declares to have been heard and ratified by the gods, and Amintor in his wrath invoked curses on his son Phoenix, and Theseus upon Hippolytus. And innumerable others have also called down wrath upon their children, whence it is clear that the gods listen to the imprecations of parents. For the curses of parents are, as they ought to be, mighty against their children as no others are. And shall we suppose that the prayers of a father or mother who is specially dishonored by his or her children, are heard by the gods in accordance with nature? And that if a parent is honored by them, and in the gladness of his heart earnestly entreats the gods in his prayers to do them good, he is not equally heard, and that they do not minister to his request? If not, they would be very unjust ministers of good, and that we affirm to be contrary to their nature. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, may we not think, as I was saying just now, that we can possess no image which is more honored by the gods, than that of a father or grandfather, or of a mother stricken in years? Whom when a man honors, the heart of the god rejoices, and he is ready to answer their prayers. And, truly, the figure of an ancestor is a wonderful thing, far higher than that of a lifeless image. For the living, when they are honored by us, join in our prayers, and when they are dishonored, they utter imprecations against us, but lifeless objects do neither. And therefore, if a man makes a right use of his father and grandfather and other aged relations, he will have images which above all others will win him the favor of the gods. Clinias, excellent. Athenian, every man of any understanding fears and respects the prayers of parents, knowing well that many times and to many persons they have been accomplished. Now these things being thus ordered by nature, good men think it a blessing from heaven if their parents live to old age and reach the utmost limit of human life, or if taken away before their time they are deeply regretted by them. But to bad men parents are always a cause of terror. Wherefore let every man honor with every sort of lawful honor his own parents, agreeably to what has now been said. But if this prelude be an unmeaning sound in the ears of anyone, let the law follow, which may be rightly imposed in these terms: if anyone in this city be not sufficiently careful of his parents, and do not regard and gratify in every respect their wishes more than those of his sons and of his other offspring or of himself, let him who experiences this sort of treatment either come himself, or send someone to inform the 3 eldest guardians of the law, and 3 of the women who have the care of marriages. And let them look to the matter and punish youthful evildoers with stripes and bonds if they are under 30 years of age, that is to say, if they be men, or if they be women, let them undergo the same punishment up to 40 years of age. But if, when they are still more advanced in years, they continue the same neglect of their parents, and do any hurt to any of them, let them be brought before a court in which every single one of the eldest citizens shall be the judges. And if the offender be convicted, let the court determine what he ought to pay or suffer, and any penalty may be imposed on him which a man can pay or suffer. If the person who has been wronged be unable to inform the magistrates, let any freeman who hears of his case inform, and if he do not, he shall be deemed base, and shall be liable to have a suit for damage brought against him by anyone who likes. And if a slave inform, he shall receive freedom, and if he be the slave of the injurer or injured party, he shall be set free by the magistrates, or if he belong to any other citizen, the public shall pay a price on his behalf to the owner. And let the magistrates take heed that no one wrongs him out of revenge, because he has given information. Cases in which one man injures another by poisons, and which prove fatal, have been already discussed. 28 But about other cases in which a person intentionally and of malice harms another with meats, or drinks, or ointments, nothing has as yet been determined. For there are 2 kinds of poisons used among men, which cannot clearly be distinguished. There is the kind just now explicitly mentioned, which injures bodies by the use of other bodies according to a natural law. There is also another kind which persuades the more daring class that they can do injury by sorceries, and incantations, and magic knots, as they are termed, and makes others believe that they above all persons are injured by the powers of the magician. Now it is not easy to know the nature of all these things, nor if a man do know can he readily persuade others to believe him. And when men are disturbed in their minds at the sight of waxen images fixed either at their doors, or in a place where 3 ways meet, or on the sepulchres of parents, there is no use in trying to persuade them that they should despise all such things because they have no certain knowledge about them. But we must have a law in 2 parts, concerning poisoning, in whichever of the 2 ways the attempt is made, and we must entreat, and exhort, and advise men not to have recourse to such practices, by which they scare the multitude out of their wits. As if they were children, compelling the legislator and the judge to heal the fears which the sorcerer arouses, and to tell them in the first place, that he who attempts to poison or enchant others knows not what he is doing. Either as regards the body, unless he has a knowledge of medicine, or as regards his enchantments, unless he happens to be a prophet or diviner. Let the law, then, run as follows about poisoning or witchcraft: he who employs poison to do any injury, not fatal, to a man himself, or to his servants, or any injury, whether fatal or not, to his cattle or his bees, if he be a physician, and be convicted of poisoning, shall be punished with death. Or if he be a private person, the court shall determine what he is to pay or suffer. But he who seems to be the sort of man who injures others by magic knots, or enchantments, or incantations, or any of the like practices, if he be a prophet or diviner, let him die. And if, not being a prophet, he be convicted of witchcraft, as in the previous case, let the court fix what he ought to pay or suffer. When a man does another any injury by theft or violence, for the greater injury let him pay greater damages to the injured man, and less for the smaller injury. But in all cases, whatever the injury may have been, as much as will compensate the loss. And besides the compensation of the wrong, let a man pay a further penalty for the chastisement of his offense, he who has done the wrong instigated by the folly of another 29 through the lightheartedness of youth or the like, shall pay a lighter penalty. But he who has injured another through his own folly, when overcome by pleasure or pain, in cowardly fear, or lust, or envy, or implacable anger, shall endure a heavier punishment. Not that he is punished because he did wrong, for that which is done can never be undone, but in order that in future times, he, and those who see him corrected, may utterly hate injustice, or at any rate abate much of their evil-doing. Having an eye to all these things, the law, like a good archer, should aim at the right measure of punishment, and in all cases at the deserved punishment. In the attainment of this the judge shall be a fellow-worker with the legislator, whenever the law leaves to him to determine what the offender shall suffer or pay. And the legislator, like a painter, shall give a rough sketch of the cases in which the law is to be applied. This is what we must do, Megillus and Clinias, in the best and fairest manner that we can, saying what the punishments are to be of all actions of theft and violence, and giving laws of such a kind as the gods and sons of gods would have us give. If a man is mad he shall not be at large in the city, but his relations shall keep him at home in any way which they can. Or if not, let them pay a penalty. He who is of the highest class shall pay a penalty of 100 drachmas, whether he be a slave or a freeman whom he neglects, and he of the second class shall pay 4/5 of a mina. And he of the third class 3/5, and he of the fourth class 2/5. Now there are many sorts of madness, some arising out of disease, which we have already mentioned. And there are other kinds, which originate in an evil and passionate temperament, and are increased by bad education. Out of a slight quarrel this class of madmen will often raise a storm of abuse against one another, and nothing of that sort ought to be allowed to occur in a well-ordered state. Let this, then, be the law about abuse, which shall relate to all cases: no one shall speak evil of another, and when a man disputes with another he shall teach and learn of the disputant and the company, but he shall abstain from evil speaking. For out of the imprecations which men utter against one another, and the feminine habit of casting aspersions on one another, and using foul names, out of words light as air, in very deed the greatest enmities and hatred spring up. For the speaker gratifies his anger, which is an ungracious element of his nature. And nursing up his wrath by the entertainment of evil thoughts, and exacerbating that part of his soul which was formerly civilized by education, he lives in a state of savageness and moroseness, and pays a bitter penalty for his anger. And in such cases almost all men take to saying something ridiculous about their opponent, and there is no man who is in the habit of laughing at another who does not miss virtue and earnestness altogether, or lose the better half of greatness. Wherefore let no one utter any taunting word at a temple, or at the public sacrifices, or at the games, or in the agora, or in a court of justice, or in any public assembly. And let the magistrate who presides on these occasions chastise an offender, and he shall be blameless, but if he fails in doing so, he shall not claim the prize of virtue. For he is one who heeds not the laws, and does not do what the legislator commands. And if in any other place anyone indulges in these sort of revilings, whether he has begun the quarrel or is only retaliating, let any elder who is present support the law, and control with blows those who indulge in passion. Which is another great evil. And if he do not, let him be liable to pay the appointed penalty. And we say now, that he who deals in reproaches against others cannot reproach them without attempting to ridicule them. And this, when done in a moment of anger, is what we make matter of reproach against him. But then, do we admit into our state the comic writers who are so fond of making mankind ridiculous, if they attempt in a good-natured manner to turn the laugh against our citizens? Or do we draw the distinction of jest and earnest, and allow a man to make use of ridicule in jest and without anger about anything or person, though as we were saying, not if he be angry and have a set purpose? We forbid earnest, that is unalterably fixed, but we have still to say who are to be sanctioned or not to be sanctioned by the law in the employment of innocent humor. A comic poet, or maker of iambic or satirical lyric verse, shall not be permitted to ridicule any of the citizens, either by word or likeness, either in anger or without anger. And if anyone is disobedient, the judges shall either at once expel him from the country, or he shall pay a fine of 3 minae, which shall be dedicated to the god who presides over the contests. Those only who have received permission shall be allowed to write verses at one another, but they shall be without anger and in jest. In anger and in serious earnest they shall not be allowed. The decision of this matter shall be left to the superintendent of the general education of the young, and whatever he may license, the writer shall be allowed to produce, and whatever he rejects let not the poet himself exhibit. Or ever teach anybody else, slave or freeman, under the penalty of being dishonored, and held disobedient to the laws. Now he is not to be pitied who is hungry, or who suffers any bodily pain, but he who is temperate, or has some other virtue, or part of a virtue, and at the same time suffers from misfortune. It would be an extraordinary thing if such an one, whether slave or freeman, were utterly forsaken and fell into the extremes of poverty in any tolerably well-ordered city or government. Wherefore the legislator may safely make a law applicable to such cases in the following terms: let there be no beggars in our state. And if anybody begs, seeking to pick up a livelihood by unavailing prayers, let the wardens of the agora turn him out of the agora, and the wardens of the city out of the city. And the wardens of the country send him out of any other parts of the land across the border, in order that the land may be cleared of this sort of animal. If a slave of either sex injure anything, which is not his or her own, through inexperience, or some improper practice, and the person who suffers damage be not himself in part to blame, the master of the slave who has done the harm shall either make full satisfaction, or give up the slave who has done the injury. But if the master argue that the charge has arisen by collusion between the injured party and the injurer, with the view of obtaining the slave, let him sue the person, who says that he has been injured, for malpractices. And if he gain a conviction, let him receive double the value which the court fixes as the price of the slave, and if he lose his suit, let him make amends for the injury, and give up the slave. And if a beast of burden, or horse, or dog, or any other animal, injure the property of a neighbor, the owner shall in like manner pay for the injury. If any man refuses to be a witness, he who wants him shall summon him, and he who is summoned shall come to the trial. And if he knows and is willing to bear witness, let him bear witness, but if he says he does not know, let him swear by the 3 divinities Zeus, and Apollo, and Themis, that he does not, and have no more to do with the cause. And he who is summoned to give witness and does not answer to his summoner, shall be liable for the harm which ensues according to law. And if a person calls up as a witness anyone who is acting as a judge, let him give his witness, but he shall not afterwards vote in the cause. A free woman may give her witness and plead, if she be more than 40 years of age, and may bring an action if she have no husband, but if her husband be alive she shall only be allowed to bear witness. A slave of either sex and a child shall be allowed to give evidence and to plead, but only in cases of murder. And they must produce sufficient sureties that they will certainly remain until the trial, in case they should be charged with false witness. And either of the parties in a cause may bring an accusation of perjury against witnesses, touching their evidence in whole or in part, if he asserts that such evidence has been given. But the accusation must be brought previous to the final decision of the cause. The magistrates shall preserve the accusations of false witness, and have them kept under the seal of both parties, and produce them on the day when the trial for false witness takes place. If a man be twice convicted of false witness, he shall not be required, and if thrice, he shall not be allowed to bear witness. And if he dare to witness after he has been convicted 3 times, let anyone who pleases inform against him to the magistrates, and let the magistrates hand him over to the court, and if he be convicted he shall be punished with death. And in any case in which the evidence is rightly found to be false, and yet to have given the victory to him who wins the suit, and more than half the witnesses are condemned, the decision which was gained by these means shall be rescinded. And there shall be a discussion and a decision as to whether the suit was determined by that false evidence or not. And in whichever way the decision may be given, the previous suit shall be determined accordingly. There are many noble things in human life, but to most of them attach evils which are fated to corrupt and spoil them. Is not justice noble, which has been the civilizer of humanity? How then can the advocate of justice be other than noble? And yet upon this profession which is presented to us under the fair name of art has come an evil reputation. 30 In the first place, we are told that by ingenious pleas and the help of an advocate the law enables a man to win a particular cause, whether just or unjust. And that both the art, and the power of speech which is thereby imparted, are at the service of him who is willing to pay for them. Now in our state this so-called art, whether really an art or only an experience and practice destitute of any art, ought if possible never to come into existence. Or if existing among us should listen to the request of the legislator and go away into another land, and not speak contrary to justice. If the offenders obey we say no more. But for those who disobey, the voice of the law is as follows: if anyone thinks that he will pervert the power of justice in the minds of the judges, and unseasonably litigate or advocate, let anyone who likes indict him for malpractices of law and dishonest advocacy, and let him be judged in the court of select judges. And if he be convicted, let the court determine whether he may be supposed to act from a love of money or from contentiousness. And if he is supposed to act from contentiousness, the court shall fix a time during which he shall not be allowed to institute or plead a cause. And if he is supposed to act as he does from love of money, in case he be a stranger, he shall leave the country, and never return under penalty of death. But if he be a citizen, he shall die, because he is a lover of money, in whatever manner gained, and equally, if he be judged to have acted more than once from contentiousness, he shall die. Book 12. Athenian, if a herald or an ambassador carry a false message from our city to any other, or bring back a false message from the city to which he is sent, or be proved to have brought back, whether from friends or enemies, in his capacity of herald or ambassador, what they have never said, let him be indicted for having violated, contrary to the law, the commands and duties imposed upon him by Hermes and Zeus, and let there be a penalty fixed, which he shall suffer or pay if he be convicted. Theft is a mean, and robbery a shameless thing, and none of the sons of Zeus delight in fraud and violence, or ever practiced either. Wherefore let no one be deluded by poets or mythologers into a mistaken belief of such things, nor let him suppose, when he thieves or is guilty of violence, that he is doing nothing base, but only what the gods themselves do. For such tales are untrue and improbable, and he who steals or robs contrary to the law, is never either a god or the son of a god. Of this the legislator ought to be better informed than all the poets put together. Happy is he, and may he be forever happy, who is persuaded and listens to our words. But he who disobeys shall have to contend against the following law: if a man steal anything belonging to the public, whether that which he steals be much or little, he shall have the same punishment. For he who steals a little steals with the same wish as he who steals much, but with less power, and he who takes up a greater amount, not having deposited it, is wholly unjust. Wherefore the law is not disposed to inflict a less penalty on the one than on the other because his theft is less, but on the ground that the thief may possibly be in one case still curable, and may in another case be incurable. If any one convict in a court of law a stranger or a slave of a theft of public property, let the court determine what punishment he shall suffer, or what penalty he shall pay, bearing in mind that he is probably not incurable. But the citizen who has been brought up as our citizens will have been, if he be found guilty of robbing his country by fraud or violence, whether he be caught in the act or not, shall be punished with death, for he is incurable. 31. Now for expeditions of war much consideration and many laws are required. The great principle of all is that no one of either sex should be without a commander. Nor should the mind of anyone be accustomed to do anything, either in jest or earnest, of his own motion, but in war and in peace he should look to and follow his leader, even in the least things being under his guidance. For example, he should stand or move, or exercise, or wash, or take his meals, or get up in the night to keep guard and deliver messages when he is bidden. And in the hour of danger he should not pursue and not retreat except by order of his superior, and in a word, not teach the soul or accustom her to know or understand how to do anything apart from others. Of all soldiers the life should be always and in all things as far as possible in common and together. There neither is nor ever will be a higher, or better, or more scientific principle than this for the attainment of salvation and victory in war. And we ought in time of peace from youth upwards to practice this habit of commanding others, and of being commanded by others. Anarchy should have no place in the life of man or of the beasts who are subject to man. I may add that all dances ought to be performed with a view to military excellence. And agility and ease should be cultivated for the same object, and also endurance of the want of meats and drinks, and of winter cold and summer heat, and of hard couches. And, above all, care should be taken not to destroy the peculiar qualities of the head and the feet by surrounding them with extraneous coverings, and so hindering their natural growth of hair and sawls. For these are the extremities, and of all the parts of the body, whether they are preserved or not is of the greatest consequence. The one is the servant of the whole body, and the other the master, in whom all the ruling senses are by nature set. Let the young man imagine that he hears in what has preceded the praises of the military life. The law shall be as follows: he shall serve in war who is on the roll or appointed to some special service, and if anyone is absent from cowardice, and without the leave of the generals, he shall be indicted before the military commanders for failure of service when the army comes home. And the soldiers shall be his judges, the heavy-armed, and the cavalry, and the other arms of the service shall form separate courts. And they shall bring the heavy-armed before the heavy-armed, and the horsemen before the horsemen, and the others in like manner before their peers. And he who is found guilty shall never be allowed to compete for any prize of valor, or indict another for not serving on an expedition, or be an accuser at all in any military matters. Moreover, the court shall further determine what punishment he shall suffer, or what penalty he shall pay. When the suits for failure of service are completed, the leaders of the several kinds of troops shall again hold an assembly, and they shall adjudge the prizes of valor. And he who likes searching for judgment in his own branch of the service, saying nothing about any former expedition, nor producing any proof or witnesses to confirm his statement, but speaking only of the present occasion. The crown of victory shall be an olive wreath which the victor shall offer up at the temple of any war god whom he likes, adding an inscription for a testimony to last during life, that such an one has received the first, the second, or the third prize. If anyone goes on an expedition, and returns home before the appointed time, when the generals have not withdrawn the army, he shall be indicted for desertion before the same persons who took cognizance of failure of service. And if he be found guilty, the same punishment shall be inflicted on him. Now every man who is engaged in any suit ought to be very careful of bringing false witness against anyone, either intentionally or unintentionally, if he can help. For justice is truly said to be an honorable maiden, and falsehood is naturally repugnant to honor and justice. A witness ought to be very careful not to sin against justice, as for example in what relates to the throwing away of arms. He must distinguish the throwing them away when necessary, and not make that a reproach, or bring an action against some innocent person on that account. To make the distinction may be difficult, but still the law must attempt to define the different kinds in some way. Let me endeavor to explain my meaning by an ancient tale. If Patroclus had been brought to the tent still alive but without his arms, and this has happened to innumerable persons, the original arms, which the poet says were presented to Peleus by the gods as a nuptial gift when he married Thetis, remaining in the hands of Hector, then the base spirits of that day might have reproached the son of Menoetius with having cast away his arms. Again, there is the case of those who have been thrown down precipices and lost their arms, and of those who at sea, and in stormy places, have been suddenly overwhelmed by floods of water. And there are numberless things of this kind which one might adduce by way of extenuation, and with the view of justifying a misfortune which is easily misrepresented. We must, therefore, endeavor to divide to the best of our power the greater and more serious evil from the lesser. And a distinction may be drawn in the use of terms of reproach. A man does not always deserve to be called the thrower away of his shield, he may be only the loser of his arms. For there is a great or rather absolute difference between him who is deprived of his arms by a sufficient force, and him who voluntarily lets his shield go. Let the law then be as follows: if a person having arms is overtaken by the enemy and does not turn round and defend himself, but lets them go voluntarily or throws them away, choosing a base life and a swift escape rather than a courageous and noble and blessed death, in such a case of the throwing away of arms let justice be done, but the judge need take no note of the case just now mentioned. For the bad men ought always to be punished, in the hope that he may be improved, but not the unfortunate, for there is no advantage in that. And what shall be the punishment suited to him who has thrown away his weapons of defense? Tradition says that Senus, the Thessalian, was changed by a god from a woman into a man. But the converse miracle cannot now be wrought, or no punishment would be more proper than that the man who throws away his shield should be changed into a woman. This however is impossible, and therefore let us make a law as nearly like this as we can, that he who loves his life too well shall be in no danger for the remainder of his days, but shall live forever under the stigma of cowardice. And let the law be in the following terms: when a man is found guilty of disgracefully throwing away his arms in war, no general or military officer shall allow him to serve as a soldier, or give him any place at all in the ranks of soldiers. And the officer who gives the coward any place, shall suffer a penalty which the public examiner shall exact of him, and if he be of the highest class, he shall pay 1,000 drachmae, or if he be of the second class, 5 minae. Or if he be of the third, 3 minae, or if he be of the fourth class, 1 mina. And he who is found guilty of cowardice, shall not only be dismissed from manly dangers, which is a disgrace appropriate to his nature, but he shall pay 1,000 drachmae, if he be of the highest class, and 5 minae if he be of the second class. And 3 if he be of the third class, and a mina, like the preceding, if he be of the fourth class. What regulations will be proper about examiners, seeing that some of our magistrates are elected by lot, and for a year, and some for a longer time and from selected persons? Of such magistrates, who will be a sufficient censor or examiner, if any of them, weighed down by the pressure of office or his own inability to support the dignity of his office, be guilty of any crooked practice? It is by no means easy to find a magistrate who excels other magistrates in virtue, but still we must endeavor to discover some censor or examiner who is more than man. For the truth is, that there are many elements of dissolution in a state, as there are also in a ship, or in an animal. They all have their cords, and girders, and sinews, one nature diffused in many places, and called by many names. And the office of examiner is a most important element in the preservation and dissolution of states. For if the examiners are better than the magistrates, and their duty is fulfilled justly and without blame, then the whole state and country flourishes and is happy. But if the examination of the magistrates is carried on in a wrong way, then, by the relaxation of that justice which is the uniting principle of all constitutions, every power in the state is rent asunder from every other. They no longer incline in the same direction, but fill the city with faction, and make many cities out of one, and soon bring all to destruction. Wherefore the examiners ought to be admirable in every sort of virtue. Let us invent a mode of creating them, which shall be as follows: every year, after the summer solstice, the whole city shall meet in the common precincts of Helios and Apollo, and shall present to the god 3 men out of their own number in the manner following: each citizen shall select, not himself, but some other citizen whom he deems in every way the best, and who is not less than 50 years of age. And out of the selected persons who have the greatest number of votes, they shall make a further selection until they reduce them to 1/2, if they are an even number. But if they are not an even number, they shall subtract the one who has the smallest number of votes, and make them an even number, and then leave the half which have the greater number of votes. And if 2 persons have an equal number of votes, and thus increase the number beyond 1/2, they shall withdraw the younger of the 2 and do away the excess. And then including all the rest they shall again vote, until there are left 3 having an unequal number of votes. But if all the 3, or 2 out of the 3, have equal votes, let them commit the election to good fate and fortune, and separate off by lot the first, and the second, and the third. These they shall crown with an olive wreath and give them the prize of excellence, at the same time proclaiming to all the world that the city of the magnates, by the providence of the gods, is again preserved. And presents to the sun and to Apollo her 3 best men as firstfruits, to be a common offering to them, according to the ancient law, as long as their lives answer to the judgment formed of them. And these shall appoint in their first year 12 examiners, to continue until each has completed 75 years, to whom 3 shall afterwards be added yearly. And let these divide all the magistracies into 12 parts, and prove the holders of them by every sort of test to which a freeman may be subjected. And let them live while they hold office in the precinct of Helios and Apollo, in which they were chosen, and let each one form a judgment of some things individually, and of others in company with his colleagues. And let him place a writing in the agora about each magistracy, and what the magistrate ought to suffer or pay, according to the decision of the examiners. And if a magistrate does not admit that he has been justly judged, let him bring the examiners before the select judges, and if he be acquitted by their decision, let him, if he will, accuse the examiners themselves. If, however, he be convicted, and have been condemned to death by the examiners, let him die, and of course he can only die once, but any other penalties which admit of being doubled let him suffer twice over. And now let us pass under review the examiners themselves. What will their examination be, and how conducted? During the life of these men, whom the whole state counts worthy of the rewards of virtue, they shall have the first seat at all public assemblies, and at all Hellenic sacrifices and sacred missions, and other public and holy ceremonies in which they share. The chiefs of each sacred mission shall be selected from them, and they only of all the citizens shall be adorned with a crown of laurel. They shall all be priests of Apollo and Helios. And one of them, who is judged first of the priests created in that year, shall be high priest, and they shall write up his name in each year to be a measure of time as long as the city lasts. And after their death they shall be laid out and carried to the grave and entombed in a manner different from the other citizens. They shall be decked in a robe all of white, and there shall be no crying or lamentation over them. But a chorus of 15 maidens, and another of boys, shall stand around the bier on either side, hymning the praises of the departed priests in alternate responses, declaring their blessedness in song all day long. And at dawn 100 of the youths who practice gymnastic exercises, and whom the relations of the departed shall choose, shall carry the bier to the sepulchre, the young men marching first, dressed in the garb of warriors, the cavalry with their horses, the heavy armed with their arms, and the others in like manner. And boys near the bier and in front of it shall sing their national hymn, and maidens shall follow behind, and with them the women who have passed the age of childbearing. Next, although they are interdicted from other burials, let priests and priestesses follow, unless the Pythian oracle forbid them, for this burial is free from pollution. The place of burial shall be an oblong vaulted chamber underground, constructed of tufa, which will last forever, having stone couches placed side by side. And here they will lay the blessed person, and cover the sepulchre with a circular mound of earth and plant a grove of trees around on every side but one. And on that side the sepulchre shall be allowed to extend forever, and a new mound will not be required. Every year they shall have contests in music and gymnastics, and in horsemanship, in honor of the dead. These are the honors which shall be given to those who at the examination are found blameless. But if any of them, trusting to the scrutiny being over, should, after the judgment has been given, manifest the wickedness of human nature, let the law ordain that he who pleases shall indict him, and let the cause be tried in the following manner. In the first place, the court shall be composed of the guardians of the law, and to them the surviving examiners shall be added, as well as the court of select judges. And let the pursuer lay his indictment in this form: he shall say that so-and-so is unworthy of the prize of virtue and of his office. And if the defendant be convicted, let him be deprived of his office, and of the burial, and of the other honors given him. But if the prosecutor do not obtain the fifth part of the votes, let him, if he be of the first class, pay 12 minae, and 8 if he be of the second class, and 6 if he be of the third class, and 2 minae if he be of the fourth class. The so-called decision of Rhadamanthus is worthy of all admiration. He knew that the men of his own time believed and had no doubt that there were gods, which was a reasonable belief in those days, because most men were the sons of gods, and according to tradition he was one himself. He appears to have thought that he ought to commit judgment to no man, but to the gods only, and in this way suits were simply and speedily decided by him. For he made the two parties take an oath respecting the points in dispute, and so got rid of the matter speedily and safely. But now that a certain portion of mankind do not believe at all in the existence of the gods, and others imagine that they have no care of us, and the opinion of most men, and of the worst men, is that in return for a small sacrifice and a few flattering words they will be their accomplices in purloining large sums and save them from many terrible punishments, the way of Rhadamanthus is no longer suited to the needs of justice. For as the opinions of men about the gods are changed, the laws should also be changed. In the granting of suits, a rational legislation ought to do away with the oaths of the parties on either side. He who obtains leave to bring an action should write down the charges, but should not add an oath. And the defendant in like manner should give his denial to the magistrates in writing, and not swear. For it is a dreadful thing to know, when many lawsuits are going on in a state, that almost half the people who meet one another quite unconcernedly at the public meals and in other companies and relations of private life are perjured. Let the law, then, be as follows: a judge who is about to give judgment shall take an oath, and he who is choosing magistrates for the state shall either vote on oath or with a voting tablet which he brings from a temple. So too the judge of dances and of all music, and the superintendents and umpires of gymnastic and equestrian contests, and any matters in which, as far as men can judge, there is nothing to be gained by a false oath. But all cases in which a denial confirmed by an oath clearly results in a great advantage to the taker of the oath, shall be decided without the oath of the parties to the suit. And the presiding judges shall not permit either of them to use an oath for the sake of persuading, nor to call down curses on himself and his race, nor to use unseemly supplications or womanish laments. But they shall ever be teaching and learning what is just and auspicious words, and he who does otherwise shall be supposed to speak beside the point, and the judges shall again bring him back to the question at issue. On the other hand, strangers in their dealings with strangers shall as at present have power to give and receive oaths, for they will not often grow old in the city or leave a fry of young ones like themselves to be the sons and heirs of the land. As to the initiation of private suits, let the manner of deciding causes between all citizens be the same as in cases in which any freeman is disobedient to the state in minor matters, of which the penalty is not stripes, imprisonment, or death. But as regards attendance at choruses or processions or other shows, and as regards public services, whether the celebration of sacrifice in peace, or the payment of contributions in war, in all these cases, first comes the necessity of providing a remedy for the loss. And by those who will not obey, there shall be security given to the officers whom the city and the law empower to exact the sum due, and if they forfeit their security, let the goods which they have pledged be sold and the money given to the city. But if they ought to pay a larger sum, the several magistrates shall impose upon the disobedient a suitable penalty, and bring them before the court, until they are willing to do what they are ordered. Now a state which makes money from the cultivation of the soil only, and has no foreign trade, must consider what it will do about the emigration of its own people to other countries, and the reception of strangers from elsewhere. About these matters the legislator has to consider, and he will begin by trying to persuade men as far as he can. The intercourse of cities with one another is apt to create a confusion of manners. Strangers are always suggesting novelties to strangers. When states are well governed by good laws, the mixture causes the greatest possible injury. But seeing that most cities are the reverse of well-ordered, the confusion which arises in them from the reception of strangers, and from the citizens themselves rushing off into other cities. When anyone either young or old desires to travel anywhere abroad at whatever time, is of no consequence. On the other hand, the refusal of states to receive others, and for their own citizens never to go to other places, is an utter impossibility, and to the rest of the world is likely to appear ruthless and uncivilized. It is a practice adopted by people who use harsh words, such as xenolasia or banishment of strangers, and who have harsh and morose ways, as men think. And to be thought or not to be thought well of by the rest of the world is no light matter. For the many are not so far wrong in their judgment of who are bad and who are good, as they are removed from the nature of virtue in themselves. Even bad men have a divine instinct which guesses rightly, and very many who are utterly depraved form correct notions and judgments of the differences between the good and bad. And the generality of cities are quite right in exhorting us to value a good reputation in the world. For there is no truth greater and more important than this, that he who is really good, I am speaking of the men who would be perfect, seeks for reputation with, but not without, the reality of goodness. And our Cretan colony ought also to acquire the fairest and noblest reputation for virtue from other men. And there is every reason to expect that, if the reality answers to the idea, she will be one of the few well-ordered cities which the sun and the other gods behold. Wherefore, in the matter of journeys to other countries and the reception of strangers, we enact as follows: in the first place, let no one be allowed to go anywhere at all into a foreign country who is less than 40 years of age. And no one shall go in a private capacity, but only in some public one, as a herald, or on an embassy, or on a sacred mission. Going abroad on an expedition or in war is not to be included among travels of the class authorized by the state. To Apollo at Delphi and to Zeus at Olympia and to Nemea and to the Isthmus, citizens should be sent to take part in the sacrifices and games there dedicated to the gods. And they should send as many as possible, and the best and fairest that can be found, and they will make the city renowned at holy meetings in time of peace, procuring a glory which shall be the converse of that which is gained in war. And when they come home they shall teach the young that the institutions of other states are inferior to their own. And they shall send spectators of another sort, if they have the consent of the guardians, being such citizens as desire to look a little more at leisure at the doings of other men, and these no law shall hinder. For a city which has no experience of good and bad men or intercourse with them, can never be thoroughly and perfectly civilized, nor, again, can the citizens of a city properly observe the laws by habit only, and without an intelligent understanding of them. And there always are in the world a few inspired men whose acquaintance is beyond price, and who spring up quite as much in ill-ordered as in well-ordered cities. These are they whom the citizens of a well-ordered city should be ever seeking out, going forth over sea and over land to find him who is incorruptible, that he may establish more firmly institutions in his own state which are good already, and amend what is deficient. For without this examination and inquiry a city will never continue perfect any more than if the examination is ill conducted. Clinias, how can we have an examination and also a good one? Athenian, in this way, in the first place, our spectator shall be of not less than 50 years of age. He must be a man of reputation, especially in war, if he is to exhibit to other cities a model of the guardians of the law, but when he is more than 60 years of age he shall no longer continue in his office of spectator. And when he has carried on his inspection during as many out of the 10 years of his office as he pleases, on his return home let him go to the assembly of those who review the laws. This shall be a mixed body of young and old men, who shall be required to meet daily between the hour of dawn and the rising of the sun. They shall consist, in the first place, of the priests who have obtained the rewards of virtue. And, in the second place, of guardians of the law, the 10 eldest being chosen, the general superintendent of education shall also be a member, as well as the last appointed as those who have been released from the office. And each of them shall take with him as his companion a young man, whomsoever he chooses, between the ages of 30 and 40. These shall be always holding conversation and discourse about the laws of their own city or about any specially good ones which they may hear to be existing elsewhere. Also about kinds of knowledge which may appear to be of use and will throw light upon the examination, or of which the want will make the subject of laws dark and uncertain to them. Any knowledge of this sort which the elders approve, the younger men shall learn with all diligence, and if any one of those who have been invited appear to be unworthy, the whole assembly shall blame him who invited him. The rest of the city shall watch over those among the young men who distinguish themselves, having an eye upon them, and especially honoring them if they succeed, but dishonoring them above the rest if they turn out to be inferior. This is the assembly to which he who has visited the institutions of other men, on his return home shall straightway go, and if he have discovered anyone who has anything to say about the enactment of laws or education or nurture, or if he have himself made any observations, let him communicate his discoveries to the whole assembly. And if he be seen to have come home neither better nor worse, let him be praised at any rate for his enthusiasm, and if he be much better, let him be praised so much the more. And not only while he lives but after his death let the assembly honor him with fitting honors. But if on his return home he appear to have been corrupted, pretending to be wise when he is not, let him hold no communication with anyone, whether young or old. And if he will hearken to the rulers, then he shall be permitted to live as a private individual, but if he will not, let him die, if he be convicted in a court of law of interfering about education and the laws. And if he deserve to be indicted, and none of the magistrates indict him, let that be counted as a disgrace to them when the rewards of virtue are decided. Let such be the character of the person who goes abroad, and let him go abroad under these conditions. In the next place, the stranger who comes from abroad should be received in a friendly spirit. Now there are 4 kinds of strangers, of whom we must make some mention. The first is he who comes and stays throughout the summer. This class are like birds of passage, taking wing in pursuit of commerce, and flying over the sea to other cities, while the season lasts. He shall be received in marketplaces and harbors and public buildings, near the city but outside, by those magistrates who are appointed to superintend these matters, and they shall take care that a stranger, whoever he be, duly receives justice. But he shall not be allowed to make any innovation. They shall hold the intercourse with him which is necessary, and this shall be as little as possible. The second kind is just a spectator who comes to see with his eyes and hear with his ears the festivals of the Muses. Such ought to have entertainment provided them at the temples by hospitable persons, and the priests and ministers of the temples should see and attend to them. But they should not remain more than a reasonable time. Let them see and hear that for the sake of which they came, and then go away, neither having suffered nor done any harm. The priests shall be their judges, if any of them receive or do any wrong up to the sum of 50 drachmae, but if any greater charge be brought, in such cases the suit shall come before the wardens of the agora. The third kind of stranger is he who comes on some public business from another land, and is to be received with public honors. He is to be received only by the generals and commanders of horse and foot, and the host by whom he is entertained, in conjunction with the prytanes, shall have the sole charge of what concerns him. There is a 4th class of persons answering to our spectators, who come from another land to look at ours. In the first place, such visits will be rare, and the visitor should be at least 50 years of age. He may possibly be wanting to see something that is rich and rare in other states, or himself to show something in like manner to another city. Let such an one, then, go unbidden to the doors of the wise and rich, being one of them himself. Let him go, for example, to the house of the superintendent of education, confident that he is a fitting guest of such a host. Or let him go to the house of some of those who have gained the prize of virtue and hold discourse with them, both learning from them, and also teaching them. And when he has seen and heard all, he shall depart, as a friend taking leave of friends, and be honored by them with gifts and suitable tributes of respect. These are the customs, according to which our city should receive all strangers of either sex who come from other countries, and should send forth her own citizens, showing respect to Zeus, the god of hospitality. Not forbidding strangers at meals and sacrifices, as is the manner which prevails among the children of the Nile, nor driving them away by savage proclamations. When a man becomes surety, let him give the security in a distinct form, acknowledging the whole transaction in a written document, and in the presence of not less than 3 witnesses if the sum be under 1,000 drachmae. And of not less than 5 witnesses if the sum be above 1,000 drachmae. The agent of a dishonest or untrustworthy seller shall himself be responsible, both the agent and the principal shall be equally liable. If a person wishes to find anything in the house of another, he shall enter naked, or wearing only a short tunic and without a girdle, having first taken an oath by the customary gods that he expects to find it there. He shall then make his search, and the other shall throw open his house and allow him to search things both sealed and unsealed. And if a person will not allow the searcher to make his search, he who is prevented shall go to law with him, estimating the value of the goods after which he is searching, and if the other be convicted he shall pay twice the value of the article. If the master be absent from home, the dwellers in the house shall let him search the unsealed property, and on the sealed property the searcher shall set another seal, and shall appoint anyone whom he likes to guard them during 5 days. And if the master of the house be absent during a longer time, he shall take with him the wardens of the city, and so make his search, opening the sealed property as well as the unsealed, and then, together with the members of the family and the wardens of the city, he shall seal them up again as they were before. There shall be a limit of time in the case of disputed things, and he who has had possession of them during a certain time shall no longer be liable to be disturbed. As to houses and lands there can be no dispute in this state of ours. But if a man has any other possessions which he has used and openly shown in the city and in the agora and in the temples, and no one has put in a claim to them, and someone says that he was looking for them during this time, and the possessor is proved to have made no concealment, if they have continued for a year, the one having the goods and the other looking for them, the claim of the seeker shall not be allowed after the expiration of the year. Or if he does not use or show the lost property in the market or in the city, but only in the country, and no one offers himself as the owner during 5 years, at the expiration of the 5 years the claim shall be barred forever after. Or if he uses them in the city but within the house, then the appointed time of claiming the goods shall be 3 years, or 10 years if he has them in the country in private. And if he has them in another land, there shall be no limit of time or prescription, but whenever the owner finds them he may claim them. If anyone prevents another by force from being present at a trial, whether a principal party or his witnesses. If the person prevented be a slave, whether his own or belonging to another, the suit shall be incomplete and invalid. But if he who is prevented be a freeman, besides the suit being incomplete, the other who has prevented him shall be imprisoned for a year, and shall be prosecuted for kidnapping by anyone who pleases. And if anyone hinders by force a rival competitor in gymnastic or music, or any other sort of contest, from being present at the contest, let him who has a mind inform the presiding judges, and they shall liberate him who is desirous of competing. And if they are not able, and he who hinders the other from competing wins the prize, then they shall give the prize of victory to him who is prevented, and inscribe him as the conqueror in any temples which he pleases. And he who hinders the other shall not be permitted to make any offering or inscription having reference to that contest, and in any case he shall be liable for damages, whether he be defeated or whether he conquer. If anyone knowingly receives anything which has been stolen, he shall undergo the same punishment as the thief, and if a man receives an exile he shall be punished with death. Every man should regard the friend and enemy of the state as his own friend and enemy. And if anyone makes peace or war with another on his own account, and without the authority of the state, he, like the receiver of the exile, shall undergo the penalty of death. And if any fraction of the city declare war or peace against any, the generals shall indict the authors of this proceeding, and if they are convicted death shall be the penalty. Those who serve their country ought to serve without receiving gifts, and there ought to be no excusing or approving the saying, men should receive gifts as the reward of good, but not of evil deeds. For to know which we are doing, and to stand fast by our knowledge, is no easy matter. The safest course is to obey the law which says, "Do no service for a bribe, and let him who disobeys, if he be convicted, simply die." With a view to taxation, for various reasons, every man ought to have had his property valued, and the tribesmen should likewise bring a register of the yearly produce to the wardens of the country, that in this way there may be two valuations. And the public officers may use annually whichever on consideration they deem the best, whether they prefer to take a certain portion of the whole value, or of the annual revenue, after subtracting what is paid to the common tables. Touching offerings to the gods, a moderate man should observe moderation in what he offers. Now the land and the hearth of the house of all men is sacred to all gods, wherefore let no man dedicate them a second time to the gods. Gold and silver, whether possessed by private persons or in temples, are in other cities provocative of envy, and ivory, the product of a dead body, is not a proper offering. Brass and iron, again, are instruments of war. But of wood let a man bring what offering he likes, provided it be a single block, and in like manner of stone, to the public temples. Of woven work let him not offer more than one woman can execute in a month. White is a color suitable to the gods, especially in woven works, but dyes should only be used for the adornments of war. The most divine of gifts are birds and images, and they should be such as one painter can execute in a single day. And let all other offerings follow a similar rule. Now that the whole city has been divided into parts of which the nature and number have been described, and laws have been given about all the most important contracts as far as this was possible, the next thing will be to have justice done. The first of the courts shall consist of elected judges, who shall be chosen by the plaintiff and the defendant in common. These shall be called arbiters rather than judges. And in the second court there shall be judges of the villages and tribes corresponding to the 12-fold division of the land, and before these the litigants shall go to contend for greater damages. If the suit be not decided before the first judges, the defendant, if he be defeated the second time, shall pay a fifth more than the damages mentioned in the indictment. And if he find fault with his judges and would try a third time, let him carry the suit before the select judges, and if he be again defeated, let him pay the whole of the damages and half as much again. And the plaintiff, if when defeated before the first judges he persist in going on to the second, shall if he wins receive in addition to the damages a fifth part more, and if defeated he shall pay a like sum. But if he is not satisfied with the previous decision, and will insist on proceeding to a third court, then if he win he shall receive from the defendant the amount of the damages and, as I said before, half as much again, and the plaintiff, if he lose, shall pay half of the damages claimed. Now the assignment by lot of judges to courts and the completion of the number of them, and the appointment of servants to the different magistrates, and the times at which the several causes should be heard, and the votings and delays. And all the things that necessarily concern suits, and the order of causes, and the time in which answers have to be put in and parties are to appear, of these and other things akin to these we have indeed already spoken. But there is no harm in repeating what is right twice or thrice. All lesser and easier matters which the elder legislator has omitted may be supplied by the younger one. Private courts will be sufficiently regulated in this way, and the public and state courts, and those which the magistrates must use in the administration of their several offices, exist in many other states. Many very respectable institutions of this sort have been framed by good men, and from them the guardians of the law may by reflection derive what is necessary for the order of our new state, considering and correcting them, and bringing them to the test of experience, until every detail appears to be satisfactorily determined. And then putting the final seal upon them, and making them irreversible, they shall use them forever afterwards. As to what relates to the silence of judges and the abstinence from words of evil omen and the reverse, and the different notions of the just and good and honorable which exist in our own as compared with other states, they have been partly mentioned already, and another part of them will be mentioned hereafter as we draw near the end. To all these matters he who would be an equal judge shall justly look, and he shall possess writings about them that he may learn them. For of all kinds of knowledge the knowledge of good laws has the greatest power of improving the learner. Otherwise there would be no meaning in the divine and admirable law possessing a name akin to mind, nu omicron nu, nu mu omicron. And of all other words, such as the praises and censures of individuals which occur in poetry and also in prose, whether written down or uttered in daily conversation. Whether men dispute about them in the spirit of contention or weakly assent to them, as is often the case, of all these the one sure test is the writings of the legislator, which the righteous judge ought to have in his mind as the antidote of all other words, and thus make himself and the city stand upright, procuring for the good the continuance and increase of justice, and for the bad, on the other hand, a conversion from ignorance and intemperance, and in general from all unrighteousness, as far as their evil minds can be healed, but to those whose web of life is in reality finished, giving death, which is the only remedy for souls in their condition, as I may say truly again and again. And such judges and chiefs of judges will be worthy of receiving praise from the whole city. When the suits of the year are completed, the following laws shall regulate their execution. In the first place, the judge shall assign to the party who wins the suit the whole property of him who loses, with the exception of mere necessaries. And the assignment shall be made through the herald immediately after each decision in the hearing of the judges. And when the month arrives following the month in which the courts are sitting, unless the gainer of the suit has been previously satisfied, the court shall follow up the case, and hand over to the winner the goods of the loser. But if they find that he has not the means of paying, and the sum deficient is not less than a drachma, the insolvent person shall not have any right of going to law with any other man until he have satisfied the debt of the winning party. But other persons shall still have the right of bringing suits against him. And if anyone after he is condemned refuses to acknowledge the authority which condemned him, let the magistrates who are thus deprived of their authority bring him before the court of the guardians of the law, and if he be cast, let him be punished with death, as a subverter of the whole state and of the laws. Thus a man is born and brought up, and after this manner he begets and brings up his own children, and has his share of dealings with other men, and suffers if he has done wrong to anyone, and receives satisfaction if he has been wronged. And so at length in due time he grows old under the protection of the laws, and his end comes in the order of nature. Concerning the dead of either sex, the religious ceremonies which may fittingly be performed, whether appertaining to the gods of the underworld or of this, shall be decided by the interpreters with absolute authority. Their sepulchres are not to be in places which are fit for cultivation, and there shall be no monuments in such spots, either large or small. But they shall occupy that part of the country which is naturally adapted for receiving and concealing the bodies of the dead with as little hurt as possible to the living. No man, living or dead, shall deprive the living of the sustenance which the earth, their foster parent, is naturally inclined to provide for them. And let not the mound be piled higher than would be the work of 5 men completed in 5 days. Nor shall the stone which is placed over the spot be larger than would be sufficient to receive the praises of the dead included in 4 heroic lines. Nor shall the laying out of the dead in the house continue for a longer time than is sufficient to distinguish between him who is in a trance only and him who is really dead, and speaking generally, the 3rd day after death will be a fair time for carrying out the body to the sepulchre. Now we must believe the legislator when he tells us that the soul is in all respects superior to the body, and that even in life what makes each one of us to be what we are is only the soul. And that the body follows us about in the likeness of each of us, and therefore, when we are dead, the bodies of the dead are quite rightly said to be our shades or images. For the true and immortal being of each one of us which is called the soul goes on her way to other gods, before them to give an account, which is an inspiring hope to the good, but very terrible to the bad, as the laws of our fathers tell us. And they also say that not much can be done in the way of helping a man after he is dead. But the living, he should be helped by all his kindred, that while in life he may be the holiest and justest of men, and after death may have no great sins to be punished in the world below. If this be true, a man ought not to waste his substance under the idea that all this lifeless mass of flesh which is in process of burial is connected with him. He should consider that the son, or brother, or the beloved one, whoever he may be, whom he thinks he is laying in the earth, has gone away to complete and fulfill his own destiny, and that his duty is rightly to order the present, and to spend moderately on the lifeless altar of the gods below. But the legislator does not intend moderation to be taken in the sense of meanness. Let the law, then, be as follows: the expenditure on the entire funeral of him who is of the highest class, shall not exceed 5 minae. And for him who is of the second class, 3 minae, and for him who is of the third class, 2 minae, and for him who is of the fourth class, 1 mina, will be a fair limit of expense. The guardians of the law ought to take especial care of the different ages of life, whether childhood, or manhood, or any other age. And at the end of all, let there be someone guardian of the law presiding, who shall be chosen by the friends of the deceased to superintend, and let it be glory to him to manage with fairness and moderation what relates to the dead. And a discredit to him if they are not well managed. Let the laying out and other ceremonies be in accordance with custom, but to the statesman who adopts custom as his law we must give way in certain particulars. It would be monstrous, for example, that he should command any man to weep or abstain from weeping over the dead, but he may forbid cries of lamentation, and not allow the voice of the mourner to be heard outside the house. Also, he may forbid the bringing of the dead body into the open streets, or the processions of mourners in the streets, and may require that before daybreak they should be outside the city. Let these, then, be our laws relating to such matters, and let him who obeys be free from penalty, but he who disobeys even a single guardian of the law shall be punished by them all with a fitting penalty. Other modes of burial, or again the denial of burial, which is to be refused in the case of robbers of temples and parricides and the like, have been devised and are embodied in the preceding laws. So that now our work of legislation is pretty nearly at an end. But in all cases the end does not consist in doing something or acquiring something or establishing something. The end will be attained and finally accomplished, when we have provided for the perfect and lasting continuance of our institutions. Until then our creation is incomplete. Clinias, that is very good, stranger, but I wish you would tell me more clearly what you mean. Athenian, O Clinias, many things of old time were well said and sung. And the saying about the fates was one of them. Clinias, what is it? Athenian, the saying that Lachesis or the giver of the lots is the first of them, and that Clotho or the spinster is the second of them, and that Atropos or the unchanging one is the third of them. And that she is the preserver of the things which we have spoken, and which have been compared in a figure to things woven by fire, they both, i.e. Atropos and the fire, producing 32 the quality of unchangeableness. I am speaking of the things which in a state and government give not only health and salvation to the body, but law, or rather preservation of the law, in the soul. And, if I am not mistaken, this seems to be still wanting in our laws. We have still to see how we can implant in them this irreversible nature. Clinias, it will be no small matter if we can only discover how such a nature can be implanted in anything. Athenian, but it certainly can be, so much I clearly see. Clinias, then let us not think of desisting until we have imparted this quality to our laws, for it is ridiculous, after a great deal of labor has been spent, to place a thing at last on an insecure foundation. Athenian, I approve of your suggestion, and am quite of the same mind with you. Clinias, very good, and now what, according to you, is to be the salvation of our government and of our laws, and how is it to be effected? Athenian, were we not saying that there must be in our city a council which was to be of this sort, the 10 oldest guardians of the law, and all those who have obtained prizes of virtue, were to meet in the same assembly? And the council was also to include those who had visited foreign countries in the hope of hearing something that might be of use in the preservation of the laws, and who, having come safely home, and having been tested in these same matters, had proved themselves to be worthy to take part in the assembly. Each of the members was to select some young man of not less than 30 years of age. He himself judging in the first instance whether the young man was worthy by nature and education, and then suggesting him to the others, and if he seemed to them also to be worthy they were to adopt him. But if not, the decision at which they arrived was to be kept a secret from the citizens at large, and, more especially, from the rejected candidate. The meeting of the council was to be held early in the morning, when everybody was most at leisure from all other business, whether public or private. Was not something of this sort said by us before? Clinias, true. Athenian, then, returning to the council, I would say further, that if we let it down to be the anchor of the state, our city, having everything which is suitable to her, will preserve all that we wish to preserve. Clinias, what do you mean? Athenian, now is the time for me to speak the truth in all earnestness. Clinias, well said, and I hope that you will fulfill your intention. Athenian, know, Clinias, that everything, in all that it does, has a natural savior, as of an animal the soul and the head are the chief saviors. Clinias, once more, what do you mean? Athenian, the well-being of those two is obviously the preservation of every living thing. Clinias, how is that? Athenian, the soul, besides other things, contains mind, and the head, besides other things, contains sight and hearing. And the mind, mingling with the noblest of the senses, and becoming one with them, may be truly called the salvation of all. Clinias, yes, quite so. Athenian, yes, indeed. But with what is that intellect concerned which, mingling with the senses, is the salvation of ships in storms as well as in fair weather? In a ship, when the pilot and the sailors unite their perceptions with the piloting mind, do they not save both themselves and their craft? Clinias, very true. Athenian, we do not want many illustrations about such matters. What aim would the general of an army, or what aim would a physician propose to himself, if he were seeking to attain salvation? Clinias, very good. Athenian, does not the general aim at victory and superiority in war, and do not the physician and his assistants aim at producing health in the body? Clinias, certainly. Athenian, and a physician who is ignorant about the body, that is to say, who knows not that which we just now called health, or a general who knows not victory, or any others who are ignorant of the particulars of the arts which we mentioned, cannot be said to have understanding about any of these matters. Clinias, they cannot. Athenian, and what would you say of the state? If a person proves to be ignorant of the aim to which the statesman should look, ought he, in the first place, to be called a ruler at all? And further, will he ever be able to preserve that of which he does not even know the aim? Clinias, impossible. Athenian, and therefore, if our settlement of the country is to be perfect, we ought to have some institution, which, as I was saying, will tell what is the aim of the state, and will inform us how we are to attain this. And what law or what man will advise us to that end? Any state which has no such institution is likely to be devoid of mind and sense, and in all her actions will proceed by mere chance. Clinias, very true. Athenian, in which, then, of the parts or institutions of the state is any such guardian power to be found? Can we say? Clinias, I am not quite certain, stranger. But I have a suspicion that you are referring to the assembly which you just now said was to meet at night. Athenian, you understand me perfectly, Clinias, and we must assume, as the argument implies, that this council possesses all virtue. And the beginning of virtue is not to make mistakes by guessing many things, but to look steadily at one thing, and on this to fix all our aims. Clinias, quite true. Athenian, then now we shall see why there is nothing wonderful in states going astray. The reason is that their legislators have such different aims. Nor is there anything wonderful in some laying down as their rule of justice, that certain individuals should bear rule in the state, whether they be good or bad, and others that the citizens should be rich, not caring whether they are the slaves of other men or not. The tendency of others, again, is towards freedom, and some legislate with a view to two things at once. They want to be at the same time free and the lords of other states. But the wisest men, as they deem themselves to be, look to all these and similar aims, and there is no one of them which they exclusively honor, and to which they would of all things look. Clinias, then, stranger, our former assertion will hold, for we were saying that laws generally should look to one thing only, and this, as we admitted, was rightly said to be virtue. Athenian, yes. Clinias, and we said that virtue was of four kinds. Athenian, quite true. Clinias, and that mind was the leader of the four, and that to her the three other virtues and all other things ought to have regard. Athenian, you follow me capitally, Clinias, and I would ask you to follow me to the end, for we have already said that the mind of the pilot, the mind of the physician and of the general look to that one thing to which they ought to look. And now we may turn to mind political, of which, as of a human creature, we will ask a question, O wonderful being, and to what are you looking? The physician is able to tell his single aim in life, but you, the superior, as you declare yourself to be, of all intelligent beings, when you are asked are not able to tell. Can you, Megillus, and you, Clinias, say distinctly what is the aim of mind political, in return for the many explanations of things which I have given you? Clinias, we cannot, stranger. Athenian, well, but ought we not to desire to see it, and to see where it is to be found? Clinias, for example, where? Athenian, for example, we were saying that there are 4 kinds of virtue, and as there are 4 of them, each of them must be one. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, and further, all 4 of them we call one. For we say that courage is virtue, and that prudence is virtue, and the same of the 2 others, as if they were in reality not many but one, that is, virtue. Clinias, quite so. Athenian, there is no difficulty in seeing in what way the 2 differ from one another, and have received 2 names, and so of the rest. But there is more difficulty in explaining why we call these 2 and the rest of them by the single name of virtue. Clinias, how do you mean? Athenian, I have no difficulty in explaining what I mean. Let us distribute the subject into questions and answers. Clinias, once more, what do you mean? Athenian, ask me what is that one thing which I call virtue, and then again speak of as 2, one part being courage and the other wisdom. I will tell you how that occurs. One of them has to do with fear, in this the beasts also participate, and quite young children, I mean courage, for a courageous temper is a gift of nature and not of reason. But without reason there never has been, or is, or will be a wise and understanding soul, it is of a different nature. Clinias, that is true. Athenian, I have now told you in what way the 2 are different, and do you in return tell me in what way they are one and the same? Suppose that I ask you in what way the 4 are one, and when you have answered me, you will have a right to ask of me in return in what way they are 4. And then let us proceed to inquire whether in the case of things which have a name and also a definition to them, true knowledge consists in knowing the name only and not the definition. Can he who is good for anything be ignorant of all this without discredit ere great and glorious truths are concerned? Clinias, I suppose not. Athenian, and is there anything greater to the legislator and the guardian of the law, and to him who thinks that he excels all other men in virtue, and has won the palm of excellence? Then these very qualities of which we are now speaking, courage, temperance, wisdom, justice. Clinias, how can there be anything greater? Athenian, and ought not the interpreters, the teachers, the lawgivers, the guardians of the other citizens, to excel the rest of mankind? And perfectly to show him who desires to learn and know or whose evil actions require to be punished and reproved, what is the nature of virtue and vice? Or shall some poet who has found his way into the city, or some chance person who pretends to be an instructor of youth, show himself to be better than him who has won the prize for every virtue? And can we wonder that when the guardians are not adequate in speech or action, and have no adequate knowledge of virtue, the city being unguarded should experience the common fate of cities in our day? Clinias, wonder. No. Athenian, well, then, must we do as we said? Or can we give our guardians a more precise knowledge of virtue in speech and action than the many have? Or is there any way in which our city can be made to resemble the head and senses of rational beings because possessing such a guardian power? Clinias, what, stranger, is the drift of your comparison? Athenian, do we not see that the city is the trunk, and are not the younger guardians, who are chosen for their natural gifts, placed in the head of the state, having their souls all full of eyes, with which they look about the whole city? They keep watch and hand over their perceptions to the memory, and inform the elders of all that happens in the city. And those whom we compared to the mind, because they have many wise thoughts, that is to say, the old men, take counsel, and making use of the younger men as their ministers. And advising with them, in this way both together truly preserve the whole state. Shall this or some other be the order of our state? Are all our citizens to be equal in acquirements, or shall there be special persons among them who have received a more careful training and education? Clinias, that they should be equal, my good sir, is impossible. Athenian, then we ought to proceed to some more exact training than any which has preceded. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, and must not that of which we are in need be the one to which we were just now alluding? Clinias, very true. Athenian, did we not say that the workman or guardian, if he be perfect in every respect, ought not only to be able to see the many aims, but he should press onward to the one? This he should know, and knowing, order all things with a view to it. Clinias, true. Athenian, and can anyone have a more exact way of considering or contemplating anything, than the being able to look at one idea gathered from many different things? Clinias, perhaps not. Athenian, not, perhaps not, but certainly not, my good sir, is the right answer. There never has been a truer method than this discovered by any man. Clinias, I bow to your authority, stranger, let us proceed in the way which you propose. Athenian, then, as would appear, we must compel the guardians of our divine state to perceive, in the first place, what that principle is which is the same in all the four, the same, as we affirm, in courage and in temperance, and in justice and in prudence, and which, being one, we call as we ought, by the single name of virtue. To this, my friends, we will, if you please, hold fast, and not let go until we have sufficiently explained what that is to which we are to look, whether to be regarded as one, or as a whole, or as both, or in whatever way. Are we likely ever to be in a virtuous condition, if we cannot tell whether virtue is many, or four, or one? Certainly, if we take counsel among ourselves, we shall in some way contrive that this principle has a place amongst us. But if you have made up your mind that we should let the matter alone, we will. Clinias, we must not, stranger, by the God of strangers I swear that we must not, for in our opinion you speak most truly. But we should like to know how you will accomplish your purpose. Athenian, wait a little before you ask, and let us, first of all, be quite agreed with one another that the purpose has to be accomplished. Clinias, certainly, it ought to be, if it can be. Athenian, well, and about the good and the honorable, are we to take the same view? Are our guardians only to know that each of them is many, or also how and in what way they are one? Clinias, they must consider also in what sense they are one. Athenian, and are they to consider only, and to be unable to set forth what they think? Clinias, certainly not, that would be the state of a slave. Athenian, and may not the same be said of all good things, that the true guardians of the laws ought to know the truth about them, and to be able to interpret them in words, and carry them out in action, judging of what is and of what is not well, according to nature? Clinias, certainly. Athenian, is not the knowledge of the gods which we have set forth with so much zeal one of the noblest sorts of knowledge, to know that they are, and know how great is their power, as far as in man lies? We do indeed excuse the mass of the citizens, who only follow the voice of the laws, but we refuse to admit as guardians any who do not labor to obtain every possible evidence that there is respecting the gods. Our city is forbidden and not allowed to choose as a guardian of the law, or to place in the select order of virtue, him who is not an inspired man, and has not labored at these things. Clinias, it is certainly just, as you say, that he who is indolent about such matters or incapable should be rejected, and that things honorable should be put away from him. Athenian, are we assured that there are two things which lead men to believe in the gods, as we have already stated? Clinias, what are they? Athenian, one is the argument about the soul, which has been already mentioned, that it is the eldest and most divine of all things, to which motion attaining generation gives perpetual existence. The other was an argument from the order of the motion of the stars, and of all things under the dominion of the mind which ordered the universe. If a man look upon the world not lightly or ignorantly, there was never anyone so godless who did not experience an effect opposite to that which the many imagine. For they think that those who handle these matters by the help of astronomy, and the accompanying arts of demonstration, may become godless, because they see, as far as they can see, things happening by necessity, and not by an intelligent will accomplishing good. Clinias, but what is the fact? Athenian, just the opposite, as I said, of the opinion which once prevailed among men, that the sun and stars are without soul. Even in those days men wondered about them, and that which is now ascertained was then conjectured by some who had a more exact knowledge of them, that if they had been things without soul, and had no mind, they could never have moved with numerical exactness so wonderful. And even at that time some ventured to hazard the conjecture that mind was the orderer of the universe. But these same persons again mistaking the nature of the soul, which they conceived to be younger and not older than the body, once more overturned the world, or rather, I should say, themselves. For the bodies which they saw moving in heaven all appeared to be full of stones, and earth, and many other lifeless substances, and to these they assigned the causes of all things. Such studies gave rise to much atheism and perplexity, and the poets took occasion to be abusive, comparing the philosophers to she-dogs uttering vain howlings, and talking other nonsense of the same sort. But now, as I said, the case is reversed. Clinias, how so? Athenian, no man can be a true worshipper of the gods who does not know these two principles, that the soul is the eldest of all things which are born, and is immortal and rules over all bodies. Moreover, as I have now said several times, he who has not contemplated the mind of nature which is said to exist in the stars, and gone through the previous training, and seen the connection of music with these things, and harmonized them all with laws and institutions, is not able to give a reason of such things as have a reason. And he who is unable to acquire this in addition to the ordinary virtues of a citizen, can hardly be a good ruler of a whole state, but he should be the subordinate of other rulers. Wherefore, Clinias and Megillus, let us consider whether we may not add to all the other laws which we have discussed this further one, that the nocturnal assembly of the magistrates, which has also shared in the whole scheme of education proposed by us, shall be a guard set according to law for the salvation of the state. Shall we propose this? Clinias, certainly, my good friend, we will if the thing is in any degree possible. Athenian, let us make a common effort to gain such an object, for I too will gladly share in the attempt. Of these matters I have had much experience, and have often considered them, and I dare say that I shall be able to find others who will also help. Clinias, I agree, stranger, that we should proceed along the road in which God is guiding us. And how we can proceed rightly has now to be investigated and explained. Athenian, O Megillus and Clinias, about these matters we cannot legislate further until the council is constituted. When that is done, then we will determine what authority they shall have of their own, but the explanation of how this is all to be ordered would only be given rightly in a long discourse. Clinias, what do you mean, and what new thing is this? Athenian, in the first place, a list would have to be made out of those who by their ages and studies and dispositions and habits are well fitted for the duty of a guardian. In the next place, it will not be easy for them to discover themselves what they ought to learn, or become the disciple of one who has already made the discovery. Furthermore, to write down the times at which, and during which, they ought to receive the several kinds of instruction, would be a vain thing. For the learners themselves do not know what is learned to advantage until the knowledge which is the result of learning has found a place in the soul of each. And so these details, although they could not be truly said to be secret, might be said to be incapable of being stated beforehand, because when stated they would have no meaning. Clinias, what then are we to do, stranger, under these circumstances? Athenian, as the proverb says, the answer is no secret, but open to all of us. We must risk the whole on the chance of throwing, as they say, thrice six or thrice ace. And I am willing to share with you the danger by stating and explaining to you my views about education and nurture, which is the question coming to the surface again. The danger is not a slight or ordinary one, and I would advise you, Clinias, in particular, to see to the matter, for if you order rightly the city of the magnates, or whatever name God may give it, you will obtain the greatest glory. Or at any rate you will be thought the most courageous of men in the estimation of posterity. Dear companions, if this our divine assembly can only be established, to them we will hand over the city. None of the present company of legislators, as I may call them, would hesitate about that. And the state will be perfected and become a waking reality, which a little while ago we attempted to create as a dream and in idea only, mingling together reason and mind in one image. In the hope that our citizens might be duly mingled and rightly educated. And being educated, and dwelling in the citadel of the land, might become perfect guardians, such as we have never seen in all our previous life, by reason of the saving virtue which is in them. Megillus, dear Clinias, after all that has been said, either we must detain the stranger, and by supplications and in all manner of ways make him share in the foundation of the city, or we must give up the undertaking. Clinias, very true, Megillus, and you must join with me in detaining him. Megillus, I will. The end.